Hey guys! Here's part 5 of Uchiha Naruto, the Sage. Full fanfic already out over on Patreon. Anyways. Enjoy! Chapter 22. The Fire Country was very different from other countries. It was much more nature-friendly. It felt natural. Perhaps it was because of the trees that were all over the country. It was certainly greener than any other country. Nature here had more life than any other country. One that loved to be one with nature would never feel lonely once he or she lands on the country. Shinobi who have learned Senjutsu would find it more of a home ground. Natural energy would be a lot easier to collect in these parts of the world. Just because the country itself was nice on the outside, did not mean that inside it was healthy. In fact, it was anything but that. The Fire Country was huge, and was unlike the Wind Country that was not friendly. The Fire Country was welcoming to anyone who wanted to visit. Its weather was pleasant. People could hide within the large forests of the country. One could hide rather easily without anyone finding out. It was simple to just disappear into the forest and appear when you felt like it. Anyone could hide. This made it easier for bandits to make their camps without detention. They could actually make their camps and live within for some time before they are finally discovered. But they are only discovered because of their activities. Once people start to go missing around near villages, villagers will start to talk and it won't be long before someone sends a mission request to a shinobi village to help investigate the matter. The large forest is where evil dwelled. Within the forests, there were truly despicable things that not even he would ever think of doing. Perhaps his morals were somewhat, but he had his own set of standards. There were things that he did not think of doing or could never do. There were things that he refrained from even thinking about. Humans at times were vile creatures. It was surprising when they called Baijuous demons when they were the true demons. A finger never pointed at itself. It always points at the other. Naruto sat on a tree branch observing the bandit camp he was supposed to clean. It was not that big of a camp. It had around 10 tents and a large one in the middle. The tents surrounded the large one on the middle. It was obvious that the bigger one held the captives. They captives stayed together while they consoled each other in their pain, wishing that someone would help them. Some even lose hope while inside the camps. Once captured and made to experience horror, few still have hope for a better tomorrow. Such was the world he lived in. The weak were captured and devoured by the strong. Men raided small villages hunting for women. They were the entertainers, the main feast. Because they were weak and could not protect themselves, they were subject to torment. The stronger were always the ones who laughed while the weak cried in pain. The shinobi world was truly evil and corrupt to the core. It was not a safe place. But at major villages the situation was a lot better. It was not every day that bandits would play there to capture women for their pleasure. They could only do so if they were working with someone from the village. People were willing to do anything for money and power. Given a large sum of money, even a good man would sell his daughter to worthless trash. Such men deserved to be killed, brutally. If he cared enough for that judgment, he would surely deliver it without wavering. But he had his own life and things to do. Money in the shinobi world was everything. Many have betrayed friends and family because of it. As long as there is light there will always be darkness, as long as there is a winner there will be a loser. Naruto could remember Madara's words well. The winners here in this scene were the bandits. Their captives pleasured them in every way they wanted. Whether they liked it or not, they always did what they were told. Even if they refused, they would still be forced to do so. It was also apparent that trash that made such camps enjoyed pleasuring themselves on the women by force. They felt more alive when women screamed in fear, when they saw the hopelessness and despair in their eyes. It was disgusting that a man would do such a thing to women. He held a certain respect to a woman, to know that some things were just wrong. He could very well define what was wrong and what was wrong. This was much different for when he feasted on a good dance. He enjoyed a good dance, sometimes he could become sadistic while in the zone. But things were different. When he danced, it was against his enemies, shinobis that were about to be killed. He did not enjoy murdering innocent people. He did not enjoy tearing apart defenseless women. Only a man without morals would take pleasure in tormenting the weak. Only weak fools feasted on the weak. He had trained Karen and ensured that she continued training because of this. The world was much evil, and he did not want her to suffer the same fate as the women in this camp. But of course if something like that were to happen to Karen, the landscape would need to be redrawn. He would never waste time in reshaping the land hunting for whoever would be responsible. Those with power were likely to be unaffected by trash. Trash only went for the weak, because even it was weak. Those with power will always be on top, the weak at the bottom, kissing the asses of trash. He had power, but he was not about to subject anyone to his will forcefully. Everybody had his or her choices. All had their minds and hearts to make rational choices about themselves and their futures. One could not decide what was best for someone. But of course, there would be instances when he would have to make choices for someone. Some people were stupid and could not make decisions that were smart. Such people needed guidance. Uchiha Madara had seen it all. He had seen the nature of the world. That was why he had longed to change it through the infinite Tsukiyomi. In the eternal Genjutsu, he would unite the world under one dream. He may disagree with the plan, but the man had good intentions. The world needed to be reshaped, but he was not about to do that. He had other things to do. Sighing, Naruto jumped down from the tree and walked towards the tents. There were not too many of them. He had only surveyed the camp for an hour or so. He wanted to get into the next town quickly so that by tomorrow night, he would be reaching Konoha. He was going to clean the trash quickly and walk away. Two men who were patrolling around the camp noticed his appearance. He had not tried to hide himself. These were mere bandits, there was no need to go that far. A strategy was not even needed. They were only organized when they had someone clever amongst them. In most cases, that someone lacked. "Hey! Who are you and what do you want?" One of the guards patrolling yelled at him. He was holding nothing but a katana on his right hand. Naruto guessed the blade was not even used properly. It was probably robbed from a store somewhere. "It does not matter who he is," the other stated in a whisper. However, Naruto could still hear it. "Their boss said to kill anyone who comes around here uninvited to avoid being discovered." The other looked at Naruto. It was no doubt that he was a shinobi. Not a weak one, that much was obvious from the look he was giving them and his general appearance. "Fine." Naruto simply walked towards the two calmly. He kept his calm expression as his eyes narrowed at them. He looked at them for a moment as his eyes spun around for a second. They all froze under the effects of his genjutsu. The blonde then looked up at the clear sky. "I hate dealing with weak fools. But it must be done," he mumbled to himself before walking towards the two guards. He walked in between the two bandits and took a katana from the one on the left. Without wasting much time, he snapped their necks and they fell down, dead. He looked at the katana. It was a nice piece of steel. But it was wielded by trash who could not use it right. A weapon was dangerous depending on who was using it. If you could not handle a weapon well, then it would prove useless. He could do so much damage with this weapon, but fools like these could never use it perfectly. "I should probably finish this quickly before I grow annoyed and burn this whole camp down along with the victims," Naruto said to himself in a low tone. Certainly, if he stayed much longer in here, he would grow annoyed by the weak-minded fools and use a high-powered jutsu that would destroy the whole camp along with the camp. It was best to move on to the next group. Another tent was slightly big. It was not bigger than the one in the middle though. There was a lot of noise coming from the camp. A large group of men were within the tent making a lot of noise. It seemed that they were drinking and making a lot jokes. Trash should never laugh like that. Naruto stopped at the entrance of the tent. The bandits quickly noticed him. "Bastard, who are you? Where are Tenchi and Sai?" One yelled loudly at him. So Tenchi and Sai were the only guards on patrol. He had already killed those two. "Let's see," Naruto started in a smooth, yet cold tone. "They are no longer with us," he answered. The bandits began cursing him as they prepared to deal with him. Naruto ignored it all. He had a thoughtful look on his face. It was indeed true, he was thinking. How should I end this? A quick fire jutsu would toast them all in a second. Using a sword would need me to waste my energy in making the effort to deal with them, he thought dimly. "Tch, bastard." Another cursed at being ignored by the blonde. About 15 of them charged at Naruto with intent to kill him quickly. "It does not matter anyone," Naruto said, answering his own thoughts. He left go of the katana he had picked up. A fire jutsu should light up some fireworks, he said to himself, and then quickly went through hand seals while the bandits were charging towards him. "Kaden, Goka Mekiyaku," the blonde said as he released enough majestic flames that could annihilate the bandits along with the tent. If he had released the jutsu in its original size, it would cause much more damage than anticipated. The one he released was enough to do what he intended. However, just because he had toned it down did not mean that it was less dangerous. The jutsu caught the bandits off guard. They were unable to do anything against shinobi technique. They tried running, but the jutsu proved inescapable. In the end, their laughters were turned into anguished screams. When the flames died down, there was nothing left of the tent or the bandits. Everything had turned to ash. 2M. He trailed off as he sensed something from behind him. A bandit swung his blade across his neck. Naruto ducked under the swipe and picked the katana he had dropped. The bandit then attempted another swing to cut him, but Naruto was fast. He caught the man's hand and cut it off with his katana. Urge, the man yelled in pain as he watched his hand fall down on the ground. Naruto did not waste any time to finish off the trash. In a swift movement, the man's head was on the ground with wide lifeless eyes. Naruto paid no mind to it. The remaining 7 looked fearful now. They were starting to back away from him. Now then, come at him and I will gift you a quick end, the blonde stated in an impassive tone. It was indeed a quick death. They were dead quickly and Naruto only sighed in their pathetic deaths. It was nothing interesting. He was tempted to test one of the jutsu of the men. Perhaps he would test his jutsu on the leader of this camp. The leader had yet to show himself up to him. If he was right, the man should be holding the women hostage. They thought like that. Naruto walked towards the bigger tent slowly. This was his last stop and after this, he would return to Konoha and deal with other matters. It should prove interesting at how the scene would play out. Drop the weapon. Naruto was greeted as soon as he entered the tent. The man he presumed as the leader was holding a young woman with a knife pressing against the woman's neck. The blonde raised a curious eyebrow. He felt compelled to ask. Are you stupid? Huh? Naruto ignored the question for a moment and looked at women around the tent. Their faces were filled with dread, nothing pleasant. There were about 27 all in their beds. Naruto did not look at them twice, he looked back at the remaining trash. His eyes widened for a moment as he caught the fool in a genjutsu. The man dropped the woman and fell on his knees. Naruto walked towards the man. He stopped for a moment. His jutsu were too high-powered for this weak fool. He could not get the perfect results. He sighed, perhaps he should try Kakashi's assassination jutsu. He broke the man out of the genjutsu. What the? The man was cut off by a sound of 1,000 chirping birds. His eyes widened as Naruto drove the jutsu through his chest. His scream was accompanied by the women inside the tent. It did not take long for him to die. Naruto allowed him to fall on the ground. The blonde figured that the women had yet to see someone killed before their eyes. He was done cleaning. He turned around to leave but someone held his leg stopping him from walking away. He turned around to look at the culprit. She was staring at him with a pained expression on her face. This forced Naruto to sigh deeply. What is it? She seemed hesitant, still fearful of what his intentions might be. He once held that expression when life was a horror show in Konoha. It was not pleasant. He bended down slightly and grabbed her hand as gently as he could, and he helped her stand up. She cringed physically at his touch. Have no fears, he said. I have killed everyone one of them. You are free to return home. The woman stared at him for a moment as if trying to figure out something. After a few minutes she spoke. Thank you, she said. The relief was clear in face. Naruto said nothing. He turned around to leave. The woman spoke again. Who are you? Uchiha Naruto. A swirl of flames surrounded him and he was gone. Konoha. The way back to the village was quiet and peaceful. There was nothing much annoying along the way. He had traveled well back towards Konoha. After disposing the trash, he had taken the way back to Konoha. The way was not that long. He had already covered some distance when he traveled to the camp of the bandits he had to clean. Konoha was now within his reach. He could see the village well with his eyes from where he stood. Sighing, Naruto walked towards the gates. He did not waste time with the gatekeepers. He calmly walked past them in silence. Once past the gate he disappeared in a swirl of red flames. That would do well to announce his return to Tsunade. He was in no mood to see the woman now. He wanted to rest his body for the day. Everything else would be dealt with tomorrow. As soon as he entered the house, he was welcomed by the presence of Sasuke and Kakashi, along with Jiraiya. The man had pressed to Konoha faster than him. That figured, after their encounter, he must have returned to the village quickly. Obito had derailed him. Even after he had spoken with the masked Uchiha, he still stayed around the Valley of End. He had stayed there for a few hours, which meant that he has prolonged his journey back to the village. But before that, he still had to do cleaning up duties. He had not taken much time. He had spent about an hour or more doing cleaning duties. After that, he had traveled back to the village. He was not using his fastest speed to arrive back to the village. The speed was fair. Still, it faster than what normal shinobi could do. He did not have to push his all out. His body pained him when he used much more chakra or pushed himself hard, physically. He was not afraid of death, but rather he did not want to lose his life while running. It would have been pathetic and damning to his pride. He would surely kill anyone who reminded of him of something like that. Madara would probably laugh at him. Still, he was not expecting to see Jiraiya at this place. Then it hit him, the three had been together for some time during Sasuke's training trip. Kakashi and Jiraiya had a close relationship. Sasuke was the student of Kakashi and Jiraiya had helped train the Uchiha. "I was expecting that you would return yesterday," Sasuke stated as Naruto walked towards the kitchen where the men were sitting. They seemed to have been having a good time. "I was derailed by some unexpected circumstances," Naruto answered as he withdrew his gunbai from his back. He placed it beside him as he sat down. "How did the cleaning go?" the Uchiha asked quietly. The rest of the room occupants were quietly watching the two. "It was annoying," Naruto answered with a small shrug of his shoulder. He then poured himself some tea so that he could drink some before going to take his sleep. "It was much needed." "Well, at least you did some good," Kakashi commented. He knew what Naruto's mission was about. The women that were freed were to be happy about their freedom. That was something good done. Naruto did not comment. He sipped his tea slowly as silence greeted the table. After a few minutes, Naruto stood up after having finished his tea. He looked at Sasuke. "If anybody comes looking for me, I am not available." "It does not matter who it is," he said and grabbed his gunbai and walked away. Once his footsteps had quieted down, Kakashi spoke. "He seems tired," the famed sharingan user stated with a thoughtful look on his face. It was a little difficult to notice that the blonde seemed tired. No wonder he wanted no one to disturb him. He was surely going to rest for some time. Jiraiya nodded. "He does well to hide it though. If it was not for the fact that he only gives us a single expression, we would not have noticed," the Sannin added. "Well, he is always on the training ground. Even though he no longer does hard physically activities, he does a lot of work mentally. That would explain why he is tired. His mind is always at work," Sasuke stated in a calm tone. He was not defending Naruto or anything. He was merely stating the facts. "Too much mental work will tire out anyone." "I know that," Jiraiya stated. "It should be no surprise, though, he rarely speaks to anyone about anything important. And Haim tells me that he has become quite this days." "I have noticed," Sasuke stated with a nod. However, Naruto's appearance had interrupted another matter. "So what have you found?" Jiraiya sighed. The brat really wanted a face-off with his brother. "I have gathered information that 5 days ago, he was seen crossing the Earth Country border. I have not picked up his trail after that. Nevertheless, I know that he is still in Earth Country," the Sannin responded. Sasuke nodded. "I should get to him soon," the Uchiha stated quietly. "If he ever comes to the Fire Country, you have to take me to him. I will have to settle things with him before anything else." It was not a dark tone he used. But still, he was using a rather serious tone. The elders simply nodded. The following day. A good sleep was all that Naruto needed to recharge himself. He was already in a top condition. He just had to take his medicine before doing anything. He moved his right hand on a drawer on the nightstand and opened. He took out a small bottle before consuming everything that was inside it. Sighing at the bitter taste, Naruto sat on the bed and looked around the room. It was past the time he usually woke up. But it was of no consequence. Today he would continue to work on the Flying Thunder God technique. He was nearly there with the jutsu, he just needed a few touches before taking things practical. He first studied the theory behind the jutsu before practicing it. It was good for the understanding of the jutsu. To be able to execute a jutsu perfectly, it required extensive knowledge of the jutsu and the ability to manipulate chakra to make the jutsu. Once he was able to use the jutsu practically, things would be a little easy for him. He could go places to places in a matter of seconds. He would be effective in getting things done over places in faraway distances in between. For now, he just had to focus on applying the theory into a more practical activity. Once he gave himself into something, he could not fail. Success was guaranteed when he spent his time to learn something. So far, he had not known failure in learning a jutsu. He was able to do every jutsu Madara taught him. A jutsu was not an immovable object to him. The blonde was brought out of his thoughts when the door to his room opened. There was no knock. Who has the audacity to enter his room without knocking? The answer was received when Purple Hair entered his room. Yugao entered with a tray on her hands. She smiled at Naruto and walked over to him. She placed the tray beside him. There was bread and tea. Breakfast? What is this? Naruto asked with a raised brow. It was obvious what it was, but he was curious why she would do it. No good morning? How are you? Yugao questioned before sighing deeply. It is your breakfast. Sasuke told me that you did not eat anything when you came back yesterday. I thought you would be hungry, she explained as she sat on the bed. She sat across the blonde, facing him. Why bring it here? I could have gone downstairs any time I wanted, Naruto stated. Surely, if he had been hungry, he would have gone down to take his meal. Perhaps he was merely questioning because he was not used to the kind of treatment he was receiving from Yugao. The purple head merely smiled warmly. This is what girlfriends do for their boyfriend, she said, motioning for Naruto to eat the food she had brought him. Naruto picked up the food and started to eat. Did you do this in your past relationship? No, Yugao answered honestly. My ex-boyfriend brought me breakfast sometimes. With you, I just don't see you doing it. Naruto ate his breakfast while Yugao watched him like a hawk. It became unbearable that he put away the tray and looked straight at her. What is it? The night I spent in your bed as your girlfriend, you woke up in the morning and left without telling me anything, Yugao stated in a tone that was dangerously close to her Anbu tone. Naruto raised a curious eyebrow at her words, and this does not please you, he said, earning a nod from Yugao. When I left, you were still sleeping. I thought it was best not to wake you up just to tell you I was leaving for a few days. Sasuke was here, he could inform you that I had left. Yugao shook her head, adopting a slight serious look on her face. That is not how things are done in a relationship. Whatever you do and say, you have to mind for my feelings. Unlike you, Yugao got closer to Naruto and poked his chest. I still allow my heart to move me, not that I make my choices based on my emotions. But you have to develop a heart for us to work. There is a lot I don't expect from you, but I expect you to do a few things that will make things pleasant for both of us. Naruto closed his eyes and opened them again. A heart for the relationship to work? That seemed bothersome, but I will see what I can do. Yugao smiled at his words. Well, at least he was trying to meet her halfway. It would have been a rocky road if he were not going to attempt to meet her halfway to make their relationship a success. I know it will be hard for you to adapt considering that you have not had any relationship that deals with love, as far as I am concerned. But I want you to know that I love you as you are. Naruto smiled, slightly. It was the biggest smile Yugao had ever seen from him, even though it was slight. It filled her with joy to see him smile like that. The blonde motioned for her to come closer to him. He whispered a few words to her that made her the happiest girl in the world. Of course, she nearly frowned when Naruto's expression went back to being impassive, but a bit soft than usual. How was Otto? Well, Naruto gave a short reply before standing up from the bed. Where are you going now? Yugao asked, looking straight at his eyes. I need to take a bath, Naruto replied, walking towards his bathroom. Can I join? Yugao asked, a little flustered by her own question. She had already taken a bath before she came to the compound, but she would not mind taking a bath with Naruto. She could help him with his hair. It had to take him much time to dry and wash. Naruto said nothing. He did not even stop to look at the woman to see if she was serious. His mind was focused on taking his bath. She could do as she pleased. Yugao took his silence as a yes and followed him. She was not going to dip into the water with him. She would take care of his hair and back. Later that day, the Rinnegan had many abilities, and some were quite deadly. With the Dujutsu, one was capable of learning every chakra element that existed. It did not matter if the element was special to a bloodline or not. As long as one possessed the Rinnegan, every jutsu was possible to be learned. The Dujutsu of the sage manipulated chakra like no other bloodline. With the Rinnegan, you could easily manipulate yin and yang chakra. Life and death was at your hands. Perhaps those who had the Dujutsu were worthy of being called gods. The Rinnegan was capable of doing many godly things. It could do things that not even the smartest could do, things that would leave the whole world in silence. Bringing the dead back to life without a drawback was something unassailable. Many great medics have looked for ways to bring the dead back to life, but the only close they have become is a sacrificial jutsu. The sacrificial jutsu was good in keeping balance in the world. But it was just not good enough. Naruto would never use such a jutsu that would sacrifice his own life. With the Rinnegan, It was a matter of knowing the magic hand signs and the King of Hell would appear and restore everyone back to life. It was just like that. But restoring someone's life took much chakra from a person. It was so much that if one was to restore many people at once, he or she could die from using the ability. The power of the Rinnegan needed a perfect vessel, someone who would be worthy to hold its power. Neither Nagato nor Obito were worthy of that power. The former was worthy before his synchronization with the Geto Mazo. The statue did a number on him and there was Hanzu's jutsu that hindered his mobility. Mobility was essential for a shinobi. Without mobility, you were as good as dead. His own body was conditioned physical to withstand the toughest of challenges and pain. He could move perfectly well. Nagato might have powerful eyes, but if he could not move all that well, then he could never use the Rinnegan's abilities to their full potential. As far as the living concerned, he was more than capable containing the power of the Rinnegan and use it to its full potential. The only other person who could do that was Madara. His body might not be perfect as his, but it could still do wonders with the Rinnegan and the sharingan. But Madara was dead now, there was no one who could surpass him in terms of power, that is when his Rinnegan awakened. But for now, he was not worried about when it would awaken. It would awaken soon. Still, that did not stop him from learning all the hand signs for its jutsus. Who knew? It would awaken in a time of need. When that happens, he would have to use it. How could he use its powers if he did not know the hand signs? He had been learning the Rinnegan's abilities, studying them thoroughly for the past 4 years. He wanted to be ready for when it awakened. He could not wait for it to awaken then begin to learn how to control it. Even when he could not put everything into practice because of the lack of rather. He could still learn much about the powerful dujutsu. Knowledge always had its uses. He was going to hold on to the knowledge of the dujutsu. I figured I would find you here, Jiraiya stated, cutting Naruto's train of thoughts. He leaned against a tree that Naruto was under and looked at the blonde. The Uchiha head clan then folded his scroll before releasing a sigh. What is it? He asked the Sannin in a blank tone. Jiraiya had to have something he wanted to say. That would explain why he was even before him. They had no relationship to speak of and he had made it clear that he cared not for the Sannin. It was Jiraiya's time to sigh. Always straight to business, he mumbled to himself. He then grinned. The lovely Mizukage, and Yugao, you are going to give me great research material, Gaki, the Sannin said, still grinning. He was thinking of making a series basis of Naruto's life along with his relationships. But of course, he would make the Naruto in his book fun. He still had not yet found a title yet. What do you want, Jiraiya? Naruto asked, not even dwelling on Jiraiya's words. He had no time to be thinking about the Sannin's perverted imaginations. He would hate it if the man used him on his books though. I am sure you are aware of this, your fiancé was at Otogakure the day you arrived. I was not able to find out why, but I think it was about an alliance with the village. I have also never been able to find anything about who is really calling the shots. My contacts have been unable to get into that palace that woman, Guren, lives in. No one has been able to get in. Its security is tight, Jiraiya stated, a bit disappointed at his contact's failure. Even he had gone inside the village, he looked at the Crystal Palace, there was just no way one could sneak without. That was unless you used the door to enter. It was not that there were Onbu patrolling around the palace, it was just that the design of the palace made it nearly impossible to sneak. The crystal was as hard as steel, you could not break through it. The windows were also crystallized, you could not enter through them but could only take a peek through them. Whoever designed it made it like a prison, but at the same time, it was made beautifully, a palace worthy a king. Naruto would have been grinning at his design, but he did no such thing. He already knew about it. He had designed it with such things in mind. He did not want anyone unwanted entering his palace. It may look like one cannot escape the palace once locked inside, but he had also fitted escape routes in the design of the building. So the palace was a state-of-the-art. It had all the security and comfort one could need. I am aware of that, he said. He was aware of Mei's visit to Otogakure and the fact that the Crystal Palace seemed impenetrable. Were you ever able to get what she wanted? An alliance as you thought. I don't know the details, but I do know that Otogakure is now allied with Kirigakure, Naruto answered. With the alliance, it would ensure that Konoha would not attempt anything at Oto as they would be attacking an ally of their ally, which would be a breach of their alliance contract. Konoha would be now forced to play well with Otogakure whether it liked it or not. This is going to prove too troublesome, Jiraiya stated. Personally, I have nothing against Oto, but we'll see if your fellow council members will like it, he stated. Everything is quite There are no feuds between the villages, Naruto stated. That was indeed true. The villages were not fighting at the moment. The little invasion that was planned by Orochimaru, though not forgotten, was long ago. Both villagers had moved past that. Perhaps if Orochimaru had been alive, then they would certainly have problems with the village. That may be true, but Konoha does not easily forget. You have experienced that yourself, Jiraiya said calmly. These people won't just forget about the invasion that occurred. But what do I know? They seem to have changed, slightly. I mean, they forgave Tsunade even though it took part of the invasion. You could say that Orochimaru tricked them, but the old Konoha's villagers would not have cared about that. It really does not matter what they think about the issue now, does it? That may be true, but they can always cause a riot within the village to have their message heard, Jiraiya stated evenly. A strong leader would ensure to make it rain so that the raindrops could light off any fire that might have started, Naruto countered calmly. If such a thing occurred, the Hokage has to have the authority and power to get her people under control, the blonde explained his words. Tsunade was the leader of this village, she had to be able to get her people in order if they started misbehaving. If she could not, then she did not possess the necessary authority to get the job done. Jiraiya had thought that at the end, Naruto would say that if Tsunade could not do it then she should be replaced. But was surprised when the blonde did not say anything. I just hope your future wife knows what she is doing, the Sannin thought loudly. Doing what she had done would upset the council. But it was a little better now. Dansu was executed already and the remaining fools were always reminded of their place in Konoha. They would not make much noise about it. Is that all you wanted? Naruto questioned the Sannin. He wanted the man to state his business and leave him alone. Akatsuki have been active all over the elemental nations. My spy network has been able to detect some of their members crossing borders of different countries, Jiraiya stated, getting down to his other business. I would have imagined that they would try to capture Gaara again after their failed attempt, Naruto said. They could not move on to the next Baijuo without having Shukaku sealed within the Geto Mazo first. What was Obito thinking? Zetsu had not informed of this also. What was he thinking, leaving him in the dark about this piece of information? It seems that they are planning to strike soon. It will be either in Earth Country or in Lightning. Both Iwa and Kumo have 2 Jinchurikis. That seems logical. With 2 Jinchurikis, those villages pose a higher threat than any other village, Naruto stated. It mattered little to him. He had ways to subdue a Jinchuriki. You said you would handle the leader. When are you going to do that? If we deal with him soon, then Akatsuki will disperse. We will be left with dealing the rest of the pieces once the head is dealt with. The longer they waited, the more damage the Akatsuki did. The best solution was to remove the leader of the organization soon rather later. All the pieces are still moving, they have not settled down, Naruto gave a vague response. Huh? If you don't do something soon, I will. If you are in a hurry to die, sweet yourself. Perhaps Tsunade will cry for you. At this moment, Jiraiya thought of hitting Naruto. However, considering that it did not go well last time, he chose to do nothing. He decided to say something else. The Raikage feels threatened by you. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan, the Kyuubi, and anybody can suspect that you can use the Hiraishin since Minato used it. You should stay away from Kumo to avoid unnecessary tensions between Kumo and Konoha. That was all Jiraiya said before he went away. This gave Naruto a thought. Why hadn't Zetsu told him about this yet? Perhaps he saw that he already had much to deal with. Nevertheless, that was no good reason to keep some valuable intel from him. He always had Zetsu tell him everything. He was not some child that needed to be kept in the dark about certain things. Just after Jiraiya had left. Akatsuki are on the move, Zetsu stated after the Sannin, Jiraiya, had left Naruto's company. Who are they targeting? The 2 tails. Naruto stood and stretched out a bit. This was interesting. He would see what the Raikage would do after he had saved his Jinchuriki. He also needed a good warm-up. This was also a good chance to test Sasuke's strength against S-rank criminals. He had also encountered Itachi coming back to the village. This was good opportunity for Sasuke to settle things with his brother. This is good, he said. I will get Sasuke and we will be on our way. Follow us to give us directions as to where the entertainment is. Are you sure it is a good idea for you to go? The zombie brothers will bring on the entertainment. They are quite persistent and just do not die easily. It is all right, Naruto said. As long as you keep your end, there should be nothing to worry about. All you have to do is, make sure I wake up again. Death should not be the barrier, when there are means to beat it. What about Tsunade? She will want to be informed about something like this. If she is informed, it will save you from having to listen to her when you return, Zetsu stated, knowing that Tsunade would not be happy if Naruto were to just leave the village. He had done it before, but sometimes it was better to do things the wise way. You deal with it, Naruto responded, walking away from his friend. He had to find Sasuke first and then they would be on their way before it was night. Go to the hideout and get me the sword of Kusanagi, I would like to give it a test run. Uchiha compound. Sasuke had packed up everything he would need. He had not battle gear, but he was carrying a sword over his back. It was nothing special, but it was designed with a material that would allow it to conduct lightning chakra. He was attuned to the affinity. It was to his advantage to use his lightning affinity as best as he could. He looked at the stairs as he watched Naruto come down. He was wearing his armor and the gunbai was on his back. Just like last time when he left. Still, seeing those eyes of Naruto, the Mangekyo, made him feel a bit jealous for the blonde. He had not even awakened his own, but Naruto had, and it had been for a long time now. The blonde never shared his secrets though. Still, he envied the blonde. A thought hit Naruto as he was about to tell Sasuke that they should leave. Yugao. Sighing, he made a wood clone to inform her of his departure. A wood clone would not give him back the memories it gained. That was what he wanted. A cage bunshine would give him back the memories. He did not want anything unwanted to enter his mind while he was busy with his entertainment. Have you taken everything you will need? It might be gone for at most 2 weeks. After dealing with Hidan and Kakuzu, they would have to wait for Itachi to appear. It would take a few days for Sasuke to recover after battling his brother. There was also going to be mental problems that would have to be solved before returning to the village. Sasuke nodded, oblivious to Naruto's thoughts. But he was curious. They were only going to stop Akatsuki from taking a Jinchuriki. It should not take much time for the battle to end. After that, they would be returning to the village. But since Naruto has said they would be away for a few days, it means that they would take a detour upon completion of their mission. Are we going to go somewhere after fighting the Akatsuki members? He asked curiously. Naruto merely gave Sasuke a blank look before walking towards the exit of the house. Let us go. We don't have much time to waste, he said. The other Uchiha followed quickly and they made their way out of their house. They were not using slow speeds as they left. They left the village in Jounin level speed. The following day. It was just past noon and they still traveling towards the lightning country. They had left Konoha at noon the previous and had been traveling ever since. They ran for most of the nights and only stopped for breaks. Sasuke confirmed what he had always thought, Naruto was a stamina freak. Between both of them, he was the one who was quick to tire. Naruto had a gunbai strapped on his back and metal armor was worn. The armor had to add more weight to his body. But the blonde ran like it was nothing. Well, he had been used to the weight. They were already past the lightning country borders. Perhaps it was why Naruto had said they should rest for some time. It also appeared that the blonde was waiting for someone. He did not ask who it was though. Did you ever get to this part of the elemental nations during your travels with Kakashi? Naruto asked as he sat down. No, Sasuke answered. Shrugging off what he wanted to say, Naruto unsealed a bottle of water from a storage seal on his left hand. He was going into a fight very soon. It was best that his pained body was in the right condition for the battle. You should eat something. We will reach our targets shortly. When we do that, you will face off S-rank criminals. You have not done that before, the blonde said to his fellow Uchiha. Sasuke nodded and unsealed his own things. Naruto had not eaten anything ever since they left Konoha. He had only seen him drink water. It got him curious. Surely, he would be hungry if he did not eat anything for the day. He did not ask why the blonde was not eating though. He must have had good reasons to abandon food. He would not question that. Something of a plant-like man appeared. Sasuke was quickly on alert as he had never sensed the man before. But Naruto did not seem concerned by the new appearance. This got him to relax a bit. We have a problem, Naruto, Zetsu stated on a deep tone. What is it? Naruto asked, turning to face his companion. He was curious as what the problem was. From Zetsu's tone, it had to be slightly serious. Akatsuki, they are on the move on the same time. Pain has gone after the 6 tails, Itachi and Kisame have gone after the 4 and 5 tails. Tobi and his partner have gone after the 7 tails. Here, You are going after Hidan and Kakuzu, who have recently captured the two tails, Zetsu reported, surprising Sasuke at what the criminal organization had planned. That leaves only the Kyuubi, and Gyuki, and Shukaku, Naruto said, not the least alarmed by what Zetsu had informed him. What are you going to do now? Naruto sighed, it can't be helped. We will have to continue with what we are set for. I had thought that Tobi would push for something like this to happen. So the other Jinchuriki are going to be captured then? Neither of the Jinchuriki can fight their pursuers, Zetsu stated. That much was obvious. The targeted Jinchuriki also had no backup. The Raikage's brother was fairly hidden and was a strong one. Perhaps he could stand against his wannabe captures. How can you be calm about this all? Sasuke asked calmly. The Jinchuriki are going to be captured. I would think that you would not be too happy about it. Who knows what they are planning? I am not happy about it, Naruto answered Sasuke's question. Being calm helps you make decisions without rush. And there is nothing that can be done in a situation like this. He paused and looked back at Zetsu. Did you bring it? Yes, Zetsu responded as he took out the sword Naruto had requested be brought to him. The blonde held the blade for a short moment before putting it on a sash across his waist. Where are Hidan and Kakuzu? Not too far from here. They are walking at a leisurely pace, Zetsu stated. Sasuke, get your things ready. We will move out in 3 minutes, Naruto stated as he got up. Sasuke sighed, and finished his meal quickly. Later. Why do I have to carry this bitch? Hidan yelled to his partner while holding an unconscious Yugito over his shoulder. He always had to be the one to carry the goods every time. Just shut up, Hidan. The leader told us to hurry up with this and quickly return to the hideout, Kakuzu replied, seemingly annoyed by his partner's bickering. But why do I have to carry her? How long is it going to take for us to get to the damn hideout anyway? If you stop whining, we will be there shortly. However, if you continue with this nonsense, we will not get there in time. And you know how the leader is about not being on time, Kakuzu reminded in a stern tone. Seriously, why did he have to be stuck with this lunatic? His partner was loud and crazy. You are the one who always Hidan was cut off by Kakuzu. Shut up. Someone is coming. The immortal man stated in a calm tone. Hidan quickly shut up, but not before cursing Kakuzu. It was then that in a boom crashing down the ground, Naruto and Sasuke hit the ground. Their dramatic entrance caused the ground to shatter under their feet. But Sasuke's landing was more dignified other than Naruto's. He landed carefully and did not burrow much on the ground, unlike Naruto. The blonde was like a meteor crashing down on earth as he hit the ground. Who the fuck are you? Hidan yelled. The two Uchihas were surrounded by debris caused by their landing. When the debris cleared, Naruto and Sasuke could be clearly seen. The former had his hands folded across his chest while the latter stood calmly beside his fellow Uchiha. What do we have here? Kakuzu asked with a smirk on his face. Two Uchihas, the last remaining in Konoha. Naruto ignored the two in front of him for a moment as Zetsu came towards him. He narrowed his eyes. The artificial human. What is it? Itachi is coming close. If Sasuke gets into a fight here now, he won't fight Itachi at his full potential. With that, he cannot defeat his brother, Zetsu whispered just enough for Naruto to hear. This is unexpected. I did not think he would come to us now. Well, it matters not, Naruto said. He had been expecting to see Sasuke battle against S-rank criminals. However, it looks like he would have to wait. If Itachi was here, Sasuke had to preserve his strength for the fight with his brother. Itachi would surely not take it easy on him. He would go all out. That would only be fair to his younger brother. What are you going to do? Zetsu asked. Oi, are you fucking ignoring us? Hidan yelled, clearly annoyed by the fact that the two teens had the audacity to stand before them and go on to ignore them. Again, Naruto ignored the people in front of him. I guess I have no choice but to fight them myself, he said. Zetsu was not going to question that. If Naruto was going to fight them, then he would simply step back and watch. He was not going to stand in the way of Naruto and a chance to have a good dance. He had been missing those lately. It was better to allow him to fight regardless of his current condition. It would have been worrying if they did not have a solution to it, but they do have a solution. So there was no need to worry. Sasuke, Naruto said, looking at the other Uchiha on his left. You will have to sit this one out. What? Why? Now was a little surprised and a bit more angry at Naruto's words. He had him come with him just so he could watch him fight? That was unacceptable. I guess there is no point in keeping it from you, Naruto stated. You will be fighting Itachi soon. For that, you have to preserve your energy because Itachi will not take it easy on you. Sasuke was speechless and motionless for a few seconds. Did he tell you he was going to come? Naruto nodded. Go sit back. He will find us. And don't think about going after him now. He will come to you, the blonde stated in a firm tone. Sasuke did not know how to feel. Should he be happy that he was going to meet his brother and settle things? What should he do? Sit back in anticipation waiting for his traitorous brother to show up? What could he do? Slowly, he retreated away from Naruto without saying another word. Naruto walked towards the two Akatsuki members. Now then. He trailed off looking at Hidan. That man was annoying. He would not be drawn a prolonged battle with a zombie. Are you going to fight us alone? Kakuzu asked quietly. There was no mistake that this was Uchiha Naruto. He had heard of the blonde. They did discuss the blonde in their meetings. He was still skeptics about the blonde's strength. He was but a brat before his eyes. But the sharingan would prove to be a problem. Settle down, Naruto said looking towards Kakuzu. I will not fight with you both, I will only fight with you. I just have to incapacitate the nuisance first, the blonde stated, with his eyes now at Hidan. Are you calling me a nuisance? Hidan yelled. He cursed loudly and then dropped Yugito off to the ground. Kakuzu quickly walked over to get her because there was still Sasuke who was close by and that other thing. One of them could quickly grab the Jinchuriki while he was occupied with something. I am looking at you, Naruto said and then withdrew his blade, the sword of Kusanagi. He did not waste time in charging towards Hidan. The immortal Akatsuki member also rushed towards Naruto, holding his tri-blade scythe. The blonde reached him and swung his blade across Hidan's chest. The man held his scythe in front of him and blocked Naruto's strike. The weapons clashed and causing a bit of sparks to fly. Hidan attempted to overpower Naruto with power. But he realized that the blonde was not that weak. He pushed back with all his power though and pushed Naruto back. He swung his scythe towards Naruto's head in an attempt to halve his head. Naruto positioned his blade horizontal to block the attack. While still holding back. He could see that Hidan was full of openings. The man did not have any defined fighting style. He was a brawler. It was annoying to fight against such a person. The good thing was that they were unpredictable. But his sharingan quickly nullified that because it could predict the movements of his opponent. It was no fun. Added to the fact he had enough speed to react should anything unexpected happen, he found no joy in fighting a person like Hidan. That is why he had said he was not going to fight him but to simply incapacitate him. The fool was also looking straight at his eyes. It was so annoying to fight someone who could look straight into his eyes. Genjutsu was easy to use given a situation like that. He had previously avoided using genjutsu while fighting. It made things a lot easy. And there was no avoiding it as long as he had direct contact with an opponent. His eyes spun slowly for a moment as he caught Hidan in his genjutsu. It would only last for a few seconds. But that was what he wanted. While the Akatsuki member was inside his genjutsu, his grip over his scythe weakened causing Naruto to push back and make Hidan lose his balance. He jumped up and performed a roundhouse kick hitting his opponent. The man was sent sailing backwards along with his scythe that was firmly on his hand. Naruto disappeared in a burst of speed and appeared behind Hidan. He kicked the man on the back while he was still carried by the momentum of being kicked first by him. The kick sent the man crashing down the ground a small boom. Kakuzu shook his head. He knew that Hidan had been temporarily caught in a genjutsu. He doubted that the man even noticed it. Knowing the fool, he might not have been aware of it. He would only show surprise upon being told about it. Fuck. Hidan cursed as he got up from the ground. He was unhurt by Naruto's attack. He dusted the debris of his cloak and then glared at Naruto. He threw his scythe at the blonde. The scythe had a chain locked on the grip. He held it by its chain as he threw it at his opponent. The scythe went fast towards Naruto, but the blonde was ready for it. He jumped up to the other side dodging the thrown scythe. Hidan retrieved it and then threw it at him again. But the results was the same, Naruto dodged it skillfully. When the scythe was on the ground after missing him, but stabbed his blade on the ground through one of the holes on the scythe. When Hidan tried to retrieve it, it was stuck as Naruto's blade was holding it. The man cursed loudly as he tried pulling it towards him. Naruto smiled slightly. The man was occupied with trying to retrieve his scythe and forgetting about him. It was all right, just what he wanted. He held a tiger seal, Kaden, Gukakyu no Jutsu, he said, releasing a fireball. The intense fireball glared dangerously Hidan and sped towards him. The man had no speed to dodge it. Or it seemed that he did not even try to dodge it. The fireball hit Hidan dead on. Curses could be heard when the flames seemed to be consuming him before they finally died down. The man was left burned, but his was still standing. Fuck. That hurt. Ho? Your skin is tough, Naruto stated. He knew then man had a tough skin. He expected something like that to happen. Hidan finally pulled back his scythe, but not before Naruto could retrieve the sword of Kusanagi. He charged at Naruto foolishly and attempted so many fast swings at Naruto. All of which Naruto dodged and blocked skillfully. But Hidan was relentless in his strikes. He was not going to give time to rest, not that Naruto needed it. Finally growing tired, Naruto leapt away from Hidan. While still in flight, he put his blade back on its sash, and then he went through hand seals. Futon, Daitapa, he released gusts of winds that sped towards Hidan. He had put just enough power behind the jutsu to do what he wanted. The wind jutsu hit the Akatsuki member dead on and sent him sailing. Just as Naruto was about to land on the ground, he disappeared in a blur on some impressive speed. Normal eyes could not have caught his movements clearly unless trained. He sped past Hidan, who was still being carried by the momentum on his wind jutsu. The man was not fast enough to get his balance to face him, hence Naruto was able to kick him hard on his back. Hidan was sent flying away and crashed to the ground. Naruto landed on the ground nicely and held out his right hand as Hidan was standing up. Son of a bitch. The foul-mouthed immortal yelled. Kaden, Rasengan, Naruto said as a small ball of swirling flames formed on his right palm. It was time to test his jutsu. Without wasting time, he rushed towards Hidan, who too charged towards him. Naruto made it important to time everything just right. If not, he would be cut. Hidan pressed his scythe towards Naruto's head. The blonde tilted his head slightly to avoid the weapon before ducking under it. This gave him the opening he wanted. He hit Hidan on the gut with the newly created jutsu. The jutsu sent Hidan flying away. Naruto reclaimed his posture quickly. And was able to hear Kakuzu, that idiot. He is slow, he paused for a moment. I guess I have no choice but to get involved. Hidan also heard this. No, you are not. He is mine, I want to sacrifice him. The man yelled, getting up quickly like nothing had happened. There was a gaping hole on his stomach. It was not big, but a hole nonetheless. Naruto's jutsu had burned through his flesh. Look at you. Now I will have to patch you up. Kakuzu yelled back at his partner. If you don't want me to get involved, become a bit serious. I don't want to keep the leader waiting. Fine. I will take this serious. But you will not be taking away my sacrifice. Serious? Naruto muttered loud enough for both Kakuzu and Hidan to hear him. It does not matter whether he is serious or not. He is incompetent. A mere child can process things better than he can. He has the fighting skills of a Genin. The only reason he is labeled S rank is because of his immortality, Naruto said, going through hand seals. Both Hidan and Kakuzu were in target. But Hidan was his located target. The other immortal could escape his jutsu's range. Fire release, majestic flame destroyer. The sea of flames washed over towards Hidan, who simply stood still. It was impossible to escape for someone like him. He could not escape the range of the jutsu. Kurasu's yells for him to get out of the way fell into deaf ears. Even Kakuzu himself could not bring himself to try save his partner. It would be suicide on his part. Chapter 23. If he attempted to save him, he too would be caught in the wave of those intense flames. The jutsu Naruto had released was not normal. It was beyond any fire jutsu he had seen. Its flames were so hot that he could feel them smothering his skin even when he was a bit of a distance away from them. Right now, he could only curse his luck. He was not expecting the brat to throw a big jutsu like that. But he knew that it would take more than that to kill Hidan. The said man was consumed by the majestic flames that covered a wide distance. His pitiful screams and curses could be heard for a moment before they finally died down, but the flames still continued to burn. Naruto simply stood still as he waited. The debris and flames finally died down and Hidan was revealed. He was pure black with burns all over his body. His mouth was wide open and eyes wide. Perhaps it had been because of the pain caused by the intense flames. Those majestic flames could turn anyone into ash. The pain must have been too much for him to handle. If those flames could turn someone into flesh, How much pain did they inflict to the foul-mouthed shinobi? It was obvious that a part of his outer skin had been burned beyond repair. He was left naked with his scythe on the ground after having let it go. He could not have continued holding it after it had caught the flames. It had been like heat itself. It would have burned through his skin should he have continued holding it. His legs were shaking, but he was still alive, very much alive, despite his pitiful condition. Kakuzu cursed. He did not think that those flames would do that damage to Hidan. But he was not dead. He just was not sure if he could continue to fight in that state. He was brought out of his thoughts when Naruto started to charge towards Hidan with his blade in hand. Shit, he cursed and moved to intercept the blonde before he could reach his foul-mouthed partner. He appeared in front of the blonde, but before he could do anything, someone else appeared. "You are in the way," Sasuke said with his sharingan blazing dimly. He swung his right foot in the air and it connected with Kakuzu's face. The man had not been expecting to suddenly appear. The kick sent the S-rank criminal flying away from Naruto. This cleared the way for Naruto to continue with his match towards Hidan. How impatient, Naruto thought. The only reason Sasuke felt the need to get involved was because he wanted him to finish things quickly. If they finished things quickly, they could go after Itachi before he comes to them. Naruto shook his head. He had told his fellow Uchiha that Itachi would come to them. I guess it can't be helped, he thought. Amaterasu, the jet black flames ignited around Hidan. At that time, he seemed to have recovered from his earlier pain as his mouth was no longer gaping. Naruto also heard a curse from the man as the flames ignited on the man. There were no flames than that burned that this one. Amaterasu was the strongest cat in jutsu. And so, it was another torture for the Akatsuki member. Naruto did not care how much pain the man felt. If possible, he would make him feel a lot more pain than he was already feeling. Naruto moved quickly towards Hidan. Kakuzu sensed what was going to happen. "Hidan, look out." Before Hidan could even take note of those words, Naruto's blade had already separated his head from his neck. Hidan's head fell on the ground along with his body. The flames still continued to burn while Hidan released pained curses. The blonde ignored them though. Naruto looked at Sasuke. "Throw me a kunai," he said. The Uchiha was still standing, guarding Kakuzu so that he could not make a move to interrupt his little workout with Hidan. Sasuke threw a kunai at Naruto without a word said. The blonde then caught it and drove it through Hidan's jaw. It was a brutal act, but none of the man cringed. "This should keep him quiet," Naruto said before kicking Hidan's head away from him. He kicked it a distance away from the clearing. Someone would find him some other day. That is, unless Zetsu finds the head and consumes it. No, that was impossible. Forgetting that the black flames would consume it slowly. Naruto then turned to face Kakuzu. He walked away from the rest of Hidan's body. He looked the other way as Zetsu spoke. "You could have used Tsukiyomi the first time he looked into your eyes. Or you use Amaterasu from the beginning." He paused for a moment, grinning. "If I did not know any better, I would say that you did not do it because you wanted to test how long his body would last after what you put it through. But you don't know me better. So I had other reasons of prolonging this little play," Naruto said, walking towards Kakuzu, his next opponent. Sasuke, seeing that Naruto was done with Hidan, jumped away from the way. The blonde was now going to deal with Kakuzu. All he could do was watch and wish for him to finish it quickly. He wanted this done quickly so he could go after his brother and deal with him. If he knew where the man was, he would have left already instead of waiting for Naruto. But he knew that even if he begged, Naruto would not tell him where Itachi was. Kakuzu still had Yugito with him, but things were not looking any better for him. 2 Sharingan users were a bit too much, even though it seemed that only one wanted to fight. But it is obvious that the other would intervene at any moment should there be a need for that. He could not run now. He could never make it away from the two. Naruto was fast, and so was Sasuke. He just had to stand and fight. But he could not fight while protecting Yugito. He cursed. He was in a tight spot. "Now then," Naruto stated, looking straight at Kakuzu. "It is time for the main dance," he said. There was blood dripping down on his footwear. He held out his right hand and allowed the blood to fall on his hand. It was his own blood. There was no mistake about it. And it was coming from his mouth. He had not fought for that long. Looking at his blood, his vision was a little blurry. But he could see, just not the way he normally sees things. Perhaps it was because of his use of an S-rank jutsu. His body always acted that way whenever he used an S-rank jutsu. "Shit," Zetsu cursed silently. He did not think that Naruto's body would be giving up at this time. The blonde had said that his problem was unpredictable. Well, at least Naruto was still standing. He would have to finish things off quickly with Kakuzu before using more chakra than he has already. If he could do that, it would not create a problem that would need to be solved quickly. Kakuzu smiled as he saw Naruto bleeding from his mouth. He does not know what actually happened to him. But it looks like that idiot managed to do some damage after all. He did not actually see what happened, but it was to his advantage that the blonde seemed hurt. Still looking straight at the blonde's face, he could have frowned. It was just blank, like he was not worried about anything. Since when was it healthy for someone to bleed from their mouth? Bleeding from the mouth meant that one was hurt internally. That was never a good thing. But yet the blonde did not look at all concerned about his health. Perhaps it was nothing serious. Naruto wiped the blood off his mouth. But it still continued to leak out, forcing him to spit it out. Surprisingly, his body was not at all in that much of pain. He was feeling a slight headache. But it did not seem to be anything serious. He could still go on with this dance. His body had not yet given up on him. It still wanted to continue serving him. He would make good use of it. But this was not necessarily the end. It just meant that his body was telling him that his medicine was struggling to hold off the virus inside his body. It mattered not anyway. He could have it fixed. He looked at Kakuzu with his impassive expression kept. Put the woman down so we can begin with this dance. I will not move after her, neither will those who I am with, that is until each of your hearts are no longer okay, Naruto stated, loud enough for Kakuzu to hear him. The man scoffed. I don't see shinobi keeping their word. I have lived long enough to know that shinobi are liars. I have lived so far with this principle, never take the word of a shinobi, he stated. But I don't have much of a choice. If I run, you will eventually catch me. If I stay and fight, there is a good chance that I can kill both of you brats and deliver the Jinchuriki. Well, since you are a Jinchuriki, I am not supposed to kill you. Do you think you can defeat me? Naruto asked quietly, looking straight at the man who has been alive for many years. He has been alive ever since the days of Madara and Hashirama. Those were many years, and yet the man was alive and well. That sharingan might prove to be a nuisance, but... He trailed off when he saw Naruto raise his hand. Yugito there managed to switch off the lights in 2 of your hearts. That leaves you with 3 hearts, correct? Zetsu had observed everything that had happened during the capturing of Yugito and had informed him of it. He wanted the man to know that he already knew of his condition, so not to give him false hope. He could have hoped with his own sheer arrogance. Kakuzu's eyes widened slightly at hearing the blonde's words. How could he have known that? He had not even got the chance to replace the hearts he lost during the fight with the 2 tails Jinchuriki. After the battle, he and Hidan had only chosen to return to base because they were told not to waste time upon getting hold of their target. He was not expecting something like this to happen. This also meant that the blonde knew of his ability. It was not good at all. How do you know that? He asked out of curiosity other than anything else. I have my eyes everywhere, Naruto replied. Now put the woman down so we can begin. We have spoken enough. I might lose my patience and lay waste to this ground. Kakuzu did not have any choice at all. Hidan was incapacitated for now. He could not get his head and try to sew him back together. There were also the black flames that were consuming his body. Those were not normal flames, and if they continued like that, there would be nothing left of Hidan's body. So all in all, his partner was dead. Those black flames could not be extinguished. Once you were caught in them, it was all over unless you cut that part of your body off. Finally giving in, Kakuzu disappeared from his spot to a distance away. He placed Yugito's unconscious body on the ground. If he was going to leave with her, then he would have to get through the 2 Sharingan users first. It was a bothersome task, but he would have to endure. Another blur and Kakuzu was back close to Naruto. The blonde Uchiha did not say anything. He simply disappeared in a burst of speed. The speed was surprisingly fast. Sasuke had his Sharingan activated, keeping track. He could never forget, Naruto was extremely fast even when they were genins. He could go with Kakashi in a taijutsu battle, and at that time, he was not even using his Sharingan, he was merely using pure taijutsu. So the speed Naruto showcased was not surprise to him, he had seen something like it before. He too was pretty fast. But Naruto was faster. It was because from young age Naruto had trained physically to increase his speed. He was only obsessed with ninjutsu and taijutsu. Kakuzu got into a stance, as Naruto sped towards him. He held out both his hands together, readying himself for anything the blonde might throw at him. His opponent appeared in front of him with his right fist poised to hit his face. He saw it all the way and moved faster, helped by his experience in battle, to dodge the punch aimed at his head. He felt the wind pass with the fist as it missed its target. He felt relieved that it did not hit him. Had it done that, he would have been sent flying away. Naruto did not stop with one punch only. He swung his left hand attempting a left hook at the Akatsuki member. This time, Kakuzu did not dodge the punch, he simply blocked it with his right hand. He then attempted to headbutt the blonde, but Naruto leaned back to avoid the attempt to smack him on the head. He stood in a position that would need one to be flexible. His position seemed to be what Kakuzu wanted as the man quickly spun around and raised his right foot. He sent it crashing towards Naruto. The back of his foot was going straight at the blonde's chest. Still in his bended position, Naruto held out both his hands to catch Kakuzu's kick. Once he caught it, he seemed that he was losing his balance. But he did not let go of Kakuzu's leg. While on the momentum of going down because of the force of Kakuzu's attempted kick, Naruto swiftly positioned his feet to allow him to turn around along with his opponent. He managed to drag the man along with him. This of course made it easy for him to spin around. Kakuzu had not been expecting the blonde to actually have the power to do something like this. Naruto released him and he flew away backwards. Once the momentum no longer carried him, he got his balance and flipped once before landing gracefully on the ground. He was forced into defense again as Naruto appeared spinning in front of him. The blonde attempted a spinning kick that would hit his temple, but Kakuzu was far more experienced for something like that to hit him. He brought out both his hands, attempted to block the kick, a mistake on his part. He was underestimating Naruto's physical prowess. Many people did that, but Naruto's body had been trained physically from a young age. His younger days were spent being taught taijutsu before he got to ninjutsu. The kick had much more power than Kakuzu had anticipated, hence he was pushed back and caused to lose his balance. He was like falling down with his back, but Naruto reacted quicker and got down to the ground. He spun around and attempted to leg sweep. But when his foot hit Kakuzu, it felt like he had hit a rock, hence the standstill. The kick colliding with Kakuzu's feet caused the ground under the man's feet to shatter. Naruto had not been expecting something like that to occur. He was forced into defense when Kakuzu got his balance and went down towards him. The blonde was still on the ground. He drove his right hand towards Naruto's gut. He had a grin on his face thinking that he had got him. But Naruto was not out, yet. He managed to form a hasty defense with his hands. With nothing to balance himself with, and along with Kakuzu's punch, Naruto was forced to hit the ground with his back. The Akatsuki member attempted to take advantage of it by jumping into mid-air. He then fell down attempting to stomp on Naruto with both his feel. But Naruto was not about to be hit. He quickly grabbed his gunbai and placed it in front of him. So when Kakuzu's feet looked to hit him, they hit his gunbai, shielding him from any damage. But still, the force of the attack compelled his body to burrow into the ground, but without any injuries nonetheless. Kakuzu jumped away from Naruto when he noticed that he was dangerously close to being caught in a genjutsu as the blonde's eyes almost locked with his. It was a dangerous thing to stare into the sharingan in a battle. I should be careful next time, he thought. Naruto got up and dusted his armor before placing his gunbai on his back again. I see, you hardened your skin just when I was about to make contact with you. That is why you stood your ground and were able to get the advantage for a moment, the blonde stated looking straight at Kakuzu. You are highly observant for a brat, the man stated with a small smile. So the rumors are quite true about you. Your taijutsu is impressive. I thought by now I would have landed a meaningful hit, the man seemed to sigh at his words. He then looked at Sasuke was watching along with Zetsu. It did not seem like he was not going to get involved anytime soon. So far the blonde was handling himself well and had already incapacitated Hidan. Well, the man was an idiot and would have probably held him back anyway. But in a case like this, his immortality was truly useful. He had 3 hearts left and potentially 3 enemies to fight. This was not good at all. Don't worry about them. Focus on me or you might lose a heart easily, Naruto stated, charging towards the Akatsuki member. Kakuzu cursed again. He was left with the earth, water and lightning hearts. The other 2 had been destroyed by Yugito after she had transformed into the 2 tails. The blonde was reminding him each time that he had 3 hearts left. Why could he not just keep his mouth shut and allow him to focus on the battle? The man got ready for Naruto as he neared him. The blonde reached him within seconds and threw his right punch straight at him. Seeing the punch, Kakuzu brought out both his hands to form a shield to block the punch. Naruto's powerful punch caught up with his defense. Damn, he really does hit hard, Kakuzu thought silently. There was much more power behind Naruto's strikes. He could have never thought that the blonde could produce that much power. Well, they had been warned by Tobi about the blonde. Naruto, seeing that his attempt for a punch his opponent was blocked, he spun around and attempted to kick him on his temple. But Kakuzu ducked under the kick, dodging it. He ducked under by quickly getting on his knees. Since Naruto was still carried by the momentum of his attempted kick, he reacted quickly in trying to gut the blonde, but Naruto was even quicker. He caught the punch with his left hand, he barely held it though. To compensate for this, he held a single hand seal as if he was preparing to release a jutsu at a close range. Kakuzu widened his eyes knowing that should Naruto release a jutsu, he would be caught within its range. He quickly leapt away from the blonde, so to make a distance between them. He was surprised when Naruto did nothing. I was not going to release a jutsu, Naruto said, confirming Kakuzu's thoughts. I just wanted to see if you were brave enough to take a jutsu head, and you were dangerously close to me. Sasuke's sweat dropped at this. Naruto's right hand was free. If he wanted Kakuzu to go away from him, he could have just punched him. He had the speed and reflexes to achieve that feat. And who would take a jutsu head-on if they could avoid it? A jutsu could kill. Standing up to take it would be like standing in the path of a spear. The thing was sharp, and when thrown like a projectile, it could pierce through your flesh, and probably kill you if it does not wound you fatally. Kakuzu could not actually believe he fell for a cheap trick like that. But not many shinobi did tricks like that. He did not think that the blonde could do such a thing. But in all truth, he was very close to the blonde. A single mistake and he would have gotten a hit on the blonde. Naruto knew that, probably why he did the trick to get him away. Despite it being a cheap trick, it did its job. Kakuzu did not want to throw in his masks at this time, he wanted to preserve them. He did not want any of them destroyed while he was still had another Uchiha to go through. But Naruto was the bigger threat. As far as intel and Akatsuki there was, Sasuke did not have the Mangekyo Sharingan. All logic pointed that Naruto was the dangerous one. So he was sort of glad he was going through the blonde first. After that, he could then go after Sasuke. The other one seemed to be weak. But you could never know. I think it's your turn to dance for me, Naruto said, inviting Kakuzu to attack him. He had been the one to engage their previous encounters, so it was now his opponent's turn to come at him. Naruto, hurry it up, Sasuke said rather loudly. His Sharingan was still activated. He wanted the blonde to hurry it and finish his fight. But the blonde did not seem to be in a hurry for anything. If anything, he seemed to like savoring the battle. He did not rush things, instead, he took things slowly. Naruto looked at Sasuke shaking his head. Don't rush me, child, Naruto stated sternly. It was the first time he had ever called Sasuke a child. But he was acting like one, hence he called him one. By the look the Uchiha gave him, Naruto knew Sasuke was not listening to him. Again, he shook his head. What an impatient child, hurrying things. Kakuzu decided to take advantage of the fact that Naruto had taken his eyes off him. It was a basic shinobi rule, never take your eyes of your opponent. But Naruto had done just that. He would use the chance to get an upper hand on the battle, which seems to be now on even ground. He rushed towards Naruto with a kunai in hand. He held a weapon firmly with his right hand. Naruto turned around to face the incoming Kakuzu. The man was coming pretty fast towards him, but he still had his Sharingan and very good reflexes. He quickly brought out his blade and held it firmly in front of him. He parried Kakuzu's kunai with the sword of Kusanagi. Kakuzu attempted to pierce Naruto again with the kunai after it was being blocked. He tried 2 times again, but each time Naruto blocked his attempts. Getting tired of it, Naruto then swung his blade towards his opponent. Kakuzu tried blocking the swing with his kunai, but Naruto's blade cut through it. The sword never slowed down as it came towards his head. He managed to move back slightly to avoid being cut across his face. After that, he jumped back to create some space between him and the blonde. You are an old man. You should know that you cannot bring a knife in a sword fight, Naruto stated, giving the Akatsuki member a bit of a lesson. Kakuzu seemed to shrug in response. He was not going to take lessons from the blonde. It was also not the right time to respond to such a thing. It was still amusing that the blonde just called a kunai a knife though. But he was not going to show the amusing part of Naruto's words. He still had to deliver Yugito to the leader to have her Baijuu extracted from her. It was good that neither of Naruto's companions had seemed to move for her. In fact, none had even looked at her. It was like they did not even care about her. So he felt obliged to question. You don't seem to be too bothered by the Jinchuriki. Your eyes have never been at her, are you perhaps not even concerned for her? If not concerned, you would request that we postpone this little party because you can't dance freely. Is that not so? Naruto stated, knowing that the man would suggest something like that. They have only been doing warm-ups only. Kakuzu remained silent for a moment, but before he could respond. No, that will not happen. You are not leaving this place. Perhaps, I might even get a chance to test my new jutsu with you, you make quite a fine specimen. Kakuzu did not like being referred to as a specimen. That was damning to being called something like that. But he was experienced in this kind of things. He would not lose his cool over the words of his opponent. It did not look like the blonde had said those words just to rile him up though. It looked like he was just expressing his thoughts. He seemed to do that very much often. Never mind that, he had to take the blonde down. It is time to get this dance to the main floor, wouldn't you say, Kakuzu? Naruto stated as his orange Susanoo came to life for a moment. But it quickly disappeared again as it appeared. The blonde stayed impassive as if he had just deactivated it. He seemed not to be concerned about it. Kakuzu did not pay much mind to it. He lunged towards Naruto in great speed, trying to engage the blonde in another taijutsu battle. As soon as he reached the blonde, he swung his right foot towards the blonde, with as much power as he could. Naruto did the same and the two kicks collided in mid-air. They held each other on a standstill as they attempted to dominate the other. Naruto was first to retrieve his leg back, followed soon by his opponent. After that, they exchanged a few blows, but neither got any hit on the opponent. The battle lasted for a short period of time before Kakuzu leapt away from the blonde. He wanted to increase the numbers. He just hoped that his mask did the job for him. It would be a tragedy if he lost another heart without delivering much damage to the blonde, while there were still two more enemies to kill before delivering his catch to the leader. From his back, a black being with a mask came out. He released suit and mask. The mask had his water release heart. The mask disappeared in a black blur. But Naruto seemed not to mind it. In fact, he only narrowed his eyes at it once, before looking back at him. Kakuzu took around kunai before throwing it towards Naruto. He did hand seals, ninpu, kunai kage bunshin no jutsu. He yelled as the kunai multiplied in numbers. They became a lot more and rushed towards Naruto, looking to pierce through his armor. Diversion, Naruto thought, gripping his gun by. Well then, I should go with it and see what is planned. He wanted to use a barrier to block the projectiles, but his eyes noticed something with the kunais. They had explosives in them. He decided to change tactics and swung the gun by in front of him. It released a powerful gust of wind that sped towards the kunais. Just as the kunai were about to hit with the gusts of wind released by Naruto, the explosive tags ignited and started a chain of explosion. Naruto jumped back slightly to avoid being caught within the explosion. The sight of the explosion would have been beautiful if it was his Susanoo making the fireworks. The level of fireworks the explosive tags had made was not enough to satisfy him. He could make explosives that could shake the very ground they stood in. He was quickly forced to turn around as a water gun was flying towards him. Since he was holding his gun by, he decided to make use of it. The water gun drew closer to him and was about to collide with him. He held his gun by in front of him. Gun by barrier, he uttered as he channeled chakra throughout the weapon. An orange barrier formed in front of him, shielding him from the water jutsu flying towards him. He was not given time to settle though. Kakuzu came from behind him quickly. His barrier only protected him from the front, not from behind. He guessed that was what the man had been planning to do. If he bring his gun by to his back and stop the barrier, the water jutsu would hit him. But if he holds on to his barrier, Kakuzu would hit him hard. Either way he was screwed. But, I am a little hot, I guess I can let the water cool me down, he thought. He swiftly dropped his barrier and spun around with his gun by to block a flying kick from his opponent. The mask increased the pressure on the water bullet, no perhaps did another jutsu. The water increased speed and power. They hit Naruto on his back hard and sent him flying away before Kakuzu could kick him. When the water stopped carrying him, Naruto flipped several times before hitting the ground with his feet. I got a little bit excited about the fireworks and forgot about your strategy, Naruto stated, putting back his gun by on its resting place. Sasuke shook his head. Naruto was fooling around, they would not go to Itachi soon. He sighed, perhaps he was being impatient. Naruto wanted to have some fun, it was best to allow him to enjoy himself as much as he could. It looked like there was also nothing he could do to get the blonde to hurry things with his dance with Kakuzu. Kakuzu refused to comment. Both he and his mask charged towards Naruto. They would tag team now and see how the blonde would do against two. So far, he had fared well against one, it was now best to see how he would fare against two. This would also give him the advantage he would need to land a meaningful hit at the blonde. His last water jutsu seemed to have been just shrugged off like it was nothing. It did nothing but shower the blonde. Seeing the two coming, Naruto held a hand seal. He gathered chakra before releasing his jutsu. Kaden, Ryu and Huka no Jutsu, he said before releasing fire dragon heads that charged towards Kakuzu. He was targeting the real thing instead of the mask. Kakuzu interested him more than the mask. Seeing that he could not dodge the jutsu, Kakuzu stopped on his tracks and went through hand seals before slamming them to the ground. Doton, Doryuki no Jutsu. He yelled as a wall sprouted off from the ground and surrounded him. Naruto's Kaden jutsu hit his wall but failed to prevail. His wall stood still after the assault. He was just glad that Naruto had not thrown a stronger jutsu. If he had done that, his defense would not have held up. Naruto was forced to jump away from his sport as the mask fired a water jutsu towards him. The jutsu was a small water dragon. It was not able to make a bigger one for the lack of a water source. After dodging the water dragon, the blonde landed a few feet away from the path of the jutsu. He then went through his own hand seals. Kaden, Ryuka no Jutsu, he said, releasing some intense flames that roared towards the mask. The mask then released its own jutsu to stop Naruto's own. It released a large stream of water from its mouth. The water then collided with Naruto's breath of flames. The blonde did not let go of his jutsu, he still kept it trying to see which would prevail. Kakuzu was right on his tail while still on that. He appeared sideways near him and kicked him. Naruto had been unable to react quickly to the kick because his attention was somewhere else. The kick sent him flying away, but he quickly recovered and flipped several times before landing on the ground. Just then, he was forced to bring out his hands to block a kick from Kakuzu. His attempt was not powerful enough to break through his defense. Kakuzu tried again to kick Naruto, but the blonde blocked his attempt. Kakuzu witnessed something with the blonde, he was bleeding from his mouth again. That could not have been caused by his kick, could it? He jumped away from the blonde, allowing his mask to attack the blonde. The mask came right from behind in an attempt to hit him. Naruto growing tired of it, he spun around swiftly and his gun by in hand. The mask was not expecting him to react so quickly. He batted the mask away from him with the face of his gun by. He shook his head for a moment. It was giving him some troubles, but it was nothing he could not handle. He strapped it again, on his back. Without pausing to do anything, he rushed towards the mask. While on the way, he went through hand seals, futon, Furyudan no Jutsu, he said, releasing a glaring dragon that charged towards the mask. The target then attempted to speed away for the path of the jutsu to avoid being hit. But Naruto controlled his jutsu well and it continued to move towards the mask. On the way it hit some trees chopping them down, but it never stopped on its path to devour the target. Kakuzu realized that even if his mask did a water dragon, it would not be enough to stop the water dragon. Naruto's wind was strong, he could feel it. He had no choice but to intervene. He was not going to lose his mask that cheaply. He dashed towards Naruto forming a set of hand seals, Raiten, John. He yelled with his mouth wide open. He shot a laser beam of electricity towards the blonde was still occupied with controlling his wind jutsu. Naruto narrowed his eyes at Kakuzu without losing focus on his wind jutsu. False darkness was really fast and often made it difficult for one to dodge. But it was not impossible. He let go of his jutsu and jumped up before flipping while still in flight. When he was about to land on the ground, Kakuzu was right at him. The man had not stopped charging at him after releasing his lightning jutsu. He was able to get to the blonde before he could balance himself correctly. Kakuzu delivered a hard kick to the gut on the blonde. Naruto had thought the kick would not do anything damage to him because of his armor. But he was proved wrong when he actually felt the hit. It hurt really bad and forced more blood out of his mouth. The attacker had a smirk on his face. It appears that he had gotten him. He had hardened his body before attacking, knowing that a normal kick would not do much damage because of the armor the blonde was wearing. With that, he had to improvise. Hardening his body would give him much more power, but also slow him down. But that was not a problem because of Naruto's position. While the blonde was still dazed from his kick, he spun around and delivered another kick to the blonde on the temple. Naruto winced at the hit. His head was already giving him troubles. The kick picked up Naruto from the ground and sent him crashing towards the trees without balance. While was still being carried by the momentum, the mask appeared behind him and short and water dragon straight at him. The jutsu hit him dead on and sent him back towards Kakuzu, who seemed to have been waiting for him. He was not able to get his balance in time. Kakuzu smacked him on the back with a hard kick, but before he could be sent flying, the man grabbed him by his leg and spun around with him before sending him flying away. The mask appeared above him and short and water bullet at him that was to send him crashing down the ground. Kakuzu also added to the attack by going through hand seals. Doton, Doryudan no Jutsu. He yelled as the two jutsus sped towards Naruto, one from upwards, and one from the side. Both jutsus seemed to hit him dead on and before sending him crashing towards the ground. Debris picked up from the crash, and after it died down, Naruto was seen standing still with an orange rib cage surrounding him. It was painful as hell, keeping even a small portion of his Susanoo standing. But he had to endure. He was even thinking of releasing a complete Susanoo. But at this stage, it might kill him. It did not matter anyway. He walked slowly towards Kakuzu and his clone. He deactivated his Susanoo. Kakuzu seemed to curse his luck at seeing Naruto's defense. "You have played enough," Naruto stated, looking straight at the mask. Kakuzu did not understand what the blonde meant. Naruto closed his right eye and pointed at the mask. Amaterasu, the mask then became engulfed in black flames. It was not all that clear because the thing's body was also pure black except for its mask. Naruto then began to walk slowly towards the mask to finish it up. But Kakuzu had other ideas. He attempted to delay the blonde by running towards him. "Again, Amaterasu," Naruto said, setting Kakuzu's right arm ablaze with black flames. The man suppressed a shriek. The flames were indestructible. He had only one choice in the matter: cut off his arm. While he was still busy with those kinds of thoughts, Naruto went towards the mask with his blade in hand. He moved swiftly and cut it in half before its mask shattered, signaling its death. Kakuzu released his black threads because he now only had one arm. He could not fight on the same ground as the blonde. And so far he had the upper hand on the blonde. With just one use of those cursed eyes abilities, his mask was gone and he was left with only a single hand. Those eyes were indeed troublesome. But he could still win the battle. He charged towards Naruto with his threads rushing before him. They looked ahead to pierce the blonde. But Naruto brought out his gunbai to block the threads. Still he was pushed back by the threads. Kakuzu retrieved his threads before sending them towards Naruto. This time they were rushing towards Naruto in some insane speeds. Had it not been for his gunbai and armor, the threads would have left the blonde with holes on his body. As he did the first time, Naruto used his gunbai as a shield. But the speed and power of the threads this time forced him back along with his gunbai. This could prove troublesome, Naruto stated, knowing that he could not effectively hit Kakuzu while those threads were still around. He had no way of cutting them off. He could force Kakuzu to cut them off by setting them ablaze with Amaterasu. But he decided not to. A one-armed Kakuzu cursed himself and his luck. But things went bad as he thought they were. Naruto's Susanoo suddenly came to life. This time it was big and standing on its feet. Naruto was standing behind it with an impassive blood-covered face. Again, Kakuzu cursed as he extended his black threads. He was not going to release another mask again. It would also be killed again. And now he only had 2 hearts remaining. This was not going good for him at all. How could he go against a Susanoo? It has to have some kind of weakness, he thought. The Susanoo took some giant steps towards him as both its hands got hold of black blades. It quickly swung its blade towards him, but he dodged the swing. The blade crashed into the ground, creating a crater. Before Kakuzu could do anything else, the other blade was right at him again. He brought out his threads to shield him. But the force of the attack was too powerful. It sent him flying away and he crashed into the trees. But he was not hurt. His skin was hardened and the threads added more protection to his body. The Susanoo then fused its blades before swinging it. It released a wave of energy that sped towards Kakuzu like an energy blade. The man quickly jumped up to avoid being cut in half by the attack. It was no doubt powerful. Some of his threads went so lucky as they got cut. He observed the technique as it continued to march on forward. The way it was going was the place he had placed Yugito's unconscious body, but he was not seeing her anywhere. He figured they must have taken her out of the way. He sighed in relief when he saw the technique Naruto released cut through a number of trees before finally dying down. The technique was repeated again. This time it was a lot faster than before. He quickly hardened himself to the limit and covered his entire body with his threads. The beam then hit him around his waist level. But his body was dealt no harm though. The technique merely cut his threads in half. When it reached his body, its power was already reduced and there was a fact that he had hardened his skin to avoid being cut in half. His eyes widened though, when suddenly the giant Susanoo's right arm was at him. It was formed into a large fist that slammed him down the ground. He was picked up again by the Susanoo. He was then hurled down the ground and crashed down like a bullet and formed a large crater. But the Susanoo did not stop there. Another fist pummeled him down while he was still on the ground. Still his body held on. But when the Susanoo joined both its hands together and formed one big fist, he could no longer hold on to his technique. Kakuzu felt as though every bone in body had been crushed. The pain he felt was unlike anything. It was like he had been hammered. Regardless how you look at it, it seemed that way, literally. The Susanoo then picked him up and was about to crush him when it suddenly dispersed, allowing his body to hit the ground. His legs were shaking, he was badly hurt and he was bleeding from his mouth. Had he not hardened his body, he would have been broken. The Susanoo had disappeared because Naruto was on his knees. He was coughing up a lot of blood. His Susanoo acted like before he had his eternal Mangekyo. But it hurt a lot more. The strain on his body was causing it to fail. His EMS was also no longer active. The eyes were just the normal sharingan. He was losing power more quickly than he thought he would. But the damage to Kakuzu was already done by his Susanoo. Does this happen every time? Sasuke asked, looking at Naruto. He was a bit concerned for the blonde. He did not look healthy at all. It could not be good if he was not healthy. Zetsu remained quiet and simply watched. Although this may not kill Naruto, it would weaken him greatly. He was not about to have that under his watch. By some strong will, Naruto stood up even though every part of his body was screaming for him to stand down. Kakuzu was still down. He had time to test his jutsu. In his current condition, he could not quite make the jutsu on his own. He created a clone and formed a Rasengan on his right palm. The clone then began adding wind chakra into the Rasengan, giving it another shape. Soon a screeching yell from the jutsu echoed throughout the clearing. The jutsu Naruto had now was making the noise as its four blades spun around furiously. The clone disappeared in a puff of smoke. Then Naruto took a few steps towards Kakuzu, who was attempting to stand up. He knew from the screech the jutsu Naruto had was no ordinary jutsu. It could seriously do him bad. Naruto was about to throw the jutsu when it suddenly disappeared. He could no longer maintain that kind of power. Kakuzu felt relieved seeing this happen. Naruto created 3 clones and gave them much of his remaining chakra. He was only left with chakra to allow him to live. This, of course, caused his eyes to return to normal. The clones formed the jutsu again before 2 of the holding the jutsu charged at Kakuzu. The man thought the jutsu would not be thrown at him. But he was shocked when the clones suddenly threw the jutsu at him. In doing so, they all disappeared in a puff of smoke. The jutsu sped at him in fast speeds, not giving him time to dodge. In a last-ditch attempt to shield himself, he brought his remaining threads in front of him. But that proved futile as the jutsu consumed him before exploding. "Be beautiful," Naruto said, seeing the marvelous work of his jutsu. He was cut off when he felt some pain from his back. Something had pieced him from his back where his armor did not reach. He looked down to his chest and saw a wooded stake sticking out. It must have been Zetsu. His vision became blurry and he could faintly hear Sasuke screaming something. But he could not quite make it. Darkness consumed him as one memory flashed through his mind. Flashback. A tired Naruto slumped down into the ground. He was tired, very tired. His body was full of cuts and bruises and he was bleeding from his mouth. It had been one of his training sessions with Madara. The man was a slave worker. He worked him hard each time they came into this place. Each time he would be beaten until he could take no more. It was painful to his body, but he always endured for power, the power to protect himself. They were currently inside a powerful genjutsu created by Madara. The genjutsu was an example of the infinite Tsukiyomi. But Madara was only able to do the technique because of the Geto Mazo. He was using its power to make the genjutsu. In this world, Madara controlled everything, he was God. In this world, he took the form of his glory days. He also fought and moved like in his glory days. But, there was once a time that he was able to control some of the things in the world. But if Madara noticed, he would quickly cut him off the control. The fact that he could take share of management of the things in the world had surprised Madara. The man had commented that his eyes were special and very powerful if they could manipulate the genjutsu. The man also stated that it could be also because they were related and the fact that Naruto had Senju DNA which helped in controlling the demonic statue. He liked viewing a certain memory, Madara's battle with Hashirama. The fight was epic and so much fun to watch. The first Hokage was one strong man. He deserved the title of the god of shinobi. He certainly had the power to make it so happen. What the man could do was beyond what he could ever think. He thought Madara had been scary strong when he was in his prime, but Hashirama was a monster. The Kyuubi alone should have been enough to take him down. But his Mukuten was too powerful. No wonder Madara craved the power. To achieve the power of the Sage of Six Paths did not specifically require Hashirama's cells. It only needed Senju DNA. But the Shodai's cells were just far superior to any other. There was also the fact that having his cells one would gain use of his precious Mukuten. The Kekkei Genkai was special and almighty powerful. There was few who could actually stop it. But it also carried the danger that it could consume you. He was glad that acquiring Senju DNA for him had been made in a way that those cells would not consume him if he were to weaken. "You are still not doing enough," Madara stated staring straight at Naruto. Naruto rose up and looked at his grandfather with an impassive stare. What did he expect from him? He was already giving it his all. He was still just a child to begin with. Shaking his head slightly, he decided to ignore the words because no matter what he would say, it would not be satisfactory to Madara. The man would still maintain his point that he was not doing enough. "Tell me about the days before shinobi villages were formed," Naruto stated looking straight at Madara. They were done for the day, it was best that they talked about something else. Madara grunted and snapped his fingers to change the scenery. Before the shinobi villages were founded, clans existed solely and lived off on their own. They fought each other continuously for dominance. Over the years, there were two clans that stood above all other, Uchiha and Senju. Before I was even born, both clans hated each other. They were always in constant battle with one another. Their rivalry continued for generations after generations. These clans could never dominate each other. It was always bloodshed each time they met. So one could say that you grew up in a world torn up in battles like a war. Each clan was in constant war with the other, Naruto said after Madara had spoken. He could tell that Madara did not want to speak about this subject. If he wanted, he could have said something little more detailed than what he had said. Madara nodded. "Precisely that," he said. "There was no peace with the clans. They were always fighting. As you put it, it was like a world of never-ending war. But a few clans were able to live peacefully unlike the rest. An example would be like your grandmother's clan, the Uzumaki clan. You have told me that they were a lot more peaceful and refrained from fighting," Naruto stated knowing that his other side of heritage did not like fighting. They were very much a peaceful clan. Even though they were related to the Senju they never did bother much with fighting. The Senju only became peaceful when Hashirama took the charge as leader of the clan. When that man was leader, the clan was unstoppable just like the Uchiha clan was when Madara took over as leader. "Your childhood was much affected, that much was obvious," but Madara said nothing. Growing up in such a world had to influence your mindset and goal. In such a world, a peaceful person would love to bring peace in the battle-obsessed world. That is what Hashirama wanted and what you wanted. It did not matter if you were a child or not during those days. We were trained to fight for the pride of our clan. In each clan, we fought for our survival. Without fighting, it was just pitiful death, Madara stated remizing his younger days. You and Hashirama were friends from childhood, you were highly competitive with him. But when both of you became clan heads you were just rivals. You had your own ideals on changing the world. Hashirama had his own ideals. He believed that people would be able to work together and then understand each other. That was the difference between you and him. Hashirama may have been powerful but he was naive and a fool. People cannot simply understand each other. It is impossible. As long as there are winners, there will be losers. In turn, someone will always hate someone. Someone will always be plotting for revenge against someone, Madara stated. It was clear that he detested Hashirama's ideals. But at the same time, he respected the man for his power. So, that brought the birth of Eye of the Moon plan. Because the shinobi could not understand each other, you devised the plan to project them into a world where they cannot fight against each other. You would be in control of the world, Naruto eyed Madara impassively. The plan was a good one. And it had taken his grandfather quite some time to prepare for it. He even got old before he could even plan it. That is why he brought the traitor Obito. Why do you ask this? Are you interested in changing the world? Madara asked in a blank tone. But Naruto could detect a hint of curiosity. The man was curious on his answer. He would give it to him. No, he gave a firm answer. I have little interest in things that do not concern me. Perhaps if I was the supreme ruler of the elemental nations I would wish for it to be the way I wanted. But I am not. So I have no interest in changing it. Madara seemed to be thinking about what Naruto had said for a moment before. He seemed to shrug. You are only saying this now, Naruto, but when you grow. He thought silently as he cancelled his genjutsu. I will be resting for a few days. This genjutsu puts a strain in my body and mind, Madara stated looking straight at Naruto. That is what always happens when you use that genjutsu, Naruto stated. I am going to the training ground. I want to test a few jutsus and what I have learned so far in the real world, Naruto answered as he turned away from Madara. He walked away silently, without much in his mind. All he wanted for that time, he just wanted to test his jutsu. Flashback end. Life was a fragile thing. It would easily be lost. But it was not that easy to gain. There was much process that had to be done in order to bring life into the world. All it took was a single pierce to the heart to take away the life of someone. He thought he would experience something entirely different, but there was nothing. He just felt cold, perhaps it was because he knew he would come back to life soon. If not, he would have had the life story playing dimly within his mind. A second later, his eyes became lifeless and his heart stopped pumping blood around his body. Zetsu did not allow him to fall down. He caught him, not minding the blood that was staining his cloth. He removed the spike that he had pierced the blonde with. What did you do? Sasuke yelled, charging towards Zetsu. He was somewhat infuriated. He and Naruto may not be that close, but they lived together and had a nice working relationship together. Naruto was like the only family he had. He could not deny that. To see him killed just like that did not settle well with him. In fact, that thing seemed to be working with Naruto. Why would it kill him? Zetsu quickly held Naruto's body as shield to stop Sasuke from attacking him. He had not been told of what had just happened. And he was not planning on informing the raven-haired of all things. Well, it might be true that neither he nor Naruto were expecting his body to react this way at this time, but the plan had already been set. Why did you just kill him? Weren't you working with him? And who are you anyway? He is not dead, Zetsu stated. That was hard to believe, especially with what he had done. But yet he said it in a firm tone. It was not like denial or anything. That was just the best way he could put it for Sasuke. What the hell? How can you say that? He looked dead to him. Even Kakuzu was now dead after that impressive jutsu from Naruto. Naruto could not have been pierced through the chest and still be alive. Even with the condition he had been in, it was not hard to believe that he was dead. His eyes also did not lie to him. He is just sleeping, he will be awake soon, Zetsu stated staring straight at Sasuke. He wanted the Uchiha to calm down. If he did not, he would leave him here. Go and take the Jinchuriki so we can get out of here before Kumo shinobi come here. I will explain things later. He did not plan on doing so. He would say something about Itachi. That would get the teen's attention and occupy his mind for a while. Sasuke stared at Zetsu for a few moments before nodding. He knew that should Kumo shinobi find them here, they would make much noise and suspect them for trying to capture Yugito even though there are Akatsuki members at the scene. Kumo and Konoha did not have the best of relations. The relationship between the two villages was somewhat unstable. If one did wrong, the two villages would certainly lock horns. He grudgingly walked towards Yugito's unconscious body and picked her up before placing her on his shoulder. He walked calmly towards Zetsu. What about him? He asked looking at Kakuzu's corpse. I will handle it, Zetsu said. He would just take the head and take it and cash in the bounty himself. If he involved Guren at this matter, it would cause much trouble. People would easily connect the dots. He walked over to the body and cut off the head. He took out a scroll and sealed it within. He had come prepared knowing that something like this would happen. Hidan's bounty was not worth much. He would leave it alone. Let us go, Zetsu stated calmly while carrying Naruto's body and his gun by over his shoulder. Where are we going and what of Itachi? We are going back to the Fire Country. There is an old Uchiha hideout that is close to the border. He paused for a moment. I will direct Itachi there. We can't stand here anymore. Kumo shinobi led by the Raikage himself are already on their way. Sasuke nodded and they hopped on the trees as they made their gateway. Still he was curious, How do you know that? You have been here all this time. I have a clone in Kumo. It was watching over for things for me, Zetsu replied, not even looking at the Uchiha. He was concentrated on getting Sasuke to the hideout so he could move out. He did not want Naruto's body to become cold. Sasuke nodded. He was not too sure how that would work though, but he was not going to question that. He looked at Naruto. He was dead. Are you going to explain things? Not here, we have to get the hideout first. Sasuke only increased his pace. Naruto was already dead, no matter how he acted, he could not bring him back. He just wanted to understand what had happened. Naruto did not appear to have been shocked at the betrayal. He still had his impassive expression when the lights went out. So there had to be something going on he did not know. Who are you? You did not answer when I asked you earlier, Sasuke asked curiously. He was obviously not human. Even a child could tell that. Naruto calls me his trusted companion. Karen calls me Naruto's friend, Zetsu responded. If you do not want to die, you will keep my existence a secret. Sasuke shrugged off the last words. They meant nothing to him. No wonder Naruto is the way he is. If you are what he calls a friend, he cannot possibly understand how we behave and blend in nicely amongst his age group or other humans for that matter. Are you saying that because Naruto has no trusted friend amongst others, he cannot blend in with the others? Sasuke nodded. Have you seen how he acts around other people? What is wrong with it? He saw no wrong in the way Naruto was. The blonde was cool just the way he was. If there was something else to his personality, then something would have been wrong. Sasuke decided it was best to keep his mouth shut about the matter. He did not expect Zetsu to respond with that type of question. Well, that lasted only for a moment. Since when has Naruto been in contact with Itachi? I would not exactly say they were in contact, Zetsu responded, keeping his eyes on the road ahead. They first talked after the sound/sand invasion, and only spoke recently when Naruto was outside of Konoha. Sasuke nodded. But he kept the questions going. You said you would direct him to where we are going. How will you do that? Do you know where he is now? You are asking too many questions, Zetsu stated, eyes narrowing at Sasuke. It's becoming annoying. That shut up the Uchiha. He no longer asked questions, instead he chose to keep going forward. He was not going to be told twice that he was annoying. He knew enough about how one felt when annoyed by multiple questions. In his younger days, he was also mostly annoyed by questions asked to him by annoying fangirls. Who knew if Zetsu reacted the same way as Naruto when annoyed? It was best not to find out. He was still concerned about the issue with Naruto though. But he had too much in his head to have that give him a headache. The fact that he was going to meet his brother and fight him was already enough for him. It was best for him to remain quiet and sort out his thoughts. Chapter 24. Konoha. You must know already that Naruto went to the Lightning Country, Tsunade said, looking straight at her former teammate, Jiraiya. The Toad Sage was mostly aware of all things that happened within the village. Something like Naruto's disappearance from the village would have reached him quickly, even though the blonde never told him. Yes, I know. That is what is worrying me, Jiraiya stated calmly, earning a raised brow from Tsunade. She was wondering what would make the Sannin worry if Naruto was just going to handle some Akatsuki members along with Sasuke. What are you worried about? Tsunade questioned in a bit of a low tone than the loud one she usually uses. What Naruto did in Kirigakure is not what every shinobi can do. Not even the Sannins could do it. He also has the Kyuubi by him, even able to summon it to fight for him. On top of that, everyone knows that he is Minato's son, even though he does not see it that way. People can suspect that he knows the Hiraishin, which was what made his father famous and dangerous, Jiraiya said. What are you getting at? Itachi is known internationally and became very much dangerous, with only the Mangekyo Sharingan. Naruto not only has the Mangekyo, he has Makuten, the Kyuubi and possibly the Flying Thunder God technique. The Sannin paused for a moment. Those things make him much more powerful than anyone. What do you think other villages think when they see him? Tsunade realized what Jiraiya was getting at. They will feel threatened by his power, she said. Exactly my point, the Toad Sage stated with a nod. You also have to look at the fact that he is from here. This village is the strongest of the 5 great shinobi villages. It is obvious that villages like Kumo and Iwa are not satisfied with being second best to us. Naruto comes in to cement Konoha's place in top. With him, Kakashi, Guy, Sasuke, you and others might think that we have too much power. Tsunade sighed. They might think so, which won't be good. But we have been staying out of other villages' ways so not to provoke trouble, the god Im stated. If other villagers saw that Konoha had too much power, they would not hesitate to team up and take it down, as it is the bigger threat. She did not want something like that happening, not now and ever. She wanted this peace to continue. I know that the Raikage already thinks like that. But most importantly, he feels threatened by Naruto. We must not forget about Iwa, they already hate Naruto's father. It is possible that there is a strong dislike of him in the village. The only reason that Iwa had yet to place Naruto in their bingo books was because the Tsuchikage was not stupid. He would not dare place Naruto in his bingo books without evaluating things first. And now Naruto has gone off to the Lightning Country to battle Akatsuki, who are trying to capture Kumo's Jinchuriki. We all know that Kumo's Jinchuriki are closely related to the Raikage, Tsunade stated, looking into the ceiling. This was truly bothersome. The other Jinchuriki was a brother to the Raikage and the other was like his niece. If Naruto got involved with them, it would surely spell trouble. I have no doubt that those two will be able to save Yugito. But what will happen afterwards worries me, Jiraiya said, clearly worried even with his tone. Tsunade nodded. Naruto will surely go to Kumagakure. He will surely say something that will piss off the Raikage. She released a sigh. Is he aware of the Raikage's feelings towards him? Yes, Jiraiya stated with nod. I told him about it just before he left the village, even if the situation could not be helped. He would have had him, Kakashi, and Sasuke go rather than Sasuke and Naruto. Do you think he went there on purpose? Tsunade questioned. It would certainly be of no surprise that he went there just to provoke the Raikage and see how he would react. But she also believed that Naruto was smart enough to know that Konoha did not need any trouble. She just wanted peace to the village, not any more wars with other villages. I don't know, Jiraiya answered quietly, taking a thoughtful look on his face. He might have. But just to make sure nothing happens, I will head to Kumo and intercept him before he gets into the village. The Raikage will surely not be thanking for him saving Yugito. Tsunade nodded in understanding. But make sure that you return with them. You are needed in this village should something occur. Since Akatsuki are very active these days, we need every available shinobi close to the village. It was Jiraiya's time to nod in understanding. I want to tell you something important, Haim, Jiraiya said in a rather serious tone and expression on his face. Tsunade too turned serious, knowing that her former teammate had something to tell her important given by the look on his face. What is it? She asked. Naruto is behind Otogakure. Tsunade was silent for a few moments. She stared at Jiraiya's serious expression as she kept her silence. Finally, I was afraid something like this would happen after he told us he had killed Orochimaru, she said. Did he confirm it to you? No, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. He did not, neither did he deny his involvement. But when you asked him about it, he did deny it. I confirmed my suspicions after I met with him when he was leaving the village. Although there is no hard evidence to prove it, I know he is behind it. What now? I don't know, Jiraiya stated honestly. Do we confront him about it? Tsunade asked. It was really the same question as the one she had asked previously. I don't know, the Toad Sage gave the same response. But this time he added. New Otogakure is not really built for a military village. The way it's built, it is more like a capital for business. Its hotels are grade A and are quite expensive. Merchants have already started operating. It has wonderful gardens that I think were made using Naruto's Makuten. Its hot springs are wonderful. I have never seen hot springs such as the ones that I saw there. If you need a waterfall, you don't need to go outside the village, there are 3 there, men build. They have also found a way to mine iron. When other villages hear about this, they will surely flock there to buy. The palace for the leader is quite a building to see, it can easily be a tourist main attraction. I don't know how they did it, but they already have bought 2 gold mines, one in Shimo and the other in Takigakure. I do suspect some foul play though. They have also bought themselves into the shipping business, they own 3 boats that board from the wave country. I have also heard that the Snow Village's princess was going to visit the village soon. I don't know for what reason, but I can only guess that it has to do with the Snow's advanced technology. I think the money from his father and from the Uchiha clan was used in the rebuilding of Oto. It seems to me like Naruto wants to make it his home. Jiraiya finished explaining things to Tsunade. More than anything, Tsunade was impressed with the work Naruto has done in Oto. In just a short time he had already done that, while keeping his appearances in Konoha. He had to be well connected to be able to pull all that. Well, it was no surprise that the blonde was connected. But still, This would mean that Oto would become a commercial village. It seems like Naruto wanted it to become a capital of the elemental nations, a place for business other than fighting. It was so unlike him. She would think that he would build something made entirely for fighting. If it is like that, it means that it is not a village for fighting but for generating money and for rich people looking to live a lavish lifestyle. Do you think he will leave Konoha because he has his own village? Jiraiya shook his head. He won't. The Sannin clearly believed his own words. He had confidence in his belief. If he wanted, he would have done it already. I don't think any of our shinobi could have stopped him if he were to have left. Konoha to him is like a military village, which it is. He won't leave this village. I think he needs it for its manpower. Did you not just tell me that Mei has stated in the alliance that should the wedding between her and Naruto not happen within 6 months to a year, the alliance would be terminated? Tsunade nodded at this. He would have never accepted to get married to Mei in the first place if he was going to leave this village. He has made ties with Yugao. I have no doubt that she would never betray Konoha. Tsunade was silent for a few seconds. He never spends any time near the villagers. He does not even seem interested in them or anything they do. But the name Konoha means something else to him. I think that has to do with his troubled childhood. We don't know how he dealt with the traumas of the past. What he is now is the results of the villagers' treatment towards him. I also don't think that at this time he forgives them. Perhaps in the future he might. Jiraiya paused for a moment. But what is important is that we know that he is behind Oto and has no evil intentions towards Konoha. They really did a number on him, huh? Tsunade looked at Jiraiya's expression. There was some guilt. She guessed he still blamed himself for what happened to Naruto. Certainly, if he had been there, things would have turned out differently. But the past could not be changed, it just had to be embraced and then one could move on. Let's go get some sake before you leave. I am done for the day, Tsunade said standing up. Jiraiya pecked up suddenly and grinned towards his former teammate. The following day, Yugito had woken up during the way back to the hideout, but Zetsu had given him the order to knock her out again. He explained that he did not want her to know the location of the hideout. Naruto would not have been pleased they allowed her to get the direction of the hideout even though he never used it. But it was Uchiha property, it surely would not please the blonde if a non-Uchiha found this place and made use of it. Their way to the hideout was quiet and uneventful. Zetsu was not speaking, he had his mind on other things rather than talking to Sasuke. He had to be worried about Naruto. As it were now, Naruto was dead. If Obito was not know of this, he would certainly move to take Nagato's Rinnegan knowing that it was the only way to revive him. But if he were to get someone to use the Edo Tensei and bring back Naruto to live, the blonde would surely find a way to get his life back. With his power and an immortal body, anything was possible. But right now, he knew where Nagato was. One of his clones was watching the man and his partner, Conan. It would take a minute for him to get there, and since he could not be sensed, even by a great sensor like Nagato, it would be easy for him to manipulate the leader of Amiga Corps. That was all he needed to do to ensure that Naruto was brought back to life. Failure was not an option for him. He had to do a perfect mission, as Naruto would say. It was the blonde's will that he succeed. It would surely do no one any favor if Naruto was not brought back, well, mostly him. Stay here, Zetsu said as he walked towards another room within the hideout. They were within the Uchiha hideout inside one of the rooms. Yugito had been laid to rest. Aren't you going to get her some treatment? She is badly hurt even though her wounds seem to be healing, Sasuke stated, seeing that Zetsu had simply told him to put her in bed and that was it. She is a Jinchuriki, she will be fine, Zetsu responded. But if you want to treat her, you can with your medical kit, he said, walking away from the room. A few minutes later, after Zetsu had put Naruto's body on a bed, he went back to the room he left Sasuke within. Itachi would be arriving in about 2 hours. When that does happen, he would have to leave to take care of his mission. The two Uchihas would battle it all out, and hopefully, he would come back before they had finished their business. Zetsu looked towards Yugito. She was bandaged nicely and cleaned of her blood. She still wore her torn-up clothes though. Sasuke had the decency not to take off her clothes. He only bandaged parts of the body that he could take a look without seeing anything private. He smiled. Naruto would have not done something like that. The blonde would have simply taken off her clothes and cleaned her if she was something to him. He would not have cared about having to see a woman naked. Perhaps Sasuke had nice thoughts when seeing a woman naked. And he did not want to be tempted to do anything evil to the woman while she was sleeping. That would be of no surprise, though, given who his sensei was. Looking at the Uchiha, Zetsu could not deny that he was so much different from the dead blonde in the other room. Sasuke was also different from his brother. Itachi was a pacifist, he liked peace and did not like fighting. But only did so because he knew it was necessary. Sasuke on the other hand no problems with fighting or killing anyone. He may have changed, but he was still impassive towards death, especially if it is someone who was not related to him. Perhaps in that respect he was the same as Naruto. The blonde had to shame in admitting that he thoroughly enjoyed a good dance, even if he would killing multiple people. Are you going to explain things? Sasuke asked in a dead serious tone. As far as he was concerned, Naruto was dead. Zetsu had said he would explain things once they got here, and he had also stated that the blonde was merely sleeping, not dead. But his eyes told him a different story. Zetsu sighed. There is nothing to explain really, he said. Naruto will tell you himself when he wakes up, that is if he wills. Right now, focus on your upcoming battle with Itachi. Sasuke glared at Zetsu, but did not do anything. How can I do that? Naruto is lying somewhere dead. I don't even know who you are and what you are going to do to his body. And all you tell me is that he is only sleeping, while you and I know it that he is dead. Zetsu turned away from the Uchiha. I am missing Naruto already, he said loud enough for Sasuke to hear him. His words of course surprised the Uchiha. He interpreted indifferently. Zetsu was saying that because Sasuke was asking him too much questions that he should not bother with him. Why could he not just be a good boy and stay still? Naruto was never annoying if the situation was bad. He always stayed calm like there was nothing wrong. He liked that about the blonde. He wished for Sasuke to remain calm and relax. Where are you going? Let us go outside, Zetsu stated, walking away from the room. Sasuke followed suit since he really had no other options. There was nothing he could do but follow the artificial human. Itachi will be here in a few hours. They walked outside the clearing and stood silently, for a few moments. Sasuke sat down to clear his mind so not to have many things troubling him as he waited for his brother. Zetsu remained standing with a few thoughts in his head. Naruto had planned for this place to be where Itachi would fight with Sasuke after the former that approached him. But he had planned for the battle to take place while they were coming back from Kumagakure after delivering Yugito to the Raikage. He had not planned for things to move out quickly. When he told Sasuke that they would be away for about 2 weeks, this was where they would be staying. They waited silently for Itachi to appear for more than 2 hours. Finally, Itachi appeared before the two and still with his stoic expression still on. The Uchiha was still in his Akatsuki cloak as he appeared. He was expecting to see Naruto with Sasuke, but was surprised to see the blonde absent. He looked at his younger brother, he was staring at him with an impassive expression on his face and fists clenched. He smiled inwardly seeing that his younger brother had grown well. Where is Naruto? Itachi finally asked, breaking the silence. He asked looking straight at Zetsu. Sleeping, Zetsu replied, turning away from the Uchiha. He was walking back towards the house. You will not be able to see him now, but are welcome to settle things with Sasuke. And please don't destroy this hideout. I don't want the guest to awaken, he was referring to Yugito. Then Zetsu disappeared off to Naruto's room. Itachi looked straight at his younger brother. Hello Sasuke, the older Uchiha said calmly. Itachi, Sasuke replied in a whisper with barely contained emotions threatening to escape. Naruto's room. Black Zetsu separated himself from White Zetsu and they became two beings. Why do I have to stay here? I also want to see Naruto revive. There is a chance that the Rinnegan might awaken after the ordeal, White Zetsu complained. You have to stay here and observe the battle. You also can't do what I can do. You are useless in this kind of mission. And you have to make sure that should those two destroy the hideout during their fight, Yugito is not caught in the middle while still unconscious, Black Zetsu explained to his other half. Fine, the other half said. How will you get him near Nagato? Naruto bound both of us to him. He can summon us whenever he wants, in the same way, we can also summon him, Black Zetsu stated. I am going, with that he left. White Zetsu sighed. Well, at least I get to watch two Uchihas fight in an all-out battle, he said to himself. Sometime later, Nagato was walking in his mechanical walker with Conan right beside him and also his 6 paths. They were on their way towards Tsushigomo to collect Seiken, the 6 tails. Obito had said they should attack the Jinchuriki at the same time so that Naruto would not be able to defend all of the Jinchuriki at the same time. Obito had seemed certain that Naruto would in fact try to protect the Jinchurikis. Now Nagato was not too sure about that. Naruto had already killed one of the Jinchuriki, and from what he knows so far, the blonde Uchiha does not really care for much. So it was a surprise to hear the man say Naruto would definitely try to stop them. Perhaps not out of care for the Jinchuriki, but to stop their plan for peace. That seems to be the likely reason. Orders were orders. But he was not too concerned about it. With this, he would only be closer to achieving world peace. Yes, going all out at this time would bring him closer to uniting the world through pain. He had been patient enough. Now his dream, Yahiko's dream, was looking like it was going to take form. He had already brought calm and Omnipresent after taking over from Hanzo. He could do the same to the entire world. With his power and the weapon they would create, peace was possible in this world of pain. Still, Toby would not be giving him orders forever. Sometimes he did not understand the man, and he also has been unable to find more about the man. He was mysterious in a unique way. He was sure evil, that he could not mistake. But at the same time, the man surely had helped him with his goal. He was grateful for that, but still, he sensed that he was being used. That was why he wanted to be a step faster than Toby. If he did not do that, he would surely be in trouble and all his work would have been for nothing. He was not going to allow that to happen though. If that happened, all his pain, Conan's pain, Yahiko's pain, would have been for nothing. He would not have that happen. He would ensure with every muscle fiber in his body that his plan for peace became a success. Tendu looked at Conan. She was his only friend, the only person he cared for in the whole world. His parents had been killed long ago, so he had no family since he was the only child to them. He had no relatives to speak of. The Uzumaki had been eradicated within their village by the combined forces of Kumagakure and Iwagakure. He would make sure that all was well with her. He had been with her so far as he could remember. She was always there, looking after him, given his current state. Conan saw the look Tendu gave her and looked at Nagato. "Is there something wrong, Nagato?" she asked emotionlessly. Nagato shook his head. "No," he said. He looked far ahead to where they faced. He could do this mission alone. But Conan had insisted on following him. He did not necessarily need her to get the job done even though they were partners. But she wanted to be with him just to ensure that he was okay. "You have not been looking well lately," Conan stated, taking her eyes off her partner. "To be more specific, you seem to be thinking a lot more than you usually do." Nagato shifted his eyes at Conan, this time not with one of his paths, but he himself. He looked ahead shortly after that. It was so much like her to notice even the smallest changes in him. She could read him even when his face showed nothing. She was better at sensing his emotions. Sometimes he thought she knew him better than he did himself. Even with the slightest change with him, she would quickly pick it up. Well, she was always a caring person, towards him that is. Despite her cold appearance, she worried about him and would not hesitate to put her life on the line should he be in danger. It was a pity that since she stopped smiling, he could no longer guess what was going inside her head. "I have," Nagato admitted. Conan waited for him to tell her what had been consuming his thoughts. She would not ask, he was going to tell her. Even if she had to wait for more than an hour or days, he would eventually tell her what was bothering him. He was always like that, and she always did things in this manner. He did not keep things from her. He was always honest with her. Perhaps that was what made them effective partners and good friends. After a few moments of silence, Nagato opened his mouth. "This world is." He trailed off when he sensed something behind him. Despite his many eyes, the black mass seemed to have just appeared out of nowhere. He was not quick enough to react, neither were his paths. The thing seemed to have come from the ground beneath his mechanical walker and sneaked its way towards him like a shadow. It had moved like a shadow, and he did not sense it until it was too late. It was on its own surprising given that he was sensor. It should not have been able to get so close to him without him being unable to realize it. The black mass then got hold of him and covered his entire body. He felt himself losing control over his body, like something was taking it over. Yes, that was it. Something was pushing his consciousness away to take control over his mind. He mastered his will to push back and nearly succeeded until the black mass stabbed him on his stomach. Some liquid entered his system, making him feel dizzy. And soon he lost control over his body. "Nagato. What is wrong?" Conan yelled, obviously worried for her friend. She could see the black mass covered his entire upper body. The thing had a really deranged grin on its face. She did not understand what was going on, hence she could not act. The 6 paths were just standing still, doing nothing. "Nagato is not available right now," Black Zetsu replied in his dark tone. Given his answer, Paper shurikens immediately formed around Conan as she prepared to smile. But Nagato merely grinned wickedly, making her uncomfortable. The 6 bodies of pain then all turned towards her with the same grin Nagato had. She cursed her luck. She could not possibly take on Nagato. She knew everything about his abilities and weaknesses, but even so, this was Nagato's body, she could not fight her teammate. She did not even understand what was going on. "Stand still and nobody gets hurt," Nagato stated. "I am just borrowing him for a moment." "Who are you? What do you want?" Tendu raised his hand towards her. "Shut up. If you don't, I will be forced to take some actions to shut you up," he stated calmly. Again, Conan cursed. Zetsu then wondered how he would get Naruto here. The poison he had infected Nagato with would not last for too long. And if he wasted time, Nagato would regain control over his body. He would not get another opportunity after this. He had observed Nagato for about an hour before making his move. He wanted him to get into the right place and to time his move perfectly so not to make any mistakes. He had waited for the man to walk into a place where there were shadows. He was able to blend in with the shadows perfectly. It was good that this form gave no chakra, or else the Rinnegan would have noticed him. He had succeeded in taking Nagato's body, but now there was a challenge. He could not summon Naruto while still in possession of Nagato's body. If he had summoned Naruto's corpse before attempting to possess Nagato, the man would have sensed him and put his whole operation in danger. That was something he did not want. This was his only opportunity to revive Naruto. The blonde would not be too pleased if he were to take too long to bring him back to life. Sighing, he realized that he had one choice. "Bring Naruto to my location," Black Zetsu stated in his mental connection with White Zetsu. They could telepathically speak to each other regardless of the distance. "Have you already possessed Nagato?" "Yes, now hurry up and come here." "How do I come there with Naruto? I can't travel underground with him," White Zetsu questioned. "Just get here without him. I will tell you what to do." "Fine," White Zetsu said, sensing that his other half was a little impatient. Well, it had been an hour already. The battle between Sasuke and Itachi was reaching its conclusion. He did not want to miss that. Black Zetsu ignored the glaring Conan as he waited for his other half to appear. He did not have to wait for too long as W Zetsu appeared from a nearby tree and walked towards him while at the same time staring at Conan with a grin. "What did I tell you before I left?" Black Zetsu asked, looking straight at his other half. "You told me to wait at the hideout." Black Zetsu sighed. "I told you that we were both bound to Naruto and that we could summon him." "Oh." White Zetsu mouthed, realizing what Black Zetsu was telling him to do. "Naruto?" Conan thought. Might it be by any chance Uchiha Naruto? She was given the answer when White Zetsu went through hand seals. Kushios no Jutsu. In a puff of smoke, Naruto's body appeared on the ground. Conan widened her eyes. He was definitely dead. There was no mistake about it. Then if he was dead, what did it mean for the Kyuubi? And who could have killed him? Madara had insisted that he was powerful and the only one who can take him down was Nagato. "I am going back to make sure that everything is well at the hideout," White Zetsu stated before disappearing. "Now then." Conan then realized what was about to happen. "You want to use Nagato's eyes to revive him," she said. Upon those words leaving her mouth, all of Pain's 6 bodies surrounded her. "Stay still," Tendu stated in a firm tone. Conan knew, if she moved, she would be in danger. Jedu, Rin Tensei, just as Conan had feared, the King of Hell appeared as Nagato appeared to be very much concentrated on the jutsu. Channeling chakra through the King of Hell, Zetsu was able to retrieve Naruto's soul from the afterlife. A green beam shot out of the King of Hell's mouth and hit Naruto's corpse. It covered his entire body for a few moments before dying down. Just then, the King of Hell disappeared. Conan waited as the green light disappeared. She had never actually seen Nagato use the technique, but he had always used the other one to revive his 6 paths. But never had he used the Rin Tensei. Madara always said that he was not to use the technique so carelessly and there were limits to using the technique. And so Nagato had always used other techniques but never this one. Still, the fact that Thing had possessed Nagato knew about this meant that it knew a lot more about Nagato's eyes. That also meant that Naruto himself knew of the Rinnegan's abilities. The powers of the Dujutsu were supposed to be a mystery. So how does Naruto know about it? She was getting the feeling that Madara knew something about Naruto. He had to know, he always had something to say about the blonde. Finally, Naruto's body twitched and he slowly got up. He did not seem to mind his location or whatever that was going on with him. He simply looked at his arms with a blank expression on his face. His head was making some unbearable noise. He silently shook his head and as if trying to brush off the troubling noise. He slowly looked around himself before turning towards Nagato. That was a rather unwanted sleep. An interesting experience nevertheless, Naruto said in his usual monotone voice. He was very much pleased with the work Zetsu had done. He did not spend much time in the afterlife, that was a good thing for him. I am glad that it went well. It would have been unpleasant if your soul was held back by something, Zetsu stated, still in possession of Nagato's body. But he could feel that the owner of the body was fighting to gain control. His medicine must have run out of power. You would have found a way to bring me back, Naruto said looking straight at Zetsu. Nagato is fighting me for control, Zetsu stated. Leave his body. You have done your mission perfectly well, Naruto said looking up at the sky. What is the current situation? He asked, completely ignoring Conan, who was simply staring at him with an impassive on her face. She did not feel like talking to him or asking him. Even if she did, with that look on his face, she could tell that she would not get any answer from the blonde. Sasuke is currently fighting Itachi, but they should be done by now. They are at the hideout at the moment. Yugito is still unconscious at the hideout, Zetsu reported. Conan was quite surprised that they could speak like that while she could still hear them. It seemed like they did not care if she could hear them or not. They were just busy with their business. Sasuke is fighting Itachi? What was that? She knew they were brothers. But Itachi was supposed to be doing his mission. If he was at this hideout, that meant that he had walked off grid. Did it mean that he had betrayed the Akatsuki? Madara had always said that Itachi could not be trusted, even though the man did his missions perfectly well and never showed any signs of betrayal. I did not miss much, Naruto said in a quiet tone. Zetsu then quickly left Nagato's body and rushed towards Naruto. Nagato slowly regained control over his body and Conan was ready to fight in defense of her partner, who seemed to be a little dizzy. Go rendezvous with White Zetsu. Summon me after a minute or so, Naruto instructed, to which Black Zetsu nodded. You are not planning to fight him here? If you do that, you will stop him from taking Seiken? Black Zetsu responded with a question. That may be true, Naruto said, still looking at the sky. But I have no interest in a fight right now. Besides, we have to do damage control with Sasuke. He will surely be in anger after learning the truth. It is best to manage the situation before he does anything stupid. Before this, we knew that Seiken would be captured. It is still the same as that. Let Nagato have his fun, the blonde explained, keeping his tone blank as he spoke. You are going to allow the Jinchuriki to be taken? Before, we had not accounted for this to happen. But now we are in a position to stop one of the Jinchuriki from being taken, Black Zetsu said, clearly surprised by Naruto's response. Yes, Naruto responded, again surprising Black Zetsu. I have something that is better planned for them, so there is no need to save them. Zetsu nodded and disappeared from Naruto. If he had something planned, that meant that it was something good. But he wondered what it was, because, if he allowed them to be captured, they would be killed. What more could he do after that? Well, it was Naruto, he could do some interesting things. He just had to wait and see. Naruto then turned towards Conan. She was looking at him with the same impassive expression he always uses. She seemed ready for a battle. He was one of their targets. But she should know that because of his death, it meant that the Kyuubi was no longer inside of him. Still, it did not stop Naruto from asking, do you wish to dance with me? Nagato was still trying to wrap his mind around what had just occurred. So Conan responded, it would be foolish to allow you to leave. But the fact that you are dead means that the Kyuubi is no longer sealed within you. Either it also died after your death or you extracted it before you died, you know of its location, the only female within the Akatsuki stated. Ho? Naruto kept his impassive expression. But a small smile flicked through for a second. Either the Kyuubi is dead or somewhere else, I know the answer. Given that, you cannot allow me to leave. You want to capture me so to get that information out of me. With the Rinnegan, it can be achieved rather easily. Conan did not show her surprise at his knowledge of the Rinnegan. If he knew that the Dujutsu could read minds, then he knew a lot more. It would explain why he was so calm given the situation. Nagato was unbeatable. He had never lost a battle. She did not think that this child in front of her would be able to do that. But still, the fact that he was so calm even knowing about the Rinnegan raised question within her mind. Was he just arrogant? Perhaps, but he did not seem that way. Kyuubi Jinchuriki, Nagato stated in a dead voice, his ripple pattern eyes staring straight at the blonde. The 6 paths took their position around him. Naruto activated his eternal Mangekyo Sharingan and smiled slightly. The god of Omnipresent and his angel are preparing to dance with Uchiha Naruto. How exciting! I can feel the excitement tingling in every part of my body. He began releasing large amounts of chakra that surprised both Akatsuki members. The chakra he was releasing caused some debris to pick up around him. But it toned down after a few moments. But this is one dance I will miss. It is a bit sad though, he said. Nagato was still not in the condition he wanted him at. It would not please him as much as it would when fighting him at a perfect condition. You have come to me. I will not allow you to escape here without the Kyuubi in my grasp. The Baiju's power is essential in my plans for peace, Nagato stated in a calm manner while his eyes narrowed at Naruto. Your plans? Naruto shook his head. The man was collecting Baijus without even knowing that he was going to do that for. He was just a means to an end. Pitiful, he said, pausing for a moment. He could tell Nagato the truth, but that would not do it for him. He wanted to fight the man. As much as I vow. He never got to finish his sentence as he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Nagato widened his eyes before looking at Conan. I did not think he was actually serious about it. He told that black thing to summon him after a minute or so, Conan stated, relaxing as she could no longer sense Naruto's chakra. His chakra has disappeared, he is not anywhere close to us, Nagato stated. I can't believe I was used like that. How do you think that he knew of your ability to revive the dead? I don't know, Nagato replied. This creates a problem. We don't know if the Kyuubi was still sealed within him when he died. If it was, then we would have 2 Baijus missing. Didn't Madara say he knew where to get a substitute for the 3 tails? Conan questioned. He did, Nagato said with a nod. But I think that the Kyuubi has been freed from Naruto for some time. Months ago, he summoned it, not transform into it. Something like that should be impossible to do given that you would have to break the seal to do so. I think that way too, Conan said. We will deal with this after we have completed our mission. We still have to retrieve the 6 tails, Nagato stated as he initiated his mechanical walker to move. He wanted to get this done and return to Omnipresent where he could deal with all this mess. Uchiha Hideout. Naruto was summoned back to the hideout by Zetsu. He was summoned at the place which Sasuke and Itachi had been fighting. He looked around for a moment, at least they did not destroy the hideout. Their battle was staged outside the building. It would have forced them to move out of the place if the hideout was destroyed. Sasuke had to recover first before they could do anything else. The destruction to the landscape was a little attracting. Perhaps Sasuke had used his cursed seal and Itachi used his Susanoo. But due to the fact the Itachi was almost blind, he did not use it often. It was used as his ace card. I was hoping to witness this, Naruto murmured silently. Well, it could not be helped, he was dead during the time the battle took place. Zetsu could not record it because he was busy trying to revive him. He could not have been able to possibly observe the fight given the circumstances. It was quite an interesting battle, Zetsu said. At least White Zetsu had watched it while Black Zetsu was busy with his mission. I would imagine so, it was a battle between 2 sharingans after all. Naruto said, looking towards the house. His EMS was still activated, he had not bothered to deactivate it. Everything went according to the script, I hope. Zetsu nodded, knowing what Naruto was referring to. He showed it to him with his last remaining power before eventually dying. Naruto nodded. Telling him would have not been effective as showing it to him. If told, he might have called Itachi a bluff. But even when he was shown the event, because it was a genjutsu, he might find it hard to believe. However, the new Sasuke believed his brother, that I am positive of. So what now? Madatabi's Jinchuriki has already awakened due to the battle. She was currently restrained due to the lack of chakra and Sasuke is still out cold. I believe he is also suffering from chakra exhaustion, Zetsu stated, looking straight at Naruto. The battle had taken a lot from Sasuke despite the condition Itachi was in. Well, that was just a testimony of how truly the Uchiha was. We will rest until Sasuke can function properly. Then we will head to Kumagakure, Naruto responded, walking towards the house. He needed to wash himself and change his clothing before the rest. I had thought that the Rinnegan would have awakened due to this experience, Zetsu said, following Naruto from behind. I was not expecting it to happen. Madara awakened as near the end of his lifespan. But due to our different bodies and experiments, he hypothesized that mine would awaken sooner than his. I have also carried some test, and I believe that it will awaken soon when it wills. You don't seem to be in a hurry to acquire it, Zetsu noted. Perhaps, Naruto responded as he continued to make way towards the house. How was the afterlife? Naruto narrowed his eyes at Zetsu before responding, empty. The answer puzzled Zetsu as he could not understand what that word meant. He was not expecting Naruto to define his experience in the afterlife with a single word, empty. What did it mean? He wondered. There surely had to be a meaning and something hidden behind that word. Empty defined a few scenarios. With regards to Naruto, he could not think of a scenario which could have caused the experience to be merely empty. Well, this was Naruto. Even though he understood the blonde better than anyone, he could not fathom the meaning behind his respond. Zetsu directed Naruto towards the room Yugito was being restrained within. Before he rests, the blonde opted to see the Jinchuriki from Kumagakure first. Sasuke was already at rest after his fight with Itachi. But just to be safe, Zetsu had bound him so that when he wakes up, he does not get up to do anything stupid in anger because of Konoha's decisions. His brother was forced to live a horrible life, so was he. It was obvious that he would be very much angry when he does wake up, hence the restraints. Naruto also did not want to end up doing something to Sasuke to stop him from getting killed by Konoha shinobi. Naruto looked at Zetsu after he had reached Yugito's room. Go to the hideout and get me new clothing. These ones are damaged, he said looking at the armor he wore. He had been fighting wearing it. And things got a little bloody during the fight, it was necessary that he change it. Zetsu nodded and disappeared to the hideout. He was always doing something. Well, at least Naruto won't need the armor until he chooses to leave for Kumo. For the night he would not be wearing it. So he was not going to hurry up in returning to the hideout. He would take his time to also rest and do some other things. He was always working both physically and mentally. He deserved some rest. Naruto walked into the room Yugito was held. As soon as he entered, the woman was already glaring at him murderously. Her glare did nothing to scare him though. It was not even amusing to witness. Zetsu must not have told her anything when she woke up. That much was obvious. He stood by the door frame and folded his hands across his chest while looking at her, impassively. There was no mistake about it. The man that was standing in front of her was Uchiha Naruto. The Raikage disliked him very much because of his rumored power. She did not understand much about it though, because to her he was no threat as long as he did nothing against her village. So far he had done nothing to provoke the anger or wrath of her village. Looking straight at him, she could feel his power oozing through him. The look on his eyes was somewhat hypnotizing. But she refused to fall under the hypnosis. She stubbornly refused to show weakness in front of him. He was somewhat not so much scary as some people in Kiri had described him. His general appearance was indeed fearsome and his power was definitely threatening to enter her system. But it was nothing scary. Perhaps she liked the power that was leaking out of him. Perhaps he was not just showing her his scary side. Either way, she merely stared at him impassively, imitating the look he was giving her. He did not seem like he was going to say anything by the look he was giving her. She did not really know where she was and how she got here. But last thing she remembered before losing consciousness was fighting two Akatsuki freaks that just did not die no matter how hard she hit them. They were truly freaks of nature. Even when delivering killing blows, they did not die, they merely continued to fight her while the other added the misery by continuously calling her a bitch. Those two Akatsuki agents had nearly killed her. When she had lost consciousness, she thought she was done for it. Nobody knew what the Akatsuki did when they had captured you. But she was certain that whatever it was they did, it would result in her death. But here she was with Uchiha Naruto staring at her with a blank look on his face. She had been proud of her strength, thinking that she could defeat the two Akatsuki members. She was a perfect Jinchuriki who could control the powers of her Baijuu. It was unthinkable that two immortals would defeat her as she was. She was one of the strongest in Kumo. Even with her own power without her Baijuu, she was at least high Jounin level shinobi. She did not think that she would be defeated. But she was. And here she was. Naruto is rumored to be a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi. She had little hope that perhaps he was not going to do nasty things to her. Some men were pigs. Having a woman at their captive would surely arouse disgusting thoughts within their minds. And it did not take long for them to try to unclothe a woman so to do whatever they pleased with her. Those were the dangers of being a kunoichi, but she was a proud one and accepted all that came with the job. But that did not mean she would rejoice if that man staring at her chose to do something unthinkable to her. What do you want? Yugito finally asked after getting tired of the silence. She spoke through gritted teeth but keeping her tone down and expression calm so not to show any weakness. What do I want? Naruto repeated her question. He did not smile or anything. He took steps towards her. Each step was the sound of her heartbeat. She was starting to feel scared, afraid of her fate. She did not know what he wanted with her. He was a man and she was a woman. She was restrained and her chakra was sucked out. It would take a while for her to recover it. And her body still hurt from the fight with Akatsuki. Naruto stopped in front of her and leaned towards her. His face was just inches away from her. He still kept his expression impassive, no sign of anything. She could not figure out what was going inside his mind. She wanted to spit on his face because of how close his face was to hers. She could feel his warm breath touching her skin. He then moved towards her right ear. Why don't you tell me what I want? He said with a tone devoid of any emotion. After that he went back to face her so she could see his face. His question did nothing to comfort her. What could she say? She settled for glaring at him. What infuriated her was that he did not waver or even say a word. He simply kept his silence. She knew he was waiting for her to answer him. She was his captive, he could do whatever he wanted with her. He was in charge and he was showing it to her. She cursed inwardly and thought of wiping that infuriating blank expression off his face. Where am I? Yugito asked a different question. Naruto then moved his hand towards her face. He got hold of her chin, staring into her eyes with his hypnotic eyes. He smiled slightly. Yugito wanted to hit his face, but her hands were tied behind her. But even so, she stayed calm. Aren't you going to answer my question? Yugito intensified her glare as hard as she could. Do what you want, she said with a tone devoid of any emotion. Naruto merely kept his small smile. Fine, he said, moving his hands downwards. Yugito widened her eyes thinking he was going after her assets. Naruto lifted her shirt and placed his hand on her belly. He then pulled a white mass from her. Then the mass then transformed of a human, no, something like a white human. Naruto turned towards it. There seemed to be a silent message passed through them because White Zetsu's clone nodded to Naruto then disappeared from the room. Naruto looked at Yugito. Her hands were still bound. He moved towards to unbind them. He felt her body tense as his body touched hers, but he said nothing. He just forcibly turned her back towards him and cut off the rope binding her. He then moved away from her. Looking at her expression he spoke, "You thought I was going to do something to your body," he said as if it was the most obvious thing. Yugito merely stared at him. That was what had crossed her mind. But she was not going to admit that. But she was now certain that he was not going to do something nasty to her. If he wanted to he would have done it so already without unbinding her. When he had lifted up her shirt slightly, she thought he was surely going for it. But she was relieved when he simply pulled something out of her. She did not understand what it was, but it seemed not to do any harm to her. Even so, she refused to show her emotions. You women are always thinking nasty things. No wonder bad things happen to you, he seemed to sigh as he finished speaking. You can now gather your chakra, am I right? Yugito had not felt it. But focusing, she felt it. Her chakra was gradually returning. That was it, that thing he pulled out was draining her chakra each time her system builds. That made her without much chakra to do anything. This generosity of course raised alarms. Why would he do that? If she gathered her chakra she could attempt to escape even now that she was unbound. What do you want? Yugito asked her question again. Nothing, Naruto responded. Zetsu had already placed a seal on her to cut off her connection with her by Juu. She had yet to realize it. But she would soon. What were you doing outside Kumo alone? The threat of Akatsuki is known. Despite being a perfect Jinchuriki, your power is not enough to deal with those zombies without assistance. Someone strong should have been with you. Yugito ignored the comment about her power. I was on a mission, she answered flatly. Naruto seemed to think for a moment. Ah, so, it was a setup, he said. Huh? What is the coincidence that the day you leave Kumo without your team the Akatsuki happened to show up? Naruto questioned. Yugito just looked at him with confusion, but he was not going to explain. Rest for now, tomorrow or the following, you will be returned to Kumagakure. So you saved from the Akatsuki, Yugito said, finding it the only reason he would be with her. She was captured by those zombies as Naruto called them. If they were not here, and he was telling her that he would return her home, he would have dealt with them. Naruto did not respond. His eyes bored into hers as they spun, sleep, he said. Yugito felt her consciousness leave her. Genjutsu, she realized. She cursed her weak state as darkness consumed her and she fell backwards into the bed. Naruto sighed and turned around to leave the room. Yugito could now recover well her chakra during the Sharingan forced sleep. If she can recover her chakra and heal her wounds to some extent during the night, it would be good. It would be well if her connection with Matatabi was not cut off. If not, the Baijuu would heal her during the night. But if he had not cut off the connection, the Baijuu would wake her up. If that happened, he would have been forced to have a white Zetsu clone tag her so to consume her chakra so that she does not attempt to run away. But doing that would leave her unable to heal properly and recover her chakra. He wanted her to walk on her own feet when they go to Kumo. When doing that, she would not be a burden that would need to be carried all the way. Things would be easier if she was on her own feet. Since the rescue was a success, he would have to go to Kumo and then return to Konoha. Upon returning, he would have to think other things. It was best to get this little episode over and move on to other matters. What he had to do now was refresh his body. He had been dead. The body needed sufficient rest. His chakra was also acting up in the wrong way within his body. He could feel its circulation around his body. Normally, he should not be able to do so unless meditating. But he was not doing so. He had figured that by now, he should have been able to know whatever happens to his body. He hated it when something happened and he could not understand it. But it was no matter at the moment. He had been dead after all. Sighing, Naruto closed the door behind him as he took silent steps towards a room he would use. Sasuke was still resting, there was no need to visit him. What good would it do if the Uchiha was sleeping and he went there? For now it was best to allow him to recover. The following day. Where are you going? Yugito heard as she was silently making her way towards the exit of the house she had been kept in. Upon waking up from her Sharingan-induced sleep, she had immediately thought of running away from the place. It was still early in the morning, still dark inside and outside. She thought that everyone would be sleeping. But guess not. She turned around and saw those eyes that had stared at her the previous day, the eyes that seemed to glow with the dark. She could not tell what his expression was like because of the darkness. But she could feel that he was neither smiling nor pleased by the situation. He seemed to blink before speaking. Is this how you thank people, woman? I saved your life from the hands of Akatsuki and told you I would return you home. Is this how you thank my hospitality? By the tone of his voice, she could tell that he was merely saying those words. Perhaps for his amusement in seeing how she would react. By that tone, she could tell that he cared not for those things. The tone was just the same as he had used the last time he spoke to her, blank. She wondered how she was going to get out of this one. Her body had not yet healed. She could not outrun a man who is said to have killed an army by himself. He also defeated the Sanbi's Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki that was stronger than her. With her injuries and him in perfect condition, who could win that battle? Still, she felt somewhat bad with his words even though she could tell he did not care for it. He had indeed saved her from the clutches of Akatsuki, kept her safe and did not mistreat her, he did not even take an advantage of her. Her wounds had been bandaged and somewhat cleaned. He had not even bound her, well she was bound at the beginning but he had unbound her to allow her to recover. That spoke much. She was not kept like a prisoner, and here she was trying to run away from the man who saved her ass. Perhaps she did not know if he was telling the truth about taking her home. Perhaps it was because she did not trust a stranger, a man who could put her under an illusion by just looking into her eyes. Even so with those thoughts, I am returning home, she said in a firm tone. Go back to your room, she was being told like a child who had done wrong. Parents who were not strict usually do that to their misbehaving children. But in his tone there was underlying message that she could feel. But even so, Yugito kept quiet. She was not going to back down just because she was told to go back to her room. She would stand still and see what would happen. It was not like he was going to kill her after saving her. Her eyes widened when in a matter of the blink on an eye, Naruto was right in front of her. She had not seen him move. Perhaps it was because of the darkness. But it was certain that he was extremely fast. She was no weak kunoichi. She had experienced her fair number of battles. The speed the blonde used to shorten the distance between him and her was fast. He did nothing though. He merely stared into her eyes. But she immediately looked away to avoid being caught in a genjutsu again. Do not keep me waiting. If you do, I will break both your legs and drag you to Kumagakure like that. And there will be nothing you can do or about it. From his tone, he meant it. Yugito was not going to take the chance. She would not be killed. But having her legs broken was worse, even though she would heal eventually. She was not going to take a chance with him. Silently, she stepped away from him and walked back to her room with her head held high. She was not embarrassed by being caught on the act. But even so, his mere presence close to her was enough to make her abandon her plans. "There goes my silent night song," Naruto said as Yugito had disappeared. He had been enjoying the silence the night brought while he organized his thoughts until the woman tried this act. Now he could no longer do that. Well, in an hour or so, the darkness would return to the corners after being shoved there by the light. He silently made his way towards the kitchen. A few hours later, Sasuke was surprised to see Naruto inside his room. Naruto had been dead the last time he saw him. But he had been told by Zetsu that he was merely sleeping. So then he could say he was not lying but telling the truth. The blonde looked lively as always. He did not seem like Had was dead a day ago when he last saw him. Of course his mind was clouded with other things, but he was somewhat surprised and relieved to see that his fellow Uchiha was alive. "You are alive," Sasuke stated, looking straight at Naruto. He ignored the fact that he was bound. "Yes, I am," Naruto answered. "Zetsu must have assured you that I was not dead, but merely sleeping." "He did," Sasuke said. Naruto was now close to him. He could feel the blonde's oppressing chakra. He normally did not feel it even when the blonde was close to him. The chakra was always silent. But now he could feel its superiority forcing his own to fall beneath it. "What is wrong with you?" Sasuke felt compelled to question. "My chakra?" Naruto asked, but did not wait for Sasuke to respond. "The seals that normally keep my chakra sealed are breaking because the chakra was misbehaving all night. And it also too much of a bothersome task to suppress it. I seem to have lost the ability an hour ago." He finished the last words in a thoughtful tone. Sasuke nodded. He was not going to ask why his chakra had been misbehaving. He had other matters to deal with. "Yes." The events of yesterday rushed through his head and his expression darkened. "Did you know?" The question was asked like he would have in his old brooding days. "The truth behind the Uchiha massacre, yes," Naruto responded in a calm tone. "How long have you known?" "The day after it happened," Naruto responded without fear of Sasuke lashing out at him. He was going to be honest about this part since Itachi had already told him the truth. "Why did you not tell me the truth?" Sasuke was now glaring at him darkly. It seemed like he wanted to kill him with his own eyes. If he had not been bound, he would have surely been on Naruto's face demanding answers. "It was not my place to say," Naruto responded. But when has that stopped him from saying things? He had always been straightforward. Sasuke snorted knowing this. Whether it was his place or not, Naruto would have told him if he wanted. He did not tell him because he did not want to. The blonde proved him right with his next words. "There was also the fact that I simply did not want to tell you and deal with this. But this way was what your brother wanted. Despite being painful, it was the best way you could awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. And in your old days, you would have acted stupidly and ignorantly, and gotten yourself killed if you were told the truth. Why does everyone treat me like a child?" Sasuke nearly yelled. "That is because you acted like one. At least now you have matured," Naruto responded shortly. "Now let me see those eyes you awakened." Sasuke activated his Mangekyo Sharingan but glared at Naruto. He did not smile. He merely kept his dark expression. "Does Kakashi know about it?" "No," Naruto answered, shaking his head. "The only ones in Konoha who knew were the advisors and Sarutobi. Tsunade and Jiraiya are not aware of that." "How can you allow them to leave after they had done something like that? Our clan was massacred by my brother. He was forced to do it and yet the villagers called him many names. How could you stand that?" Now Sasuke's voice was loud. He was barely containing his anger. Naruto was glad he had set a silencing seals. "I did not particularly care for the Uchiha," Naruto responded, shocking Sasuke. "They were stupid. Had they not betrayed Madara after Konoha was formed, Tobirama would have never pushed them away from Konoha, leading them to think of attempting a coup d'état. It was their own stupidity that led them to the position they had found themselves in," Naruto stated in keeping his tone as always. "How can you say that?" Sasuke yelled. It was unthinkable that the blonde could say something like that. He may be an uncaring person, but this was different. "My parents were killed. Innocent children were murdered even though they did not do anything. And my brother was forced to carry that burden alone." "That was unfortunate," Naruto said. He shook his head. You are making me talk about my childhood. And if you do anything stupid after this, I will kill you." He paused for a moment. "Minato died saving Konoha and my mother died also protecting Konoha. I was made a Jinchuriki for the sake of the village. Minato's naive dream was for me to be seen as a hero. But I was not. Instead I was forced to live in the orphanage while on my birthdays angry mobs attacked me. Each day of my life I was forced to endure glaring eyes of pure hatred. In all that, I never knew who my parents were. And only found out later that I was the Kyuubi's Jinchuriki. So tell me Sasuke, between you and me, who deserves revenge?" Sasuke was silent for some time. Kakashi had told him of Naruto's harsh childhood. The Jounin would smile sadly with guilt each time they spoke about the subject. But one that had guilt the most was Jiraiya. He only saw the expression once though. The two had been talking about it while drinking sake when he overheard them. "Our misery was caused because of the village. Does not that give us more reason to see the village burn down?" His voice was no longer loud. "It does," Naruto admitted. "But my mother not only sacrificed herself for me, she also sacrificed herself for the sake of Konoha. Destroying it would not do her sacrifice any good. And besides, it is not everyone in Konoha who deserves to die." "Are you saying you forgive them?" Naruto raised a brow at the question. "No," he said. "Then why?" Sasuke wanted to understand why could stand them. "I cannot stand them if that is what you're thinking. And I have already told you why. Have you seen me smiling at those fools?" Sasuke shook his head. "Konoha itself did nothing to you, so did the villagers. They showered you with love and everything you ever wanted. But I was the outcast, the disease that could not be healed. I cannot let this slide." "That is fair," Naruto stated. "You can do whatever you want of those who issued the order. If Dansu had not been stupid, we would have been killing him together." "They are dead," Sasuke said. "Koharu and Homura are still alive. You can make them suffer all you want. I don't care, just don't get yourself into unnecessary troubles," Naruto stated with a shrug. Sasuke smiled in a sick way as he thought of ways to make those fools suffer. Naruto could tell that Sasuke was still infuriated. And it was certain that should anyone speak ill of Itachi, there would be a certain death unless someone stops him. Well, at least he had calmed him a little. He would not think of becoming a missing nin and think of destroying Konoha. As long as he has his fun with the advisors, he would tone his anger a little. Perhaps if it had been the old him, he would not have listened to him. Naruto stood up and let off the restraints. "Where is Itachi's corpse?" He wanted to give his brother a proper burial at the compound in Konoha. No one would stand in his way of doing that. "Safe in his eyes also," Naruto responded. The eyes would be useful for Sasuke no to go blind and to gain the eternal Mangekyo. But for now, he had to stick with the Mangekyo Sharingan. He would give him Itachi's eyes later after he had gotten used to the Mangekyo Sharingan's power. Sasuke nodded. His expression, though no longer dark, it was not happy. It would take some time for the happy expression to return. Anger and hatred did not just vanish in the blink of an eye. Sasuke still felt both the former and the latter. It would take some time for him to feel that no more. "What now?" "We head to Kumo," Naruto responded as he began to walk away from the raven-haired Uchiha. Sasuke seemed fine. Yugito could also travel, so there was no need to stay within the hideout anymore. Chapter 25. The following day. The way to Kumo had not been all that fast-paced. They were traveling at fair speeds, not in much of a hurry. It was forced much by the fact that Yugito could not run at her full speed and neither Naruto nor Sasuke were willing to carry her all the way back to her home. But even so, if one of them was willing to do that, she would not have accepted the help. She was a proud kunoichi and would not want to be seen as weak. It was already enough that Naruto had to bail her after being defeated by Hidan and Kakuzu. Her pride as a kunoichi still mattered and she would make sure that it was not defiled by anything. She could never really forget that battle, the battle between her and the two Akatsuki members who attempted to capture her. It was a battle unlike any she had ever experienced before in her whole Jinchuriki life. Those two had been monsters, and she had the intel given to them by Jiraiya, but still, it proved worthless as the two could not just die. She had hit them with all she could, but they took her out even in her Baijuu form. It was unexpected. And she had been happy thinking that she could take them on after she had seen them, but that was not to be. They had beaten her painfully and that hurt her pride as a hailed perfect Jinchuriki. An S-rank battle was nothing she had thought she would experience in such a manner. She could not count sparring with B because they never really went all out in fear of hurting the other. But when going against enemies, she had no such fears. But Naruto was able to beat them. As far as she had been told. Sasuke did not fight at all. The blonde was the only one to have fought both Akatsuki members. It raised much questions about his power. His heroics in Kirigakure were known worldwide. But some people did not actually believe in his power. She had also thought that some people were exaggerating about his strength. But all evidence pointed that he had done it all. And here she was, he had rescued her from the Akatsuki all by himself without the help of his fellow Uchiha. Just how powerful is he? Thinking of the blonde, there was something he had said that was troubling her, so it was a setup. He had spoken those words. She had been thinking about them for quite some time now. She was not the most loved in Kumagakure. It was possible that someone might have set it up so that she could be captured. But she was quite surprised that someone would even go that far. The Akatsuki were evil. Who could have the heart to sell her to them? She was positive that the Raikage had not been the one to assign her the mission to go to outside the village. She was given the mission by one of the higher-ups in Kumagakure. It was an important mission to retrieve some important documents in Shimo. She was not supposed to see what was inside once she got hold of the documents. But she never got to reach her destination because once she was out of the village, those monsters came into her view. And now she was returning home without completing her mission. That is, if there was a mission to begin with. Still, it hurt her that someone would go as far as to sell her to the criminal organization, Akatsuki. She had served Kumagakure in all her might and will. Even though she was not loved as Killer Bee, she was still loved to some degree. But it was not everyone who liked her guts. But even so, she continued to live within Kumo, serving it. She protected the people who hated her. She did not only shield those who liked he. She was a protector of the village, thus she could not choose who to protect. As long as one was a citizen of Kumo, her protection was guaranteed without question, even if someone spat on her. The Raikage will surely kill someone if it was indeed a setup. She was like family to him. She knew that he cared for her. He was very emotional for a big man and would not hesitate to act rashly to the betrayal. It is indeed an act of betrayal that she was sent away from the village without support. He was going to kill someone without mercy. He would surely be infuriated and act without even investigating the matter thoroughly. The man was quite rash sometimes. Forget the consequences, he would say when angered. Naruto, Sasuke called, breaking the silence. Yugito looked at the Uchiha. She looked at his eyes. They were different from Naruto's. She could guess that it was the Mangekyo Sharingan. But as far as intel suggested, Sasuke did not have the Mangekyo. But that was by no means a normal Sharingan. She was knowledgeable enough to know that the Mangekyo manifested differently depending on the wielder. Each Uchiha had different eyes. Their Mangekyo Sharingans did not manifest the same, so it was no surprise to her to see that both Uchihas had different eyes. Sasuke had the expression like Naruto had. But his was a little different. It sometimes showed brief emotions of anger, while Naruto's expression was simply pure blank. She wondered how he could keep it up all the time. Even Anbu sometimes smiled. It was uncomfortable staring at him. "What is it?" Naruto said, not even bothering to look at his clansmen. His eyes were focused ahead on the road. "Aren't you going to do something about your condition?" "Your chakra," Sasuke specified. "Although I can live with it. It is not making her comfortable. You could tone it down a bit." Naruto was in the middle. But both Sasuke and Yugito were not traveling close to him. Sasuke was far more close to him, but Yugito was a few feet away from him. It looked like she was trying to keep her distance away from the blonde. That would be because Naruto's power was just emanating through him. It was no good feeling given that his chakra was dense and not so much peaceful. It was somewhat sinister and suffocating to those who could not stand it. He was not just releasing it. It was must merely leaking out because it was too much inside his body, and it was fluctuating in a way misbehaving manner. Because of the evil feel it gave and its oppressing nature, Yugito was not close to him. It was not out of fear or anything. She was used to foul chakra. She was a Jinchuriki after all. But the blonde just gave her a weird feeling. I told that the seals that usually restrain my chakra were breaking. Now all 4 of them have disappeared from my body. My chakra proved to be too much for them. It will take some control to get it to behave, Naruto explained in a calm tone. This feeling would be wonderful if he liked to enforce fear into everyone who got near him. But he was not like that. It was just at the moment he could not do anything. Well, he could, he just was going to do it when he has made time for that purpose only. You had 4 seals containing your chakra? Sasuke asked, surprised by Naruto's words. Naruto had more chakra than him, and that was when he was thinking that the blonde did not seal most of his chakra. Sealed chakra could not be sensed. So just how much chakra did Naruto have? Yes, Naruto answered. Yugito looked at him for a moment before asking, did you release them all when fighting in Kiri? Naruto looked at her. No, he answered with a small smile. He had lied when he said he was fighting at full power. He had only released a single seal that was on his back. But the seal was equivalent to the 3 that remained. So one could say that he had used 2/3 of his chakra in Kirigakure during the Civil War. He had abnormal large amounts of chakra even at a young age. There was a fact that he had Uzumaki genes within him. That meant a Senju lineage. Added to that, he was a Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi from the day he was born. Even before he was born, the Kyuubi's chakra affected him while he was still within his mother's womb. He was carried for 10 months. When Madara infused his and Hashirama's cells into his body, it only gave him another wide door to grow. The Senju cells fitted perfectly because he already had a Senju lineage blood given by his Uzumaki heritage. Uzumaki lineage, that was what Madara and Obito lacked within their bodies. Their chakra system was also not natured by the strongest Baijuo. The fact that he had Uzumaki, Senju and Uchiha blood made him an even perfect person and worthy to surpass the Sage of 6 Paths. Obito could not even match to that power. He could not even handle the powers of the Rinnegan, probably unlike Nagato. It was why he is allowing the latter to gather Baijuos with the Rinnegan. Madara could achieve a piece of that power. But all logic dictates that he would be stronger than the man. A further increase to his power was added when he extracted the Kyuubi out of his body. Having the beast's power leave his body tempered with his chakra system in a good way. And as told, the Baijuo left some of its chakra inside his body as a safety measure. The chakra the Baijuo had left had infused with his own. But when one was a sensor, they could feel it within his system. That would give a view that it had not fully fused with his own. But because of his death, it had managed to fully fuse and now could be differentiated from his. Perhaps his body had gone through some changes as well. It would explain why his chakra was misbehaving. Perhaps the Raikage was right to brand him a threat, Yugito thought. If he had fought during the civil war in Kiri without releasing all of his power, that would mean that he was a lot more powerful than that. Then just how powerful was he? Well, at least he did not seem to have any evil intentions towards her village. But she feared how the Raikage would react once he felt the power she was feeling from him right now. She just hoped that he did not do anything stupid like attacking him. That would put the relations with Konoha in an unfavorable position. Just how much chakra do you have, Naruto? Sasuke asked in more of a thought than anything else. That feeling of jealousy was starting to creep into his mind. But it should not matter now since he has the Mangekyo Sharingan. He could now do some of the things that Naruto could do because of his eyes. It's not important to ask such a question, Sasuke, Naruto said, having heard the answer. It is high possibility that you will never be able to know the answer. There were things inside his body that no one could know about. Trying to understand his power would be meaningless as one could never find where it comes from. Maybe to you, Sasuke responded. How long till we reach Kumo? He questioned, looking at Yugito. He wanted to return to Konoha and start practicing the usage of his eyes. Keeping them activated for now was only making him feel good. But using them would thrill each muscle fiber inside his body. Within minutes at our current pace, Yugito responded. If that is so, let us walk from here on, Naruto said, receiving a look from Sasuke. We will not be returning to Konoha after we see the Raikage. We will rest for the night before returning back to Konoha. I want to take a good look at the village that raised one of the strongest Kage the shinobi world has ever seen. Yugito looked at Naruto with curiosity. You mean the Sandaime Raikage? Yes, Naruto answered. He had some good qualities. The man fought with Juki and never got injured by attacks from the Baijuo. He only went down due to chakra exhaustion. He must have been really strong to receive praise from you, Sasuke said flatly. It was just rare to hear Naruto praise someone. So he does not just praise anyone, Yugito thought after hearing Sasuke's words. There was bitterness in Sasuke's words though. But she could not say that the Sandaime was not strong. The man had been far superior. His lightning defense made it impossible for normal jutsu to hurt him. You could throw jutsu of all natures and neither would scratch him. Naruto decided not to comment on Sasuke's words. Anyone has potential to become a superior shinobi. But those with Kekkei Genkais have far better chances. Jinchurikis are also a special case. If they are smart, their ability to learn is not limited by anything. He paused for a moment. You have the Mangekyo Sharingan, those eyes put you above others. But when you become dependent on them, your ability to grow becomes limited. It is the same with Yugito and any Jinchuriki who uses his / Baiju's power. Once they become dependent on it, they cannot grow further. Ultimately, they become normal. There was some silence as both Sasuke and Yugito absorbed Naruto's words. Sasuke had been told something like this by Kakashi while they were training together. In fact, it was not once that the Jounin told him of that. He always reminded him until he fully understood. Yugito was the first to respond though, I am not fully dependent on my Baiju's chakra. And I think that people have limits to their growth potential. Naruto shook his head. The limit is the attitude. When the body can still function, there are no limits. It is a matter of whether you see yourself breaking the barrier of not. He then looked at Yugito. If you ask Madatabi, she will tell you that a Jinchuriki's full power is when he or she combines their chakra with his / her Baiju. When that happens, you become a perfect Jinchuriki. Turning into Madatabi is nothing but imperfection. No matter how powerful you may appear, you are imperfect. Turning into a Baiju only makes you an oversized giant that can only do two things, smash and fire a tailed beast bomb. In other words, stop calling yourself a perfect Jinchuriki because you are not. All you can do is hit things with your paws and shoot large balls of chakra. That is how much it sounded like to Yugito. Those words did not do her pride any good. She felt like transforming into Madatabi and show him who was imperfect between them. But she could not do that since her access to the Baiju's chakra was blocked. You are rather talkative, Sasuke noted. Naruto mostly never gave anyone advice. Especially given that Yugito was a stranger. But Naruto was talking to her like he was very much familiar with her. Perhaps it was because they were on the subject of power. Naruto could never miss that kind of subject. He was sort of an expert at the subject. You can even feel it when he speaks. The problem was that he never chooses his words carefully to accommodate the weak-minded. Naruto had not noticed that. Perhaps it was because of my sleep, he thought. But did not matter anyway. It was not like he was exchanging pleasantries. And he was even willing to teach an enemy a few lessons. Don't you think that this woman needs to hear these words, Sasuke? He asked. Again, in his usual style, he did not wait for Sasuke to respond. She is a Jinchuriki I just saved. I had to come all the way from Konoha to save her from Akatsuki because she was weak. I am giving her a way to become strong so that she would not need to be saved next time. I do not wish for her to remain weak, but rather I want her to become strong, he explained his reasons for speaking much words. I am not weak. Yugito said through gritted teeth. Had it been someone else I would not have been defeated. Those two just could not die, now she refused to be called weak, especially by a person who did not even know her. Some people wish they had her strength, and some blonde from Konoha has the audacity to call her weak. It is true that he saved her, but that did not mean that he could say whatever he wanted about her. She would not stand for those kind of words. Sadly though, Naruto felt no worth in commenting in her words. How generous of you, Sasuke remarked. The remark sounded a bit sarcastic though. Perhaps the Uchiha was angry with Naruto about something. It might have been that he knew about the Uchiha massacre and yet did not tell him, or the fact that he had said that he did not care for people who were killed. And yet he seemed to care about some woman who was nothing to him. Naruto raised a curious eyebrow at Sasuke's eyebrow. He shook his head. Would it not be a pain to keep saving the same person over and over again when you can show them how to become strong so that they can protect themselves? Sasuke looked at Naruto stoically, taking after his brother. He wanted to snort or do something else. But at the end he nodded at that. Even he would rather have someone become strong on their own so they could protect themselves. By now, Yugito was being ignored, which did nothing to please her. But she settled for not saying anything. And besides, it would be sad if she were to get killed because of her imperfection, Naruto said, looking ahead. He could feel the gates of Kumo right ahead. Sasuke actually stopped walking when Naruto said sad. He did not think that those words would leave the blonde's mouth. He did not think that he could be capable to feeling them towards a stranger. Even to Yugito, even though she was a Jinchuriki. So to have things cleared for him, he questioned, what do you mean sad? Not in the sense of being actually sad, Naruto answered shortly without pause. Sasuke actually nodded at his answer as if he understood things perfectly. Of course, this action confused Yugito greatly as she did not understand what was going on. Why would it be sad? Is it because she is a Jinchuriki? Sasuke questioned curiously. His expression had changed from the one of stoic to curious one. Somehow Yugito did not feel good about all that. But she refrained from voicing out her thoughts. She was going to part ways with them soon anyway. She would say thank you from the bottom of her heart and leave them. She would not be faking her thanks. They really did save her life. The least she could do was to be thankful. Going back to the scene currently playing, even if she were to voice her thoughts, there was a 90% chance that she would be ignored by Naruto since the question would be directed at him. Perhaps, Naruto responded. This woman is a proud kunoichi and Jinchuriki. How many are there in Konoha? Out of all the women you have come across, has there been anyone like her, Sasuke? Somehow Sasuke did not like what Naruto was getting at. What are you saying? You seem to be incapable of finding a woman on your own. And I had thought since your sensei was somewhat of a pervert, you would have learned a few things from him. Naruto shook his head. Yugito glared at him, seeing where he was taking the conversation. This woman is quite fine to be the one to bear your children. A few moments ago, she was thinking of attacking me even though she could feel how superior I was to her. That leads me to conclude that she won't be like flames that you can bend any time you want. Sasuke was thinking if he should be embarrassed or angry. The situation to Yugito was slightly amusing while at the same time infuriating. Are you suggesting that I become toy to produce children for him? Yugito questioned in a deadly calm tone. Naruto looked at her and smiled slightly. Sasuke seems to be shy around women. Igniting things like this is my way of helping. He seemed to ignore her question. I don't see anything particularly wrong with him. Would it be hell to live with him at the Uchiha compound? Guess not. Yugito stared at Naruto blankly. How could he ask her such a thing with straight face? Was there something wrong with him? Generally there was nothing wrong with Sasuke. But people just did not say such things like he was. Are you even hearing yourself when you speak such things? She questioned. Naruto ignored her question. You did not answer my question, he said. So now because you saved my life you think I should become his wife and cough out children for him? What do you think I am? You still did not answer my question. Naruto seemed to sigh at this. But I was not saying that simply because you were saved. Like I said, you have the personality to be the right woman for Uchiha. And unlike some women Sasuke might bring, I won't be annoyed each time I see you, he said. So you are not thinking about me but you and what you like, Sasuke said. Forget it, Yugito is not interested in you, Naruto said with a shrug. Most importantly, you are annoying me. I might just kill you for that, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes at his left side where Yugito was walking by. But he was not looking at her, but towards the trees. You sense them, Sasuke said, knowing that Naruto was referring to the Anbu that had been tailing them for quite some time now. I thought since you were busy talking you would not have noticed them. I did. But since now I have lost interest in the conversation, their presence only annoys me. Anbu should be trained better than this. Even I who is like a walking light bulb can hide better than this, Naruto said flatly while Yugito chose to remain silent on the matter. Sasuke sighed. I doubt that, he said, referring to that Naruto could hide better. In the way he was now, it seems impossible for him to achieve that feat. He looked at Yugito. Tell them to go away before he really kills them, he said. Yugito raised a curious eyebrow. He would do that even though this is Kumo territory? If he did that, that would be provoking trouble and anger of the Raikage. Sasuke nodded. I doubt he would care about the consequences, he said. But they were not here to cause any trouble in the village. He would like it to be that way. Yugito nodded and signaled for the Anbu to return to the village. They were close to the village now, there was no need for them to be following them. You are different from him, Yugito said. These two Uchihas when they were talking seemed to be nice people, despite Naruto's blunt way of putting things. They were not trying to scare her each time they got the chance. They merely allowed her to walk and talk freely. But when they were silent, it was another story. Sasuke shrugged in response. He was not going to say anything else to that matter. Naruto and him were different people, that much was obvious. He was not going to speculate anything further to that. Yugito was still a kunoichi from a village that was not in friendly terms with Konoha. He was not going to give her any more personal information than Naruto has. She was not an enemy but definitely not an ally either. There was silence for a moment. Yugito recalled that Naruto had called her by Juu by its name. No one other than her was supposed to know that. That was what she had been told. Madatabi had informed her that humans did not bother to learn of their names but simply chose to call them by the number of tails they had. That was because humans only saw Baijuus as nothing but mass source of chakra, weapons that needed to be controlled by them. They did not even think that they had names and a mind of their own. But Naruto had actually called her Baijuu by its name. How do you the name of the Baijuu I hold? Yugito asked curiously. Naruto just looked at her with nothing to read on his face. With that look, Yugito knew she was not going to get an answer. It is not like I can do something with that information, she said. I know, Naruto said. But the matter is simple, I just don't want to tell you. Yugito responded by glaring at him. But Naruto was no longer looking at her. Even if he had been, he would not have been bothered by her glare. He would have probably just shrugged it off like it was nothing. She resigned in glaring at him. Once we get in the village, I will probably be separated from you. No doubt the Raikage's Anbu are waiting at the gates. If you need anything before you leave, go to Training Ground Zero, you will find me there. You are returning to training in that condition? Sasuke questioned with a raised brow. He would not be surprised if she was going to kill herself in training because of what Naruto had said. Yugito shrugged. Once the seal blocking my access to my Baijuu's chakra is removed, I will be fine, she said. Since we have arrived. Naruto turned to face Yugito. Come here so I can remove the seal, he said. Where is the seal placed? Yugito asked curiously. Where do you think? Naruto responded with a question. No, Yugito said. She was not going to be stripping in front of him. Someone I trust will remove it. It was good that it was placed while she was still out cold. Naruto shrugged and looked ahead the large gates of Kumagakure. He could sense several chakra signatures from the gate. Well, to avoid unnecessary unscripted plays, he would have to play nice. But he was not going to be bowing down to anyone in the village. The Raikage and his searches had returned back to the village when they had not found Yugito anywhere. Surely the man would have much to say to him and Sasuke. But the man would definitely not say, thank you. He did not expect him to say so though. In fact, he would be disappointed if the man thanked him for returning Yugito. Kumo gates. Just as thought, the gates were swamped with shinobi from the village, mostly Anbu though. They seemed to have been waiting for them for quite some time. But given that since they neared Kumo territory, they cooled down their pace, it was obvious that they would have been informed. They could have come to get Yugito outside the village, staying inside was the safe choice. Who knew what could happen if they went outside and forced Yugito to be handed to them? They were not looking for a fight even though they were in their home turf. Sometimes it was just better to avoid conflicts. Meaningless conflicts only resulted in unwanted deaths and sorrow. It was best to allow people to live in their peace and keep them away from sorrow. Shinobi were protectors of the village they belonged to. They had to make the wise decisions so not to put the civilians in danger. Making stupid choices could only bring about damage. It would be either to them or their enemy. But often even when one was a winner, there was always a heavy price that was paid. I did not think there would be these many, Sasuke said looking at the people gate. There were about 2 squads of Anbu and more than 12 other shinobi standing at the gates. That was not including the gate guards and the other Anbu who were obviously watching from afar. Paranoid people act like this, Naruto replied. But it is quite lively. He looked outside the gates. That was someone he was familiar with that he was sensing. He wondered what the man was doing at this village. He seemed to have been waiting for them. The Raikage is surely going to be pissed if you keep talking like that, Sasuke stated shaking his head. Naruto merely shrugged carelessly in response. It was of no consequence to him if the man became infuriated. If he could not handle mere words then he was weak-minded, not worthy of being a Kage. Words had power in them but someone of a Kage is not supposed to be riled up by anything that was said. 2 people came running towards the 3. The others seemed to just watch as they ran happily. Another woman, with blonde hair seemed to just walk behind them without hurry. Yugito. One of them 2 yelled. She was certainly a woman and the other was a man. Both wore standards Kumo Jounin vests. The woman rushed over to Yugito and hugged her with bliss all over her face. The male merely watched with a lollipop on his mouth. But neither Sasuke nor Naruto stopped for the show of affection. Karu, you are hugging me a little bit tight, Yugito said wincing because she had yet to fully heal and the woman was squashing her in her hug. Sorry, Karu responded letting go of Yugito. We hurried off to find you when we heard you had gone alone on a mission. When he came to search for you, we did not find you. She said still holding Yugito's hands. I will explain everything later, Yugito responded as she began to walk forward to look at catch up to Naruto and Sasuke. Amoe and Kairo followed her from behind. Naruto stopped for a moment when he laid his eyes on the woman that was standing in front of him. She had blonde hair and a large bust. The most thing that stood out though to Naruto was her cold eyes and impassive expression. He found himself fascinated by her stare. It was almost like his. The woman stared at him with her expression never changing. But something seemed to flash across her face for a second. She had felt his oppressing chakra, but chose not to comment on it. The Raikage did not ooze off such power. No one she had seen had been able to reflect this much power she was feeling from him. Sasuke looked between the two, and smiled. A perfect match, he thought. Both had the same expressions, perhaps they had more things alike. Naruto should not have gotten himself involved with Yugao. To Sasuke, this woman in front of him was the one who was supposed to be in that position. But then again they had a minimum of 4 wives to marry. Naruto only had 2. He could add to that. But something like that seemed impossible. "Follow me," Samui said in a flat tone as she turned around towards the gate. A perfect match indeed, Sasuke thought aloud. Even her voice sounded like the blonde's. Perhaps Naruto himself had noticed this. A perfect match for what? Sasuke heard a voice asking him from behind. He looked back to see Yugito staring into his eyes. "Nothing," he answered, going back to the way ahead. "I saw that you were looking between Naruto and Samui. Could be perhaps thinking that they could be a perfect match for each other?" Yugito questioned calmly. This time, everyone heard her, including Naruto and Samui. But neither commented on it. Sasuke shrugged. "I might have," he admitted without fear. He was not going to say otherwise. He was much in a good mood to be threatened by anyone at the moment. No threat to him would be phasing. He could handle them all. Especially given now that he has awakened the prized Mangekyo Sharingan. "Jiraiya, for how long will you keep playing hide and seek alone?" Naruto spoke, suddenly surprising the group. Just then Jiraiya made his presence known. He was holding a notepad and a pen in his hands. For some reason he had a disappointed look on his face. "What a way to ruin the moment," the perverted toad sage grumbled. If Naruto had not spoken, he could have gotten something for his research. The conversation being carried out by Yugito and Sasuke was a good one. It was befitting to be added to his books. But the blonde just had to open his mouth before things could get to the good part. Samui was indeed desirable. Her bust rivaled Tsunade's and her cold look only made her desirable to him. "Have you lost children in some parts of this village?" Naruto questioned, ignoring Jiraiya's words. The Sannin then walked closer to the group. He raised a brow when he got the feeling from Naruto, but did not say anything. It was new. For now, he would leave it as it was. There was also Sasuke's eyes, they were also new. He would not question that now, but when it was just the 3 of them. For now he was going to pretend like he already knew about those eyes. It seemed that Sasuke was not even attempting to hide them. In fact, he seemed to be showing them off. It was no doubt the Mangekyo Sharingan. An interesting development. No doubt it had something to do with Itachi. Back to Naruto's question, the blonde knew that he had no children. What he was saying that he and Sasuke were not children that needed him for babysitting. "I figured if I did not come here, you would leave this village having not minded you," words towards the Raikage. "It is my duty to ensure that no such thing happens," the toad sage said. "So you came to stop me from saying anything the Raikage would find insulting," Naruto said, earning a firm nod from Jiraiya. "Laughable, yep," he said it. "What is it that is laughable?" Jiraiya questioned with narrowed eyes. "How you will succeed in what you came for," Naruto responded, earning looks from the Kumo group. Sasuke said nothing. It seemed that it was nothing new to him. This, of course, surprised them because Jiraiya was supposed to be a legendary shinobi. Who spoke to him like that? Most people referred to him as Jiraiya-sama even with his perverted antics, but yet Naruto simply called him Jiraiya. Samui narrowed her eyes at the blonde. Interesting fellow, she thought silently. The group that had been standing at the gate was now looking at the Konoha shinobi with impassive expressions. Naruto disappeared in a blur and appeared behind the group. The speed was so fast that only a few had seen him move. The Anbu arrived at him when he was already walking forwards after passing the group of shinobi. Things became tense when the Anbu pulled out their swords and pointed them at Naruto. What one would expect Naruto to say in this situation would be, "How annoying," and he indeed said that. It was a surprise to the Anbu that he could only call the situation he was in annoying. Who did something like that? They could cut him if they wanted, but all he could say was how annoying? But the Anbu did not let that get to them. No, they stayed strong and stared at the blonde behind their masks. The aura of his oppressive power could be felt quite clearly. It did not make it comfortable for them to stay that close to him. But they were Anbu. If they were to run away, who would stay behind? Who told you to step inside the village? The leader of the group asked in a monotone voice. He was staying strong, his fellow Anbu to follow in his example. Naruto seemed to sigh before responding in an even tone. Is that rhetorical? Step back so that we can take a look at your pass. If everything checks out okay, we will let you pass. The Anbu leader spoke again without fear or wavering in his stance. And if I refuse? We will take appropriate measures like cutting your head off your neck. The words seemed to amuse Naruto. I refuse. He wanted to see if they could actually cut off his head before he did that to them. It was a question of who was faster between him and the Anbu pressing their swords at him. The situation looked not to favor him, but he was not concerned for that all. Before anything could happen, Jiraiya intervened. Come on, Naruto. Don't do anything stupid. This is Kumagakure, not Konoha. We have to abide by their rules and there will be consequences should we not do that, the Toad Sage said. He then looked at Samui. Why aren't you saying anything? Aren't you the one who invited them to follow you? It was not completely Naruto's fault. The Anbu were just being difficult. The blonde had come into the village to return their Jinchuriki who could have been captured by Akatsuki had it not been for him. But they were still trying to assert their authority over their blonde. Naruto did not bend to that kind of thing. Samui shrugged. She was simply enjoying the show. Shadow, let him pass. Raikage-sama has allowed him entrance to the village, she spoke in a still flat tone. The Anbu knew that already. Perhaps they just wanted to provoke the blonde and see how he would react. Given his fame, it would not be a surprise if they just wanted to see if really he was strong as people say he was. Slowly the Anbu sheathed their weapons and walked away from Naruto. They disappeared into the shadows. Follow me, Samui said again, walking towards the direction of the Raikage's tower. The group then followed her from behind. Jiraiya walked towards Sasuke and whispered into his ear, so have you chosen which one you will take out of the two blondes? Personally, I don't care who you pick. Any of the two is fine. I don't have such thoughts in my head right now, Sasuke responded. Jiraiya sighed sadly. No wonder you are still a virgin. Naruto has even bettered you. In this area you should be better than him given his attitude. I gave you a copy of my book and Kakashi gave you a few tips, and yet the wells are still dry. I am not having this conversation with you, Jiraiya, Sasuke stated in a cold tone. It was annoying when the man started to speak about his personal life. His life was just the way he wanted it to be. He would not be pressured to do anything he did not want. Ungrateful brat, Jiraiya mumbled. I was just trying to help. The Sannin looked between Samui and Yugito who seemed to be conversing. How long have you been with them? Samui asked. Them was referred to Sasuke and Naruto. About 2 or 3 days, Yugito answered. She had spent most of the time sleeping. And she did not know long she had been at the place she had been kept before she came to. They did not do anything bad to you, did they? Kairo questioned. Before Yugito could respond, Amoe opened his mouth. It will be the end of the world if they did because Raikage-sama would be angry and would try to make them pay. Then Kumo and Konoha would become locked in a war. Soon otherville he was cut off by Kairo. Shut up, Amoe. She yelled loudly, hitting him on the forehead. Ouch. That hurt you FL. He held his words back when he saw the murderous look on Kairo's face. Ah, we are now close to the Raikage's tower, he said, trying to change the subject quickly so not to be the receiving end of Kairo's righteous fury. Raikage's tower. Jiraiya looked at Naruto. It would not matter if he showed a stern face. The blonde would do what he pleased. But it did not hurt trying. He had been right when he said he could not stop him from saying what he wanted to say to the Raikage. But at least he was here to do damage control should there be a need for that. Naruto, he called in a defeated tone as they were about to enter the Raikage's office. Just don't provoke the Raikage intentionally. The man is quite emotional and easily angered. That was quite true. A was known for his quick bursts of anger. It did not take much for the man's fuse to light up. A few things said or done and the man would be breaking walls. He was not about to have the man do any that under his watch. He would be like a mediator between the two. The Raikage also had his way of saying things. He was proud and never did quite admit to anything. Naruto was also proud and refused to bow to anyone. If the Naruto lights up a fire, he would be sure to be there to put it out. If the Raikage does start the fire, it would be no problem because Naruto is not the one to suddenly attack someone because of some words. He did not know what it would take for Naruto to actually lose his calm. So far, he had never seen the blonde uncool. He was always calm and collected. Regardless of what one said to him, he would always remain calm. He was not the one to suddenly rush into a fight rashly without thinking. In this coming meeting, he knew that regardless of what the Raikage would say to Naruto, the blonde would not lose his cool and suddenly attack the man. If he was to attack, Jiraiya knew that Naruto would request a nice place for them to do battle. But a fight between the two was something he was not about to have. If those two fought and the Raikage ends up losing, he would definitely dislike Naruto even more. Who knew what would creep into his mind should he lose? And Naruto was not the one to give up a fight just to make someone happy. Perhaps he would let you win for a moment just to build your confidence so that he could crush you with your full confidence. Cruel. Jiraiya was aware of that. Naruto was ruthless in a fight. It seemed like it was his pride and joy. Fighting the Raikage would certainly excite him. This talk is becoming annoying, Jiraiya, Naruto said, clearly not pleased with the fact that the Sannin was repeating his words. He had heard him the first time he spoke. He was not that stupid to do things that would provoke trouble between Kumagakure and Konoha. The same could not be said between him and the Raikage. He could care less if the man hated him. In fact, it was pleasing that the man hated his guts. His enemies would be thinning out soon. He had to find someone to amuse him after he had dealt with Nagato and Obito. I am just thinking of what is best for Konoha, Jiraiya said, not fazed by the look Naruto had. Sometimes you put your own amusement before anything. If anything less favorable between Kumo and Konoha were to occur, civilians are going to be in danger. I would like to avoid that. We have already suffered enough, the Sannin said in a firm tone. Aside from the Third Shinobi World War, Konoha had been unfortunate to lose many of their shinobi and civilians during the Kyuubi's rampage. It was one of the most tragic nights in Konoha, one that will never be forgotten in the village. Many lost their precious that day. Most of all, Konoha lost its Hokage. If that was not enough, their former shinobi, Orochimaru, now dead, orchestrated an invasion to the village by the sound and sand. Although the invasion was dealt with quickly, there were still 2 or 3 who lost some of their precious people. Even at that time, Konoha lost a Hokage. Another event with similarities to the previous ones would surely cause panic to the villagers. Over the previous 2 events, none of the Hokages had been able to make it out alive. They all ended up dying for the sake of the village. It was true that they were happy to have heroes such as them, but it was at the same time sad that they had to lose them. Finding someone to replace them was not easy. The village also weakens considerably when the cage is down. Potential customers also leave the village when its leader passes away. The good thing is that each time Konoha has been able to recover and still stand as the strongest. Some may have thought that they would be weakened considerably when the Kyuubi ran rampant within the village and killed many. And then their precious yellow Hokage died, sacrificing himself for the sake of the village. One would think Konoha no longer had one worthy to be Kage. But that was not to be. Hiruzen stepped up and took the mantle of Hokage again. He saw the village return to its former glory without even looking weak. Orochimaru came and Hiruzen died, but the remaining Sannin gathered and made the village stronger. Naruto shrugged as they entered the office of the man now hailed as the fastest man in the elemental nations. Minato was dead, so there was no one who could match his lightning cloak. Well, that is what people think. The Raikage was sitting comfortably behind his chair with his brother standing on his right hand. And another man standing on his left. The man on his left had a bored look on his face. He was Daru, a black lightning user, a rare ability to make black lightning. The eyes of A looked at the Konoha shinobi for a moment before going to Yugito. He smiled seeing her well. His eyes then returned to the Konoha shinobi, to be precise, Jiraiya. How nice of you to come again, Jiraiya, he said, leaving the formalities. With the Akatsuki still running loose, it is bound that I come here often, Jiraiya responded in a mature tone. And he could not allow Naruto to be alone with the Raikage. I nodded and looked at Kaoru and Amoe. He gave them a look that clearly said, leave, this is above your pay grade. The two did not waste time, they hurriedly left the room without saying another word. Would you explain to me what happened? The Raikage was still looking at Jiraiya. But the Sannin also had not details as to what really happened. I am also in the dark as you, Jiraiya said, shaking his head. I just met them at the gate. Only those three can explain to you what happened. Yugito? Yugito only said what had happened before she was beat by the Akatsuki members, Hidan and Kakuzu. She did not give out a detailed report, knowing that she would give out one after she had gotten the right medication from the hospital. The Raikage was surely going to question her more once the group on Konoha left his office. By then, she would give a full report of the events that transpired leading to her capture. How interesting, Naruto said when the Raikage seemed to have been in thought after Yugito spoke. Gyuki's Jinchuriki, a top jounin and the fastest man in the elemental nations. This seems to me like those two were brought just to show off Kumo's prized assets, the blonde said. The Raikage narrowed his eyes at Naruto. Can't the same be said for you, two Uchihas and a Sannin? Perhaps, Naruto said. He seemed to release a yawn. I thought this scene would keep me interested for some time, but it has not. It has started off rather boring. He then turned around. I will be around the village, Sasuke, when you are done with this little play. Look for me. Where are you going? You have not told me of your side of the story. And why you happen to know when the Akatsuki would attack Yugito. Naruto did not turn around as he responded. Sasuke can answer those questions, he said. Before Naruto could leave and A could respond, Killer Bee spoke, no so fast, 9 yo. Or should I say former number 9 yo Jinchuriki. This caught Naruto's attention. He turned around to face the Jinchuriki. Baijuas can speak to each other telepathically when at a certain ranger. They can also sense each other within a container. Gyuki must not have sensed Kyuubi within me to know that I am no longer a Jinchuriki. I should have expected the octopus to tell you that, the blonde said. He did not appear to be alarmed by this in any way. His face remained as it was. Killer Bee raised a curious brow. Naruto seemed to be knowledgeable about Baijuas with those few words he said. And the fact that the blonde did not deny anything was surprising. He was not afraid that something like that had been brought out. By the looks of Sasuke and Jiraiya's face, it seems that they were not aware of it. But that would beg that question, why was Naruto calm about it? So it is true after all. You are no longer a Jinchuriki, Jiraiya said, not even surprised by the revelation. I suspected that much when you summoned the Kyuubi in Kirigakure. When a Baijuu is sealed, it is impossible to do that. You can only transform into the Baijuu. But yet you summoned it. What made me think otherwise was the fact that once a Baijuu was extracted from you, death was automatic. You would have died if you extracted it. There was also the fact that no one had seen the Kyuubi anywhere. If you had released it, it would have been noticed already. A hateful beast such as the Kyuubi cannot stay still at a single place. That would explain why he never uses the Baiju's chakra. I mean, ever since we were Jinan, he never used the Kyuubi's power. It was all his own power, Sasuke stated. I thought when you were talking about a perfect Jinchuriki, you were talking about something you have actually experienced yourself, Yugito said, quite surprised that he was no longer a Jinchuriki as people believed him to be. I was only telling you that so that you can escape your weakness, Naruto said. Naruto, do you know what will happen if Konoha's villagers find out about this? Jiraiya asked seriously. He just hoped that the Raikage did not use this for his own benefit. If news like this spread out, there would be great panic in the village. I can only imagine myself standing at the Hokage monument watching them tremble with an amused expression on my face. It would be amusing knowing that the Kyuubi can never reach Konoha, but yet they will continue to think it's coming. Naruto's obvious disregard to the health and safety of Konoha's villagers was surprising to the Kumo shinobi. What do you mean it cannot reach Konoha? Figure that out yourself, Naruto shrugged. Ah, my clone has found a perfect place, he said, looking thoughtful. He said nothing more as he disappeared in a quick burst of flames. When did he make a clone? Sasuke thought. He had been with the blonde all the way to the village. He could not have made a clone without him knowing about it. Especially when his Mangekyo had been activated the whole time. This does not do any good to us, the Raikage said, seeing the look on Jiraiya's face. He is already powerful on his own. As Sasuke has said, he has never used the Kyuubi's power. So since then all he has been doing was with his own power. On top of that, he has the Kyuubi with him as a summon. This means he can fight another battle while the Kyuubi also fights another battle. But with our Jinchuriki, they cannot fight like a summoner and a summons. Jiraiya nodded, understanding the Raikage's words. This in fact does Konoha more good than bad. If Naruto uses the Kyuubi as a summon, it offers more chance of destruction without being limited a seal. The Raikage sighed, and asked Sasuke to tell his story. Sasuke explained everything, but left out parts of Naruto's death and where exactly they took Yugito to. But he did make mention that after Naruto had killed off the 2 Akatsuki members, they returned to the Fire Country. He also did not say anything about Zetsu nor Itachi. Kumo did not need to know about those parts. Does Naruto have a contact within the Akatsuki? I find it hard to believe that he would have known about the danger without having someone from the inside tell him of it, I asked curiously. Jiraiya shook his head. I don't know, he said. I want you and him out of my village by tomorrow. I would have told you to leave now, but Yugito would not have allowed that to happen with what you did for her, the Raikage said, doing a 360 spin. That's fine, Sasuke said, turning around to leave as he shrugged. I don't know about Jiraiya, but Naruto and I were not planning on staying longer anyway. If it had been my choice, I would not have even set foot in this village. When those words left Sasuke's mouth, the Raikage called his Anbu to find Naruto and discover what he wanted inside his village. He also sent Samui to look for the blonde. She would make a good one to gather intel on the blonde, as she was hard to read and was quite perceptive. Her personality fitted the mission very well. 2 hours later. Away from the village and everyone else, Naruto was sitting at the far end of the village of Kumo at the rocks. It was just a place that was full of rocks, nothing special. He had been conversing with Zetsu when he had sensed someone come nearby. He had not thought that Anbu would come to him at this place, especially since he was not mingling with Kumo business and its villagers. They would be annoying him with their presence should they have been following him inside the village. To avoid being annoyed by the flies, he had chosen to rest at this place. It was a nice place. He could relax without any noise invading his ears. Sometimes being close to other people only brought about noise that was nothing but nonsense and things he did not care about. Having some time alone would allow him to gather his thoughts. And it was also a good spot to speak with Zetsu without eyes watching him. This sport provided a good place for some fresh air to hit about his cold skin and drip its fangs within his flesh. He did not care about the scenery though. When he had sensed the person, he had realized that the person was not even attempting to hide his/her presence. This person was coming to him, telling him that he or she was not hiding to be here. He was also quick to notice that because of the fact that his chakra had been misbehaving recently, it had affected his senses and control over it. It was not anything good. He enjoyed perfect control over his chakra, and anything less than that was not satisfactory, especially when he could do something to change it. He would have to get back to extensive chakra control exercises again to regain his perfect control. Samui walked towards the rocks, the place the Anbu had informed her they had sensed Naruto. They did not go to see the blonde though. After sensing him, they had immediately come to her to tell her of it. It was her mission to find out what he wanted from her village. The Raikage had assigned her to do it. But she was rather bored, and hated this kind of mission. Well, at least her target was someone who seemed interesting enough. He did not look the kind of person to bore the life out of her. If that was so, she could contend with it. She finally saw his figure, sighted down. His gun was just beside him, leaning against the rock he was sighted on. Although he was not looking at her, she knew he had already sensed her. She had not even attempted to hide her presence to begin with. She also not reading anything much into the fact that he had not been looking her way. Someone like him would not even pretend not to have noticed her presence. He must have had his reasons. She was not interested in them though. She was curious about him though. He was an interesting man after all. She doubted that anyone would not find him an interesting fellow if they had a curious personality about them. She walked calmly towards him, still he did not look her way. But then he looked into her eyes after she had sighted down on a rock. Looking into hers, just like the last time, his eyes did not travel anywhere on her body, but her eyes. She was sure he was not gay. But yet he did not even steal a glance at any of her assets. That Jiraiya had stolen a few peeks a number of times while she had been in his presence. That man was a pervert, that was for sure. I sent you to see what I am doing in his village, I presume. Naruto started the conversation while he was still looking at the woman in front of him. Samui made no attempt to deny it. She merely nodded. He wants to know what you are doing in his village, she said, again not even attempting to hide anything. He had to have known what she was doing here. But saying it did not mean that she actually expected him to tell her what he was doing at the village other than having to return Yugito. She had an idea that he would not give her any answer, if what she has seen so far is anything to go by. Ah, the cautious type, Naruto said. And then there was silence, comfortable silence. Neither Naruto or Samui minded of it. The former had come here looking for the silence to begin with. That is an interesting weapon you have there, Samui said after a few minutes of silence. Well, it felt like a few minutes. Naruto looked at his gunbai before picking it up. He threw it at Samui. It is quite effective in both defense and offense, he stated. Samui caught the gunbai with little effort and held it by its handle. She examined it for a few moments before speaking. It seems that way. It's quite rare to find a weapon like this, she said. Shinobi of today look for something sharper. If they have a weapon, it has to be a blade. A blade can kill, but a gunbai cannot cut like a sword. It is also not usable like the fan Suna wind users use, Naruto explained briefly. You also favor swords as they are more effective in channeling lightning chakra. A weapon like this cannot work the way I want for a weapon. But it feels cool, Samui replied, throwing the weapon back to Naruto, who caught it before placing down. Nothing much was said after that. Naruto decided to just meditate while the woman chose to sit and enjoy the quietness. Later that day, Naruto went on looking for Sasuke when the Uchiha had not come his way. He did not look for long though. He found his clansmen at a hotel with Jiraiya. They had seemed to be talking about some things. Neither of them had smiles. Naruto did not even try to figure out what the Uchiha had been discussing with Jiraiya. The Sannin probably had already noticed the difference in Sasuke's expression. It was no longer the happy face that it had come to return after his training trip with Kakashi. The news of his brother's missions had done quite a number of his mentality. But eventually he would cool down. I thought you would have returned to Konoha by now, Naruto said, looking straight at Jiraiya. He had done what he had come for. What more reasons did he have to stay around the village? Jiraiya's expression turned serious. He had not spoken about anything with Sasuke as he wanted Naruto to be around when he spoke. How could I have gone back after making a few discoveries? What is so important to be regarded as discoveries? Jiraiya looked at Sasuke's eyes, before looking back at Naruto. Sasuke's sharingan and the fact that you are no longer a Jinchuriki. I had suspected that you no longer were a Jinchuriki, but I just did not think that it was possible. The Toad Sage paused for a moment. Do Sasuke's eyes have something to do with Itachi? You ask me that question? If you want answers, question Sasuke. If he does not answer you, don't come back to me. It is his decision whether to say it or not, Naruto replied. He was certainly not going to say anything in that regard. That was Sasuke's problem. If Jiraiya wanted answers about the matter, he would have to speak with Sasuke. He also did not think that Sasuke would be answering any question given the state of his mind. Perhaps at a later date, he would answer, but at the moment, Jiraiya was not going to get an answer. Sasuke? Jiraiya said, not bothering to repeat his question. The Uchiha had heard him question. It was no longer important for him to repeat it. That would be unless Sasuke acted like he did not hear it, but it was certain that he heard the question. Sasuke stared into Jiraiya's serious expression with a blank one. I do not have to answer that question. Whether this involves Itachi or not, I do not think I am at liberty to share it with you. He gave a response like one Naruto would give. If Naruto had been training him, he would have definitely been pleased. Jiraiya continued staring at Sasuke for a moment. He then around to look into Naruto, but the blonde still had his impassive expression on his face. The Sannin shook his head. This was something he was not going to win. Perhaps he was just getting too old for this, uncontrollable brats, he mumbled. Naruto looked at Sasuke. You will leave alone or with Jiraiya? Something came up that I have to attend to. And I have to leave about now, he said. Great, Sasuke said, that definitely sounded sarcastic. I will also leave now, he said, getting up. There was nothing keeping him inside this village. He wanted to get home and think things over instead of staying in a village where the leader had already made it clear that he does not want him. The Raikage had made it clear that they were to leave tomorrow. He was also not going to ask where Naruto was going and what business he had to attend to. There was a 100% chance that Naruto would not tell him. Given those odds, it was best to keep his mouth shut. He also had his own problems to deal with, and getting into the blonde's business was not on his to-do list. He was a bit more concerned about what was going on in his mind. Jiraiya could leave on his own. He was not taking the way home with the Sannin. Some time alone to organize his thoughts was need. If he were to leave with the Toad Sage, he would never get the chance to think. Wait. Jiraiya said, in a slight loud tone. Where are you going? You can't leave just yet. We have yet to discuss about your case. Sasuke ignored those words. They were not directed to him anyway. Finish up your business quickly. We have things to discuss when you return, he said, looking at Naruto. It was not a request, more like a demand. The blonde merely raised a brow at the tone Sasuke had used. He seemed really serious about wanting to talk. The Raven Head did not wait for Naruto to respond since he was not making a request. He left the room with his things. Jiraiya stared at Naruto sternly. You really should have told me, Naruto. What if the Kyuubi somehow find its way to Konoha? What if someone had found the news and used it to bring panic to Konoha? It was not important to tell. And if it was important, I would not have told you about it, Naruto answered. Jiraiya seemed not to have clearly understood the response as he questioned again. Why did you keep it a secret? It was not a secret, Naruto replied. I just did not make anyone aware of it. And you just did not bother to verify your suspicions with me. Like you would have given me the answers, Jiraiya said sarcastically. He sighed. This is really troublesome though. Sasuke has the Mangekyo Sharingan, and he was not even hiding it. You are no longer a Jinchuriki. Something clicked inside his head as spoke those words. Is the Akatsuki aware of this? Yes, Naruto responded. Well, that is at least some good news. They won't be attacking Konoha to get the Kyuubi, Jiraiya said, sounding actually relieved about it. The Akatsuki would not attack Konoha to get their hands on the Kyuubi since Naruto no longer contained it. Even if they were to come and attack the village to get it, there was 99.9% chance that Naruto would not tell them even though villagers were to get killed because of that. Everybody was aware of Naruto's non-caring attitude. Most of Konoha's confused civilians remained oblivious to this. But some were aware of that fact. Jiraiya knew these when saying his words, but he was not willing to say it out loud. Naruto was not dense, he knew that too. Well then, Naruto said, turning away from the Sannin. I will take my leave. Where are you going anyway? Jiraiya asked curiously. He might have been going to Oto, but he doubted that. Perhaps to some other village. But if he was going to other villages he would be aware of it. Chapter 26, Yap, Uchiha Naruto indeed. Naruto's hideout. Naruto stared at a map in front of him. He did not just want to be in power in Konoha only, he wanted to be the source in all the elemental nations. He wanted Kages to come to him looking for business, looking for assistance. That is why he had set up Otogakur. The village was key to everything, but even if it was lost, which was nigh impossible, he could still create something again. Possibilities were endless as long as he lived. He wanted the name of Uchiha Naruto to be known everywhere, his name had to be law. He would create something, and flow in his power to make the Kages and leaders of villages come to him in all their humbleness. If that happened, he could have all the quickness he could need. He could get rid of anything that was the enemy and then he could relax. Koyuki, the princess of the land of snow, was going to be in Otogakur in a few days. She would meet Karen and Guren, but he had made sure to have them mention his name since she already knew him. It would make the negotiations easy. The land of snow was more advanced in technology than any other village. He wanted that technology to be in Otogakur, and they are the only land to use trains, he needed their manufactures. He wanted to create a railway that would be all over the land of fire, coming from Oto. It would make Otogakur reachable to anyone and in a short period of time. One would be lazy to visit the village, but they would surely go there once the train was built. Having sent Karen to Otogakur was certainly going to work on his favor. It would truly. The girl worked with Orochimaru and knew her way around a laboratory. She had a scientific mind. With what he was thinking now, he could have her training stopped so she could focus on the project he wants her to do. He would make sure she got the funds she needed to build her lab. She would head a division which dealt with technology and research. The girl also knew a lot about the human body, she would be useful in that area in terms of experiments. The experiments would be different from the ones she did with Orochimaru though. Another matter would be a research facility. It would be helpful if he had such facility that would contain all known information about everything within the elemental nations. He would have to find the location of such a facility though, since it is bound to be huge. He looked again the blueprint of Otogakur. There was still a large space that was not occupied in the west side of the village when looking from the gates. It was not far from the Crystal Palace, it was just a few blocks away. He wanted to build something big there. But it would not be as exquisite as the Crystal Palace. Nevertheless, it would probably be the largest building in Otogakur. He wanted to build the building for various things. The first floor would be a hall, where meetings will be held. Since he plans to have all Kages under this thump and dancing on his palm, he would have them hold meetings in such a place. The Land of Iron would no longer be needed to hold cage meetings, but Otogakur will host such meetings. This floor will also have a large kitchen. The second floor will be a library, a large library. The library will be in different sections. There will be the shinobi section, and village history section. This section will hold all the history of all villages. He had all that knowledge at his disposal. The library will also include a lot of things that will be probably useless to him. It was not that he would even use the library given that he already knew everything he had to know. But he to sell the act, it would be made. The third floor will be a place to relax. Karen and Guren could figure out what to have in that room. He was not going to figure out what women needed to relax. His mind could not process such things. So the space for this floor, he would leave for the women to handle. They would be the ones supervising everything, and draw out a clear plan for the building. He was just drawing out the general idea and plan for everything. It was different for the Crystal Palace since it would be his home. But this was just for those who would be dancing to his music. The fourth and fifth floor would be for accommodation for the delegates from other villages. This was for Guren and Karen to plan how the rooms would be and their designs. Or perhaps they could hire someone who had a better vision and creativeness of such things. He was best at fighting and manipulating jutsus. But he found out that if he gave it time, he could actually do this kind of things. Perhaps it was something that was inside of him before he met Madara. Perhaps mind was not so focused on dancing with Nagato, murdering Obito and becoming Hokage after all. But if he could have all these done, he could then rest. Perhaps he could smile for his mother after all these. There had to be somewhere he was going, and he had that place. His mind was set on it. There was nothing or anyone that would stop him. All that tried to get in his way would be removed. In that mind of his grandfather and all his love for fight of death, he still wished to rest in peace in a world of no conflicts, in a world where dreams come true. He understood the story of his grandfather from his childhood to his death. Madara himself had not told him anything. He was just given brief details. But Black Zetsu was more than willing to share everything with him. Even the most evil men do want peace. Wouldn't he want a world where Karen and Yugao could live safely? Naruto shook his head at such thoughts. He had been having them lately. And he was not enjoying them. Zetsu then walked towards him. "You seem to be thinking a lot," he commented, looking straight at the blonde. Naruto looked at him for a moment before taking a seat as he had been standing when looking over the maps and blueprints in front of him. "It seems I have," Naruto acknowledged. "My mind is a little blurry at the moment. I can't focus too much on anything. There are a lot of thoughts singing and dancing within my head." Madara never trained him like how Dansu trained his root Onbu. But he was trained to keep better control over his emotions and thoughts. "Perhaps you should take some time to relax," Zetsu suggested. "Regardless of how you look at it, Naruto was still human. His body could feel pain like any other human. You have been working hard since you met with your grandfather. Ever since you started training seriously, you never got to rest. You also spent 3 years training, and only resting when your body could no longer move on. You also had a Baijuu extracted from your body and almost died. You have been working hard ever since training, absorbing all the knowledge you can. And recently, you had died." Naruto was silent for a few moments before finally speaking. "Pathetic, we humans are such fragile creatures. My body can resist and absorb any pressure, but yet my mind does not operate at the same level. It is a pity that it cannot be perfected like the body." "So you are just going to continue working with your mind, not perfectly focusing on objectives." He made sure to add the word perfect just to make Naruto understand the situation. He knew well enough if there's was something made now and it was not perfectly because the blonde was not too focused. Once focused he would have it made again so it could be perfect. He did not want to deal with it. "Yes," Naruto responded. "But I will head to Kirigakura first. Before I return to Konoha the songs will have already quitted down." He paused as he was about to change the subject. "What do you have for me?" "The princess wants to see. She was informed of your part before she decided to go to Otogakure," Zetsu explained. Naruto had not been told of the last part. It had slipped his mind when he'd talked to the blonde about it before. "Koyuki?" Zetsu nodded his head slightly. "Why does she want to see me? Guren can hold the talks just fine without me." "She did not say, but I think it is personal. Your name was known everywhere and you did go on a mission, your Team 7 that saved her life and returned her to her village," Zetsu explained lightly. "No, I have other things to do," Naruto replied. He had no personal business with the woman. The mission was a mission, nothing more. It was not like he had gone there to be a hero or something. "I have not finished explaining," Zetsu smiled. Oh, he was going to enjoy the look on Naruto's face when he says the next words. "The princess has no other family relatives and the title as ruler of the land of snow is handed down to family. Her family has been the one to rule the land ever since its founding. She does not have any family now who she can pass on her hat. What are you getting at, Zetsu? Naruto questioned with narrowed eyes. He was having an idea of where this was going. Her council has been pressuring her to marry so she could have a child who she can pass her hat to. They have been arranging dates with several prophilic political figures for her. But she has rejected all men, saying she does not like them. Zetsu smiled again. This is gone be good, he thought. You have power and are known. You are not just a military figure, but you can play politics as well. It is no longer a secret that the near-extinct Uchiha clan is looking to be restored. I think she wants to make a marriage proposal, he continued smiling as he watched the blonde in front of him. Naruto merely stared at Zetsu with an expressionless look on her face. He grew silent for several moments before muttering something. Madara never had to deal with this crap, he said. Her request has been denied. He did note that Zetsu was enjoying this. But he did not comment on it. He would rather focus on something. She will be informed when she gets to Otogakur. What more do you have? There are some unwanted people in Otogakur, they are businessmen. They do illegal business in the shadows and cover it up with legal business. I have identified 3 very rich men. They have settled in well with their families there, Zetsu reported. He had yet to tell Guren about this. She may be leading Otogakur now, but she did not have the final say in everything. Have them terminated. If such people were to fill in my land, I will be having an uncontrollable land soon. Such people are arrogant and love power too much. If not removed soon, they will start making annoying noises and bring misbehaving children at my doorstep, Naruto responded calmly. He was not going to have people who would only be annoyances in his land. And he hated illegal businesses. What of their families and businesses? Now Zetsu certainly did not care about their families, but their business would be useful. Before terminating them, make them hand over their legal businesses to our ghost company. Guren will think of what to do about the families. Have her send shinobi to dispose of all the illegal business. With the boss gone, the chain of control will collapse and things will go haywire. Zetsu nodded. If we were just to leave it like that, they would break apart and become many and pollute more lands. Some who are loyal will also trouble Oto as they come to investigate the matter. But to avoid more pollution and annoyances, we flush them, he added in understanding of Naruto's thinking. Have it done soon, Naruto said. He had no problems in taking the business of a man who lived off by watching other people suffer. He felt no shame in taking their business and making use for it to Otogakur. The ghost company worked for this matter. He always made sure no evidence was left and no one could trace everything back to him. Has my new gear been prepared? Zetsu nodded slightly. Do you want it now? No. I will take it when I leave, Naruto replied standing up. I have to spend the next few days training. And I also have to do the finishing touches on the Hiraishin. He picked up a scroll and handed it to Zetsu. What is it? New developments for Oto. Hand it to Guren and have her start everything as soon as possible. Like the previous projects, I want these ones done to perfection. He then disappeared into the darkness of the hideout to do his needed training. 3 days later, Konohagakure. Sasuke sat alone in the Uchiha compound trying to wrap around his mind about the fact that his clan would have been standing. He would still be having his parents and brother if it had not been for Konoha. But at the same time his family had attempted a coup d'état. The village would have been plagued into chaos if that had not gone along. This village was co-founded by his forefather, Uchiha Madara. He could not abandon it, but he failed to comprehend why all this could happen. Was it worth killing everyone, even the innocent people, just so there would be no rebellion? He certainly did not think so. The world was a lot more screwed up than he had thought. He had seen everything with Kakashi, but he thought wrong. Konoha had more dark secrets than he would like. What he did not fully understand was why Naruto would simply sit and not do anything against the village. The same was also for his beloved brother, who even in his death still wanted Konoha to be safe. Itachi and Naruto were 2 complete different people. But for both of them, when it came to Konoha, they did not lay a hand on it. Despite everything, they wanted to see it standing. Why was it like that? The village had forced his brother to massacre his entire clan. Naruto had been abused in his childhood because of his former Jinchuriki status. This village was rotten, despite the blonde saying otherwise. The Yondaime was his father. Could they did not even respect the son of the man who sacrificed his life for their lives? He had not even heard a single person saying he was sorry to Naruto for the way they had treated him when he was a kid. They pretended like nothing ever happened. They pretended like they never used to hate him. It was all something he could not understand. How could they be like that? Well, he could understand why Naruto dislikes them. They were two-faced hypocrites. And they used to worship him for being the last Uchiha. He loathed all the attention they used to give him. They could be even smiling to Naruto because of fear. He was not weak like in the days they used to show their hatred towards him. Naruto was much more powerful, and not only was he a namikaze, he was also an Uchiha. They knew if they smiled at him they would have a hero. They would have someone powerful to protect them. They all saw him at the Chunin exams, they all heard what he did in Kiri. If they show him hatred, he could turn on them and massacre them all. Fear, it was indeed a beast. He had no doubt that the blonde was aware of this. He knew that Naruto was aware of their thoughts. It was why he never bothered to interact with them. They had no standing place. They were only loyal to he who was powerful, to he who could protect their pathetic excuse for lives. There was also, "If you do something against Konoha I will kill you," those were Naruto's words. He knew clearly that the blonde did not make idle threats. It was also rare to hear him make threats. And here he had been threatened. He was positive that the blonde was one to keep his word. The blonde was also stronger than him, but yet he felt no fear of him. He could do whatever he wanted and still not fear the blonde. There was also something that was holding him back from doing anything rash. It was inside of him, like a little voice telling him to calm down. He was brought out of his thoughts when he saw the door open. It had to be Yugao or Kakashi. No one would come in here and simply walk in without knocking other than those two. It was Uzuki Yugao, looking lively as always. "Hello, Sasuke," she greeted with a small smile as she walked towards him. Sasuke forced a smile. Somehow he had been finding it difficult to smile since coming back to the village. "Hi, Yugao-san," he responded as polite as he could be. It was this time that he wished he could not fake things like Naruto could. If the blonde had no smile, he would not force it. "Is Naruto in?" she questioned, still standing. Since she heard the Uchiha had returned from a successful mission to stop the Akatsuki, she had decided to come here. He had left with her blonde love interest. She thought they would have returned together. "No, we went our separate ways after dropping Yugito, the Jinchuriki we rescued." He said he had something due to before returning. Sasuke paused as he watched Yugao's slightly disappointed look. "Did he say when he will return?" Her disappointment was also clear in her tone. Sasuke shook his head. "No. I don't know when he will return." He seemed preoccupied with something. "And after everything, I think he wants to clear his thoughts," he explained in thought. He was not sure, but it was a guess. The blonde did not look quite himself. "Oh," that seemed to make her smile, somewhat. "I will be gone then. Have a good day." She then turned around to leave the house. She stopped though as she remembered something. "Your friends are outside looking for you." "Friends?" Yugao nodded. "Your peers, they must have heard you came back alive and well after encountering the Akatsuki," she explained before leaving the house, slowly. Sasuke stood up as he went towards the door. "Well, I guess I can use the distraction," he said to himself as he went to see his peers. No doubt they wanted to see him so that they could do somewhere and laugh. Perhaps the distraction would help him forget about his thoughts for some time. But he knew he could not run away from them forever. After this, he would speak to Kakashi about it. Kakashi could offer some help. He was the only one he knew who could offer him support and trust, aside from Naruto. Kirigakure. A week after Naruto finished his training, he had Zetsu summon him within Kiri. He had spent time doing 4 different trainings. A few shadow clones did the finishing touches on the Hiraishin. He had been able to finish working on it and make use of it. Of course, his use of the space/time jutsu was not as good as Minato. He had also been doing advanced chakra control exercises with a number of clones. A number of clones were putting into practical what he had been learning over the past 3 years in medical ninjutsu. He was no good in it, like a medical ninja. But he had learned a few basics. Madara had studied Hashirama's medical ninjutsu. The man was a god in terms of medical ninjutsu. It was another point that Madara had to admit that Hashirama was also superior to him in the regard. It was also not different from him. He could only learn the basics, and apply them. Despite wishing to surpass everyone in all areas, medical ninjutsu seemed to be beyond him. But he did not necessarily need it since he would always make sure that he was not wounded carelessly. His disease had troubled him because he was not very level best in the medical department. Well, it did not matter anyway. He had also spent time training, physically, to regain all his mobility. Over the past weeks he had not been able to move freely because of the annoying problem he had, but now he could move freely and even fight in taijutsu battles at a greater level than he could when he was a Jonin. He had worked his body day and night without rest. He had only rested a day, before coming here, but it was not enough. He would rest while he is back in Konoha. Once getting inside the village, he had walked peacefully towards the Mizukage tower. He was not hiding himself or his presence to anyone. He did not do such things. People were able to recognize him though, but when they did, he took the rooftops to avoid annoying noises. The Anbu had also taken notice of him, but they kept their distance. It was probably because they knew who he was. Although it was annoying that they kept following him, he did nothing, nor even look at their direction. Finally arriving at the Mizukage tower, he used the entrance to enter the tower. No one would think that he was there to assassinate the Mizukage given that everyone had seen him. But that did not stop the Anbu from watching his every move. He walked within the tower, without getting lost until he reached the receptionist. He looked at the woman. "Is Mei in?" The woman looked at him with a blank look. "Mei?" He studied his features before looking away for a moment. She looked at him again, this time smiling though. "You mean Mizukage-sama?" Naruto did not respond. "She is in. Let me go and see if she can see you now." "There is no need for that," Naruto responded, walking towards Mei's office, leaving the receptionist to shrug her shoulders. Mei's office. Naruto opened the door without even knocking. He found the woman taking a nap with her head rested on the desk. Her Anbu must have not told her I was coming, probably to surprise her, Naruto thought as he stood leaned against the doorframe and folded his hands across his chest. "This is a lovely surprise," he said calmly, enough to startle the Mizukage. Mei woke up abruptly as she heard the voice. Her eyes became wide slightly as she saw who it was. Naruto. She studied him from head to toe. He wore a new attire. He was wearing a dark red cloak, it had high collars, and it reached underneath his knees. Under the cloak, he wore black pants, like always, and a black shirt which was visible because his cloak was not fully zipped from the front. He also wore black gloves and black shinobi boots, as always. He did not have his gun strapped behind him or any weapon that she could see. He was also not wearing his headband. She noticed he was not wearing it even in Konoha. The new look fitted him quite nicely. In front of her was her fiancé, not the man who always wore armor everywhere. She smiled at him, a pure genuine happy smile. She stood up and walked towards him. Without even thinking anything, she engulfed him in a warm hug. Naruto did not respond at first. But with a sigh, he wrapped his arms around her. She did not let him go, she just hugged him with a content smile on her face. Odd, Naruto did not feel like pushing her away. He felt something, like when his mother hugged him, but it was different, yet there was the same warmth. Finally Mei let him go and pulled him in before shutting the door. "Naruto, how good to see you again. After our last talk, I did not think that you would come here so soon." Her tone sounded a bit bitter at the last words, yet she was smiling happily, a genuine smile. She ushered him to sit down. "I did not think I would come here soon," Naruto admitted honestly. "But things change and I thought it would be best if I dropped by." He then offered Mei a small genuine smile. The smile only made Mei smile even happier than she had been. "Your change of wardrobe is applaudable. I did not think you would leave your comfort zone," Mei said, changing the subject. He had admitted that his armor made him comfortable. It was something that she found curious. The armor was made to protect, then if he was not wearing it he would feel naked. It was outrageous that the blonde would feel something like that. "This is just something I chose to wear. I felt the need for the change," Naruto explained in a rare smooth tone. This was something original. He was not wearing something that someone used to wear. "It looks good on you, more than your previous attire," Mei commented while still smiling. "So what brought the change?" she asked, returning to their earlier conversation. Naruto looked straight into her eyes. When he had been in the afterlife, he was alone, like he had been before he met Madara. There was no one there with him in the afterlife. The experience, as he had told Zetsu, was empty. It seemed as if it was his life, it was empty. That brought much thought to him. He did not want his life to be empty. If he had not been revived and met with his mother again, what was it worthwhile that he could tell her that he had achieved? If he had met his grandfather, what was it that he could tell the man? He had yet to kill Obito, he had yet to become Hokage. Anything useful that he had done now was only Otogaku. But for all his worth and power, it was not enough. How he loathed talking about emotions. Why? Because it reminding him of his emotionally damaging past. He had never worked on that with Madara. Just a few experiences. Finally he responded to Mei's question. While he was still looking straight at her, his eyes changed from the eternal Mangekyo Sharingan to the normal Sharingan, before coming crystal blue. My original eyes were blue. Mei then realized that each time she saw him, it had always been his Sharingan, not the normal eyes. She also noticed that he used past tense in reference to his eyes. Were? Yes, but I'd rather not get into that. Mei became silent for a moment. Naruto had just shown her a part of him that she did not know. His tone was not as blank as it had always been. This was something huge, especially coming from him. He had shown her his original eyes. The crystal blue eyes he was born with. Mei felt her heart race slightly. This was not a dream but a reality. After seemingly blowing her off a few weeks ago, he had traveled here and was now speaking to her. She felt happy. Why don't we go to my house and talk there? She would have to cancel her meetings for the day. She and her fiancé needed to talk. Mei's house. The Mizukage had gotten rid of all the Onbu that were stationed in her house for some privacy. She did not want anyone close as she talked to the blonde. She had not even taken a walk with him to her home. Instead, she used Sunshine to teleport here without anyone making a fuss. She settled down on her couch and looked at the blonde beside her carefully. Can I get you something to drink? It seemed the most logical question she could ask first. Naruto shook his head. No, he said before leaning back on the sofa. You have done quite a good job with the restoration of the village. I had not thought that you would have succeeded this much with little resources, he commented over the state of the village. He had kept an eye on the village's progress as it was in his interest. Mei smiled. You believe that I could do this much? She said, her voice dripping with sarcasm. It has not been easy, but when the people you are willing to work with you in your goal, much can be achieved. And I have been determined to get this village going again. When people work together in unity, they become strong, and can achieve much more together. Nothing can be impossible to achieve. He paused for a moment. Mei looked at him strangely. One of the ideals of the Senju, he clarified. It was not his motto, but he did see the logic in it and saw that it was beneficial. That ideal is true. I mean, look at what this village has done because it is united, Mei said, agreeing with the belief of the Senju clan. Without being united, they could have much problems between them. However, when united, they would always work together because they had the same goal, seeing their village restored to its former glory. I can see that, Naruto said calmly. He could see that with unity, this village had achieved much. He could not deny that unity had worked well for them. It also decreased the level of disturbances and rebels in a nation. There was something of that sort in Otogakur. But what I have been doing here is nothing much compared to what you did in Otogakur. The village was just made of a number of hideouts used for experimentation and cells for holding people. But you have turned it into a proper village. Anyone who sees it will love to be allied with it, knowing that there will be good economical benefits, Mei stated with a small smile on her face. Otogakur was truly blooming into becoming something. There was some chance that it could become the richest place in the elemental nations. As much as I like good things, I cannot take all the credit for the work being done in Otogakur. Guren has done much to see what Oto is today. I merely gave her the direction and the connections. She had to see that everything was well placed, Naruto explained. He just gave the woman people to connect with, money and plans for projects. She had to see that the projects were running perfectly. I am not saying she does not deserve some credit. I am just saying, Otogakur is your vision. She then paused for a moment. But with the village blooming like this, don't you think other villages will start to move towards to conquer it for their own? Otogakur does not have that much of shinobi, and without you it can be conquered easily. Major villages tended to be like this when a small village began to rise. They did not waste time to try to take it as their own. Smaller villages were quick though to act these days because they quickly aligned themselves with another major village for protection. But Otogakur was only connected with Kirigakure, and the village was not in any position to offer military support. It may look like Otogakur cannot protect itself, but that is not the entire truth, Naruto stated, drawing a look from Mei. The only shinobi you can see in Otogakur are only a few, but there are a number of them that are not within the village. Orochimaru's hideouts are spread across the entire elemental nations. Over the hideouts, I have spread over 500 men who have been in training since the new Otogakur began to form. Over 500, where did you get them? The Sound Country had a number of shinobi. They might not be many to fight over one of the great 5 hidden villages, but the training they have been going through will make them strong enough to repel any nuisances. I favor quality rather than quantity, Naruto explained briefly. He had made sure that this was done in secret because if other villages were to know about this, they would surely be trouble he did not want to deal with. That also reminds him to have the shinobi district increased. The millions Ryo he would get from the crooked businessmen would surely help. If the pockets dried up, the projects would stop. But he had ensured that money was not an issue by swooping businesses that made millions, sometimes close to billions without paying a cent. But it is still not enough. Even if they were to be of high quality, large numbers would always overwhelm smaller numbers. But there was still the blonde to go through. She doubted he would stand still and watch his village being taken by someone. What I have is enough, Naruto said. He still had his summons. The Kyuubi alone could level an entire platoon of shinobi within minutes. He knew for sure that the beast would happily do that. Mei nodded. So that is what those apartment blocks in the north side of the village are for. I was wondering why they there. I had them built so that when the elite return to the village, they can have homes, Naruto stated. He sighed, shaking his head. Iwagakure has already made a move on Otogakure. I keep sending corpses back to that fool. I think sooner or later that fool Onoki will have a shinobi match over there, even when he knows that Otto has an alliance with Kiri. He has no doubt that Kiri won't be able to help them. What will you do if he makes a violent move towards Otto? You can't protect it without exposing that you are behind it, Mei questioned. If Naruto suddenly appeared to protect Otogakure, people would assume he is behind it. Other than that, it might cause some problems with Konoha. My involvement with Otto is no longer an issue. The village has come out of its first stage and I think some already suspect it. But if Onoki attempts to conquer Otto, I shall have him fear Uchiha Naruto. There was no doubt that the Sandaime Tsuchikage would come to fear the blonde from his tone. Even Mei had no doubt about that. The question, though, was what would he do to make that Tsuchikage fear him? There was some silence before Mei decided to switch the subject. She looked at Naruto inventively. I am happy to see that you came here, Naruto. But what is it really that you came here for? Naruto raised an eyebrow at her question. She sounded slightly serious. I did not think that I would need a reason to see my fiancé. Isn't that what you insisted on before you left Konoha? Mei did not know if he was being sarcastic or not. She could not tell by the look on his face. He was the one to have told her to put things on hold because of his reasons. She had been bumped out it, but here he was now, calling her his fiancé. What was really going on here? Are you really Naruto? Her question only seemed to amuse the blonde. So you are Naruto. She paused for a moment waiting to see if he would say something. But nothing came out of his mind. What changed? You treated me like crap last time we spoke. And you were an uncaring, cold-hearted bastard, he spoke honestly. Naruto, though, felt no offense in those words. She almost cursed him when he just shrugged. It has been brought to my attention lately, he did not seem to be concerned about it though. Well, he never did seem concerned about anything. That is because it is true. I should have told you that before I left. The person who told you that must know you better to know that even if he or she spoke those words, you would not be offended by them, Mei stated calmly, while looking straight at the blonde. Why do you Terumi Mei, take interest in a cold-hearted person like me who cares for little and does not treat you with care? I don't even return any of the affection you give to me, I hardly respond to any emotions. I am curious, as to why you like me, Naruto stated in a calm reserved tone, laced with a bit of curiosity. He watched her, from head to toe, his eyes analyzing her everything action. All he got from her was honesty. Mei smiled at him. I question myself once in a while. But in the rarest of moments when I saw you smile outside of the battlefield, I knew that deep inside you are a good person. I can tell that not every part of your heart is filled with darkness. You have power, but you don't use it for evil intentions. When you came here for the first time, I could not say this because I could never really understand you. But now I know that something unseen draws me to you. You had problems in the past that left an emotional scar. You try to suppress your emotions, because it is this emotions that gave you pain when you were younger. If you had been as you are now when you were younger, you would have never experienced pain. This is why you hate dealing with emotions. I would imagine that in your past, you had much pain, and if not dealt with, it will take much for you to recover. You're not as cold-hearted as you think you are, but one thing is you are selfish and only look after your interests. You also dislike making emotional attachments because that would make you deal with emotions. Tell me Naruto, what do you think when a man rapes and abuses women? Evil men and death, Naruto responded shortly. See, you know what is right and wrong. You would kill anyone who makes anyone suffer because you know what pain is. What I am trying to say is that, despite all your flaws and questionable choices, you are still a good person. With the right people beside you, you can do much for this corrupt world we live in. And there is also the fact that you are a handsome young man. She winked at him in the last part. Naruto shook his head, ruffling his hair for a few moments before looking back at Mei. He gave her a small smile. You have made a good analysis of my personality and actions. That was all he could say after all those words Mei had said. After our last talk, I was quite infuriated and embarrassed really. I sold myself to you like a whore and you rejected me. I sort of felt cheap. When I got back here, I questioned why I even like you. And so I spent days thinking and making notes on everything about you, your past, actions, words and character. It was then that I came to this conclusion. She sounded proud of her accomplishment. She was not going to hide the fact that he had treated her like dirt. I don't know if I never noticed or just did not care you felt that way. But perhaps my lack of experience in dealing with such situations is at fault. He seemed thoughtful as he spoke. You are definitely an interesting person, Naruto. After all that I have said to you, you can still look that way, Mei stated smiling warmly. If I reacted differently, I wouldn't be Uchiha Naruto, now would I? His response actually caused Mei to giggle. Possibly for the first time because the blonde was always in a business mode speech each time he spoke to her. Nah, you certainly would not be Uchiha Naruto. But I guess that is what makes you unique. You say wanted to be loved and experience love when we were in Konoha. Mei nodded her head in agreement. When I was younger, I used to have such thoughts. I was just an orphan, thinking that my parents dumped me. I was lonely. Such things caused me to long for affection because I did not have any of it. And now? Naruto merely gave Mei a small smile before he took out a small box from his cloak. He handed it to Mei, who took it with slightly shaking hands. When opened it and found a ring. It was beautiful. I find it hard to believe that you would get something like this. Or even have time to buy this. Where did you even get it? Mei asked while her eyes were staring at the ring. A friend of mine brought it to my attention that I needed to get you this. I honestly don't feel that such a thing is needed. But when I was in Kumo, someone pointed it out to me that I ought to, even if I see no significance on it. She was the one who bought it. Mei noted that he said she. But despite all his words, she still loved it. So you did not get one yourself. A realization dawned on her. I am a shinobi. Was the reply Mei got from Naruto. So you would rather be armored with a gunbai, swords, and kunais rather than wear a ring, she said, earning a nod from Naruto. Mei shook her head at this. Nothing much mattered anyway, as long as he got it for her. She moved closer to him before staring into his eyes while her forehead rubbed against his. She then kissed him softly for a few moments before stopping to smile at him. I have always wanted to do this, so please don't reject me, again, she whispered softly. Mei then sat on Naruto as she again kissed him. As per her plea, Naruto did not reject her. Later that day. It had already gotten late, but Naruto was still at Mei's house. They were sitting around a dining table, eating. It was a meal Mei had prepared for both of them. The woman was eating with a broad smile on her face. Naruto's expression had returned to being slightly impassive. He ate slowly without even looking at the happy woman across the table. She seemed to be in her own world. It was the first time she had ever cooked for the blonde and the first time she ate dinner with him. It was quite enjoyable. She then looked at him after she had finished eating. When are you going to leave? In all truth, she did not want him to leave sooner. She wanted to spend the night sleeping beside her fiancé. After I finish eating, Naruto replied, simply looking at his food. Despite not looking at Mei, she could feel her frown at his response, but that did not make him look at her. He just continued eating. Why can't you spend the night here? I would appreciate the company, she was staring him. Naruto then looked at her before responding. I have to travel the whole night. You can't find anyone any boat at this time of the day. How will you travel all night? The boat or a ship was the only way to leave Kiri since the village was in the middle of the sea. And a distance away from the other shinobi villages. If the blonde had wanted to leave, he should have made arrangements during day. I have already made arrangements, Naruto responded, making Mei's frown deepen. Her smile was all but gone. Can't you postpone and leave tomorrow morning? I had thought you would spend the night here, Mei said with her deepened frown not disappearing. After all, he was just going to leave her? He had not spent more than a day here, and was ready to leave? I had not expected things to turn the way they did. But even though things went the way they went, My plans will not change, Naruto said, pushing his plate away from him as he had finished eating. What is it that you have to do that is enough to make you leave your fiancé in the cold? I have a meeting with the Fire Daimyo tomorrow morning. Fire Lord? Tomorrow? But you can't make it in time at this time? There is no boat that can get you to the Fire Country and you will have to travel after that, Mei said. Now her frown had disappeared. She could understand now why he could not miss the meeting. The Fire Daimyo was an important person. If one had set up a meeting with him, you had to show up or things would not go right. But then again, this was Uchiha Naruto. I told you I have already plans. It will not take me more than a minute to reach the Wave Country, he responded while he stood up. How will you do that? Mei looked at him questionably. Unless he was the Yondaime, she could not believe that. Naruto took out a 3-pronged kunai, he then gave it to her. You know what it is. If there is anything, call me, he then sighed, turning away from her. His gloves were somewhere in the sitting room, he needed them before he left. Tomorrow is going to be one hell of a day. Fire Daimyo tomorrow morning, then I have to be at Konoha before noon. Not to mention that I will travel all night, he said to himself as Mei followed him from behind with the 3-pronged kunai firmly in her hands. You know, when you came here, I thought you were going to stay for a few days. But I guess it can't be helped, she breathed a sigh. Well, thanks for coming here, it really did help clear my mind off a few things. Naruto nodded as he searched for his gloves. When he found them, he turned to the god Mizukage. Don't call me because you are bored, because if you do, next time you do it I will ignore you. He then disappeared in a yellow flash. Mei did not know if he was joking or being serious. But he certainly did not seem to be joking. Yet again, if he was joking, he would have kept it calm like he was not. She hated the fact that she could not read or get a clear meaning over some of his words. Well, it did not matter anyway. They got their relationship started. That was all she wanted. Soon, he would visit her more and spend the night. Mei smiled as she went to bed. Tonight, she would certainly have a good sleep full of blissful dreams. The following day, Konoha. Naruto needed rest, he had been depriving his body of it recently. When he does sleep tonight, he would certainly not wake up soon. He needed much rest. The trip to the daimyo's place had been rather dull. He did not waste time to teleport back to Konoha. He had returned while it was still morning. He had spent the day in the Uchiha compound. Despite not going anywhere, his presence had been made aware. Tsunade has sent for him, but he had taken his sweet time to get to her. When he went to her office, he did not find the woman, he only found her assistant. Where is Tsunade? He asked the woman who was sitting behind the Hokage's desk doing the paperwork Tsunade was supposed to be doing. Naruto did not care much about it. Susanoo smiled nervously, looking at Naruto. She did notice his new attire, it was less intimidating than his previous one. She did not know how to respond to the question because of the reasons why Tsunade was not in. But she could clearly see that the blonde was waiting for an answer. She could not lie, the sharingan could tell if she was lying or not. She went out to get a drink since she knew you would take your time to get here. The reason the god had even went out was because she had stashed away all of her sake that was within the office. Before Naruto could respond, Jiraiya appeared. He looked at Naruto. She is quite upset today, you should be careful with it, you say. The man seemed to wince at his own words. Naruto noticed that he was bandaged from his right shoulder. He did not bother to question what had happened though. Upset is an understatement, Susanoo stated, leaning against the comfortable chair of the god. Sometimes she felt too comfortable while sitting on this chair. Perhaps it was because she sometimes ran the village on her own while Tsunade is drooling somewhere in her personal residence after drinking too much. Naruto was not too much interested in what was going on. But before anything more could be said, the door to the office was sent crashing through Naruto's face. The blonde dodged it easily. When he looked at the door, he saw the god Hokage glaring at him murderously. He had never seen the woman quite infuriated before. Tsunade was mad, not she was furious, scratch that, she was beyond furious. She was tired of Naruto. Seeing that Tsunade had not calmed down a bit, Jiraiya spoke. You are on your own, Naruto, he said before disappearing from the office by the window. Naruto barely heard him. But he could also see that Susanoo also wanted to leave, she just could not because a furiously looking Tsunade was blocking her path. In the blink on an eye, Tsunade was right in front of Naruto, with her first glowing with chakra. She pummeled the blonde in the chest with a left hook and sent him crashing towards the wall of the office. Susanoo quickly ran away and none of the Anbu did anything to stop her. Doing something like that would certainly be hazardous. No wonder Jiraiya had left. The punch had not been that powerful, but it hurt like crap. Tsunade was not done though. She lunged into the blonde with her right hand in motion to strike. Naruto knew that it would not be healthy for him if he received the hit. He would probably spend much time in the hospital if he got hit again. The power if this one was definitely far stronger than the previous punch. His Mangekyo Sharingan was activated just as Tsunade pummeled him. The punch drove him through the wall and sent him flying a few blocks away. What was left was a large hole in the office of the Hokage. People tended to run away whenever a wall went down in the Hokage tower. Naruto crashed into a building a few blocks away. His cloak was ruined slightly due to his crash. He recovered quickly though and jumped down the ground. He winced as he did. I was lucky I was able to activate my Susanoo in time. If I had not, that punch would have shattered my rib cage. It got dangerous though, when her punch crushed my Susanoo. I guess her strength is indeed legendary, Naruto stated to himself as he dusted himself up. The villagers just watched him silently. He then realized that he was bleeding from his mouth. It was nothing though, so he wiped the blood off, and smiled slightly. That did hurt. He disappeared in a swirl of flames. He appeared within the office of the Hokage and found the woman sitting down, clearly ignoring the hole in her office. He could see that she had calmed down a little. Jiraiya then returned to the office, but stayed away from Tsunade. Naruto-kun, he narrowed his eyes from behind. Are you hurt? Shizune asked politely. She wanted to heal him if he was hurt. She knew that those punches did not do anyone any good. It seemed a stupid question to ask after seeing him being punched through the wall. But this was Uchiha Naruto who was punched. I can help myself, Naruto said, taking a seat. Shizune nodded and went away. Naruto unzipped his cloak from his chest down to his waist and tore his shirt. This exposed his well-toned chest. The blonde did not care if the Hokage was staring at him, or if he could feel some eyes boring into his chest from the shadows. His hand then glowed green and placed it on his chest, surprising both Jiraiya and Tsunade. The former was the one to speak though. You can use medical ninjutsu? It is just what every trained shinobi ought to do. I am rather pathetic at it. But isn't it for every shinobi to have the basic medical ninjutsu skills? Naruto responded with a shrug. While surprising the Sannin that he could admit that he was pathetic at something, and by his calm tone. Regardless, Jiraiya nodded. But shinobi these days no longer take it seriously. They would rather learn elemental ninjutsu than medical. They don't know how useful it is even if it is just basic. The Toad Sage found himself agreeing with the blonde about this matter. Isn't that the ignorance of this generation? They would rather carry a knife than a shield. They focus most on attack than defense. Mei shinobi don't even have a jutsu that is only for defense, Naruto stated as he continued working on his chest. I have come across many of that kind. But the fault sometimes lies on the senseis. They don't give proper advice to their students. Our academy school is also flawed. The students are mostly taught useless things that will not help them in real-life battle. Really, most senseis did not teach their students the proper ways of shinobi. It was why this generation was weaker to the previous generation. There was also the issue of determination in one's training, which many of today lacked. That reminds me of Kakashi. That man is not fit for training ninjas. Perhaps if it were for motivation, he would certainly have been given an award for that. Well, he did do a good change with Sasuke and has changed. I may be wrong. Naruto paused for a moment. Perhaps, Jiraiya, you should retire and train the younger generation. Despite my lack of respect of your title as Sannin, I do no doubt your skill. It was until now that Jiraiya realized that he was talking to Naruto. When talking to the blonde, you had to expect such comments to come. Why should I retire? He questioned, glaring at the blonde. You are old and are past your prime. You have no children, no apprentice. There is no one to pass your legacy. What you had to offer was Minato, but he is dead. When you die, what will be your legacy? If I were you, I would be training someone to pass on to my will. You have lived past 2 wars, any day now, you could just drop dead. And the only one who will cry for you is her. By this time Naruto had finished working on his chest. He then zipped his cloak, ignoring his torn shirt. Now, then, Tsunade, can we get on to why you decided to relieve your anger on me? Tsunade had been listening to the two talk silently. It was like for the first time they talked silently without Jiraiya glaring at Naruto or Naruto throwing insults at the Sannin. Well, it started that way before Naruto became Naruto. Her anger had disappeared, but no completely as she listened to the points they made. They really did make good points, and the blonde said some important things. But there was one she would have to talk with Jiraiya about before the end of the day. Naruto's speech seemed to be different, but he was still blunt as always. But before anything, she had to ask something she noticed. Were you using the conversation with Jiraiya as something to keep you busy or as a distraction while you finished healing yourself? She had noticed that the moment the blonde finished healing himself, he immediately turned to her. Yes, he did not deny it. It was all truth. He needed to heal himself first before getting to the main reason he had even bothered to come into this office. This response did not make the Toad Sage feel any better. Tsunade nodded, before taking a sip of sake she had poured for herself while the two were talking. I thought you would retaliate. There were dangers to assaulting a Hokage, but she was sure Naruto did not care about that. And Konoha did need the blonde. Without him, there would be no Kyuubi. The Baijuwu was another source of their power, they could not afford to lose it. No, I could have dodged your first punch, with the Hiraishin. But I wanted to see how it would hurt. What did not accept was for you to try another round. I must say, your legendary strength is no fuss at all. Even I could not have escaped that punch in one piece without Susanoo. He had made sure not state that he could use the Hiraishin. It would only make much noise now. I should have hit you harder, Tsunade said with a slight glare. But she did not notice he was not being sarcastic. Her legendary strength. If I had done that, I would have gotten you at my mercy and take you to the hospital where I would make sure you stay in bed for at least a month under my supervision. She had a dark smile about her as she spoke. She would give him medicine that ensured he could not move. Perhaps up until that time he would learn to behave. Naruto ignored all her words and changed the topic. You assaulted a clan head. Do you know what crime you have committed, Tsunade? He said in a slightly serious tone that caught the Hokage off guard, but before she could say anything, Naruto spoke again. Despite my question catching you off guard, you were going to retort, and say something like, you deserved it. You have no respect for stupid laws that only tie you down. That is what I wanted to see from you. Tsunade narrowed her eyes. She knew there could be a political fallout for assaulting a clan head. The clan heads were the second in power within the village. What are you saying, Naruto? Are you saying that you insulted the Fire Lord on purpose? Yes, he had insulted the Fire Lord and basically called him a useless old pipe that should just drop dead. She had received the report from the capital a few hours ago. The Fire Lord was not pleased. He had even threatened to cut off Konoha's budget, which would bring disastrous effects to Konoha's economy. She could not have something like that happening. No, Naruto responded with a shake of his head. What I expected is for you to react the way you did. I expected you to lose it. You lack emotional control, Tsunade. When ticked off, you cannot control your emotions, hence the broken wall. You even assaulted a clan head because you cannot keep your emotions under control. It is quite unbefitting for a Hokage. In your current state of mind you cannot make decisions that will be beneficial to the village. All you can do is do things fueled and clouded by your short fuse. At this moment it became cold with Tsunade's eyes glaring at Naruto dangerously and her killer intent rising up to high levels. But Naruto did not stop. This is not the first time you lose your emotional control and do stupid things. You became emotional and abandoned the village. This is not the first time you have broken walls, wasting valuable resources. You are even drunk right now. Tell me, in that state can you make good decisions? I can argue that you are not fit to be Hokage and make a really good case, with the village Lee. Tsunade snapped. The desk broke in half and the Hokage was in front of the blonde. The pummeled him to the wall again. But this time Naruto activated his Susanoo as he did not want to be hit again. She broke his small manifestation of the Susanoo again before he crashed into the wall, creating large cracks. Tsunade rushed at him and grabbed him by his cloak, lifting him up. She stared into his eyes angrily. You cold manipulative bastard. Did you do all this just to get my seat? She growled at him. By this time, the Hokage tower was flooded with Onbu. They were everywhere. Naruto, though, remained calm as if a single mistake and the woman could not snap his neck. You are making a foolish mistake because of your anger, Tsunade. You know very well that staring into the sharingan is not good for you. The moment those words left his mouth, his eternal Mangekyo sharingan spun slightly and the Hokage became dizzy, before she let go of him and fell down with a thud. He did not bother to try to catch her. It was her fault that she could not control her emotions. Well, he did provoke her on purpose knowing she would snap. When he took a step away from the blonde Hokage, Jiraiya was in front of him with a number of Onbu having their swords drawn at him. Is this a coup d'état? The Sannin questioned him with a seriously expression on his face and his tone mirroring his expression. His right hand seemed ready to form a Rasengan. Naruto looked merely amused by this. Sadly no, he responded. But it did not ease the tension in the office. Although it would have been interesting if it were one. What did you do to Tsunade? Genjutsu, you can snap her out of it any time. I merely did it to calm her down, Naruto responded, ignoring the fact there were more than 10 swords pointed at him. An Anbu walked closer to Tsunade to confirm what he had said. I can confirm that it is a genjutsu. She seems to be having sweet dreams judging by her smile, the Anbu reported in a monotone voice looking at Jiraiya, the higher-ranked shinobi. Jiraiya walked towards Tsunade and picked her up. He put her on her seat before turning his attention to the other blonde. Answer her question. No, I am not after her seat. Naruto paused for a moment. Jiraiya, do not think that 10 Anbu can stop me from doing what I want. I know there are a lot of them here. But you should know better. That being said, when someone has their weapon pointed at me, I tend to become excited. And when I am excited, someone dies. You may be powerful, Uchiha. But you must not be at your right mind to think that you can defeat us all, a tiger-masked Anbu stated confidently. They were the elite of the shinobi in Konoha. He had worked with Itachi, who had the Mangekyo, but not even he was this arrogant. Contrary to the Anbu's words, Jiraiya had no doubt that the blonde could escape from the situation he was in. But he had answered the question. He did not think that the blonde would do things in such a manner if he wanted Tsunade's position. Before he could tell the Anbu to stand down, another spoke. Uchiha are very arrogant. Because of their eyes, they think they are above everyone else. Fame is certainly getting in your head, boy, Boar stated, making sure not to look into the blonde's eyes. Not in my right mind? Arrogant? A boy? Naruto smiled. It was not a happy smile. Foolish children. Then a bust of chakra from the blonde sent all the Anbu away from him. The chakra was so high and dense that the walls in the office began to crack due to the pressure, but most of all, the floor where the blonde was standing was left with heavy cracks. The bust of chakra was felt by everyone and made the Anbu tense the amount of chakra the blonde could release in just seconds. Jiraiya was quick to defuse the situation. Naruto, don't do anything rash. Raising your chakra that high will only put the village in panic, the Sannin stated, he too pushed back by the chakra the blonde had released. And I was getting excited, Naruto said, shaking his head. He stopped his chakra, lowering the tense atmosphere and putting the Anbu at ease. The Anbu did not get closer to him, but he narrowed his eyes at them. Do you still think the Uchiha clan head is an arrogant boy who is not right on his mind? It was then the Anbu were made to realize that Naruto was not just a shinobi, he was the head of the Uchiha clan. He was in a group of those who were in power under the Hokage within the village. They had just insulted a clan head. And no. Naruto paid them no mind anymore. He looked at Jiraiya. It is about time to wake up Tsunade so we can get back to this meeting, he stated calmly, ignoring all that was around him. The Sannin nodded and went on to disrupt Tsunade's chakra. But she did not wake up. He tried again, but nothing happened. This only brought back the tense atmosphere in the office. The Sannin looked at Naruto with a worried look on his face. Why can't she wake up? Naruto stroked his chin in a careless manner. I must have used a powerful genjutsu that affects her mind only. Only Tsunade can break out of it, but it is really difficult because the longer stays in the genjutsu, the more her mind becomes convinced it is reality. Unless that she will stay like that, he did not seem to be worried about it. This only forced the Anbu to get ready into action again, because as it seems the blonde has put the Hokage in an unfavorable condition. How can you stay calm like that? Are you saying that the genjutsu can't be broken? Jiraiya yelled, his worry growing by the second. Overreacting will not solve anything, Naruto said. I can break her out of it, he said, holding a ram seal. Nothing seemed to happen for a few moments before Tsunade finally stirred. If I do this next time, I won't break her out of it. You will have to get a Yamanaka to get inside her mind to convince her that she is in a genjutsu. Seeing that Tsunade was coming back to life, Jiraiya motioned for the Anbu to leave. If Naruto wanted to kill Tsunade, he would done it in another way. So he had nothing to be worried about. After the Anbu had left, the Sannin sat down as Naruto did the same. For a second I thought you were going to kill Tsunade, he shook his head. Wasn't there any other way to calm her down? Shouldn't you be asking your shoulder that question? Jiraiya looked at his shoulder and winced the memory when Tsunade snapped at him. He had been trying to calm her down. But he should have known better that nothing works. I know that all Uchiha are good with genjutsu, but I did not think you used genjutsu. You seem to be the type to render your opponent immobile by cutting his/her legs then putting them on genjutsu. I only use genjutsu when I want to torture someone. It is not really torture, though. Naruto replied simply. How do you call it torture when she was smiling? Jiraiya asked with a raised eyebrow. The blonde Hokage did not have the signs of someone who was being tortured. She seemed happy. Time, Tsunade has already spent more than 2 months, inside her dreams. Experience, what she experienced in the illusion was her greatest desire. Conclusion, Tsunade spent more than 2 months living her dream life. When she wakes up, she will find out it was all but an illusion. Jiraiya glared at Naruto. Why would you do something like that? Because I can and I wanted her to know what was real. Tsunade is trapped up in her past and lacks emotional control. Her greatest desire is around those dead. She needs to look past that and look ahead. How can she focus on what is real if her greatest desire is with the dead? You are the same her, you are too focused on your failures and past that you can't look ahead. You are just being a Sannin before your miserable life ends. Tsunade is just being the god I'm Hokage, trying to protect her grandfather's legacy. Protect. Nothing changes. Konoha will always be Konoha unless you and the Senju woman start having real dreams, rather than wishing for things you can't have, grieving about your failures. You are so proud of being Sannin but you have nothing to show for it. At least the Senju woman has trained some pupils in her likeness. But you, because Minato is dead, and you failed me, you can't look forwards. Naruto shook his head. How disappointing.